Yeah, thanks for everyone being here for our long day. Pulling up the agenda here, but calling our city council retreat of September 30th, 2021 to order. Do we have an American flag? Nope. All right. Which way is it east? That way? That way. Okay, completely opposite. If you join me, I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And McCarthy, you want to give our mission statement?
I will. The mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. He's heard it.
All right, roll call, please.
Mayor Jenkins.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett. Here. Councilmember Adlin.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah.
Councilmember Salas. Present. Councilmember Shalani.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Awesome. Well, we're down to agenda item 4, welcome and introduction. So I'll pass the torch.
Thank you, Mayor. And with your approval, I would like to have the proverbial gavel today for myself and for our facilitator, who I will introduce here. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the September 30th Council Staff Retreat. We do have a busy agenda today, and we do have a facilitator. In just a second, I'm going to introduce her, but I thought I would get things rolling here. It's a great agenda today. We want you to, and we have food and coffee in the back and water. Get comfortable, strap in, get ready for a very informational exchange today. There will be 4 topics, 2 this morning, 2 this afternoon. I always like to preface these meetings with a little bit of setting the stage, if you will, some protocol that we follow at the retreats. I'm going to do so this time by acknowledging here we are indoors, which is great, but we're wearing masks, and thank you for doing that. We're going to abide by CDC guidelines today. As burdensome as that may be, it just means we have to take extra effort to amplify, make sure everybody can hear us. We are live streaming. There are a number of people who will be watching remotely or participating remotely. Because of that, the first thing I would ask is that if somebody has questions today or comments, we probably need to do the hand raising protocol, if that's okay. We will look for hands raised out here in the room. And for those who are attending virtually, if you can either post a Q or C in the chat column or raise your hand virtually, we will also be monitoring for that. So thank you for that. On the subject of communication, these retreats are generally structured to be a little bit more informal. They are not like a formal council meeting where we have the dais and the podium and the audience and a very structured format. These are a little bit more designed to be engaging and even at times free-flowing. So it's intended to be a two-way communication between council and staff and the consultants who will be joining us today. We will invite questions and comments on the fly if it's appropriate and if it's on point. We do have some structured public comment at the end of the morning session and the end of the afternoon session. Now, with that informality noted, it comes with a couple of comments or requests. And that is this: if we want to get through this busy agenda, and we do, and we want to hear from everybody and have an engaging discussion, and we do, it puts a mandate on all of us to be concise and to only speak when we really have something to offer into the discussion, either as a comment or a question. So we respectfully ask that if you do want to engage, think about what it is you want to contribute to the conversation, maybe a little bit beforehand, and be somewhat concise with what you have to say. If we delve too much into a free-flowing dialogue, it will get us off track. We want to keep this meeting at a high level today, and sometimes we have to get into a little bit of minutia that's necessary. But today is not a day to talk about specific programs or projects per se, but rather to be thinking big. This is big picture stuff. I had the honor to be in a deposition recently. And the attorneys who were preparing me, and I do not envy them for that task, they were preparing me to how to speak when you're being asked questions in a more formal setting. And the one thing that resonated most of all that morning was think about what you're going to say before you say it. Almost visualize it in your head as you're writing it down and mentally before you say it. And I thought those were words of wisdom. And I carried that thought, that advisement with me for the rest of the day and into the next day. And I was really excited about this newfound wisdom in how I communicate. In fact, I even tried it at home with my spouse at the dinner table when we were talking about house projects. And it did not go well. So my comment is, don't ever use that one on your spouse. But I do think in the professional realm, there is wisdom to it. And even though I say it all in jest, the idea here today is be very thoughtful with our communication so we can get through this agenda. Now, I would like to introduce somebody who most of you may know. She has helped us in this capacity before, I think in this very room, maybe not. Okay, different room. Virtually. Oh, so this is the first time in person, and we are so glad to have you in person. Nicole Lance is the perfect facilitator for this morning. Why? Because she has local government experience. And not just that, but it's totally germane to the things we're talking about today. She has been at the helm in Parks and Rec, Public Works, Budget, and City Management. She's worked in Arizona, the towns of Surprise and Gilbert. She's trying to find her way to Flagstaff. We can't wait for that to happen. So she will be facilitating today, and I'm going to turn the gavel over to her in just a second, and she can go through her ground rules and suggested protocol. But as a facilitator, she's going to keep us on task and on time, and we'll both endeavor to do that, frankly. So thank you for allowing us this opportunity. We do want to cover some ground today, and these four topics are all very important. The theme today, by the way, if you haven't looked at the agenda, and hopefully you have, the theme today is infrastructure. We are talking about stuff, bricks and mortar stuff, pipes, buildings, equipment, physical, tangible things. And so infrastructure, I don't mind characterizing is at the core of what we do in city services. When you think about the core services that we provide, we are in a core services facility right now, being that of Public Works and Parks and Rec. It's the pipes in the ground. It's the streets that we drive or ride on, or the sidewalks we walk on. It is the treatment of our water, both on the delivery side and on the collection side. It is all of these things, and it's public safety for sure. And we're talking about these things today. We'll be talking about wastewater. We'll be talking about stormwater. We'll be talking about street infrastructure, primarily bicycle infrastructure, and we'll be talking about public safety equipment. Infrastructure is the theme. So get yourself into that sort of realm, that mindset. That's where we're going today. We so much thank you for your attendance. And with that, Nicole, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, take over, please.
All right. Good morning. Good to see you again. Nice to know everybody has legs. That's a change from the virtual meeting setting. And I didn't have my vest anymore from my Public Works days, so this was the next best thing. I figure it's not OSHA approved, but it probably could be if I needed it to. So for council and for our team here as we go through the meeting today, just a quick reminder, if you recall from our virtual session, I facilitate using a series of what I call polarities. So thinking of kind of a continuum, but not from good to bad, not from, one is better than the other, but two things that are often mutually exclusive. So it's my job today to manage between the polarities that you see on the screen. These are the ones we used last time. efficient pace, conversations, getting the clarity we need, but also understanding sometimes there might be some ambiguity and some things that we commit to figuring out. And so I'll be kind of watching for all of these throughout the day. For this retreat, because of the topic, I added a few. One of them is responding and reacting. So we're going to have a reaction to what we hear, and that's a good thing. That's instructive, helps us understand what we might have questions about. But ultimately, what we want to be looking towards doing is responding. So that kind of being intentional, to Greg's points about how we communicate, being really intentional with what we're putting out there. We're also going to be looking at kind of that polarity between ongoing mitigation expenses. So what are those things that we're doing when we have some of these bigger infrastructure issues that are causing expenses? And what might need to be one-time mitigation expenses? Balancing between that day-to-day operations and some of that infrastructure core services. So balancing that conversational focus there. And then lastly, pilot projects and established commitments. So really kind of understanding where are things that we're trying and how do we look and talk about those things and evaluate them? And then what are the ones that we have that are, we know these are ongoing kind of commitments. There's a couple of keep in minds specific to today, and Greg covered most of them. This open collaborative dialogue, so instead of just one-way informational feed, that collaboration, that big picture thinking, the facilitator will facilitate, mayor and council get to participate, and staff really is kind of leading some parts of the discussion today. And then, as Greg mentioned, that focus for today is infrastructure. So think the stuff, the physical assets, the equipment. And what I would say is most of this stuff ain't cheap. So as we go through this, and that's why the polarity of reacting versus responding is in there, when we get sticker shock or we go, okay, how many zeros are on the end of that? You know, how many commas are in that number actually? Just to kind of rely on that and say, okay, here's what I have a question about. Oh, CJ, we just lost our, oh, there we go. Thank you for turning your head. Just to understand that as we do this, none of these types of projects usually come with small price tags. So just keeping that in mind. And then lastly, I want to introduce a conversational framework for us as we go through the actual discussion pieces of this. So the conversational framework I put in place is because there's really only two things that get in the way of productive dialogue. And if we solve for these two things, that's going to resolve about 98% of our communication issues. So the two things are our mouths and our brains. And so those are the only two things we have to overcome. So one of the ways to do that is by using what we in one of my companies call the Goals of Extraordinary Dialogue. So the Goals of Extraordinary Dialogue is a conversational framework for you to come in with these 4 goals into any conversation. Number 1, come in willing to learn something. Doesn't mean you change your perspective necessarily, but you're open to learning or being informed more. It says, mind the illusion of certainty. The illusion of certainty is the thing that makes us say, I know. I already know what we need to do. I already know what they need to say. Everybody just needs to come to my point of view. So kind of setting that aside and saying, what can I learn? Number 2, finding the truth or the best path forward. So in a debrief or a retro-facing situation, what actually happened? Not what I think happened, but let's get to the truth of it. In a forward-facing situation, think of that as really the best path forward. So setting aside my perception, and let's come to an agreement really as a group. Number 3, produce results. We are here to have conversation, to be informed, but for a purpose. So if we find ourselves kind of getting into conversations that really aren't going anywhere or really have kind of lost that element of productivity, ask this question. Are we moving towards action? Is this conversation still helping us move forward? And then number 4, as my dad would say, says easy, does hard. Come in with the goal of strengthening relationships. Now it says no lower back tattoos required, because I don't mean like come out of every conversation holding hands and taking selfies and getting matching lower back tattoos. What it does mean is that even if I'm in disagreement with the other person, can I still behave in a way that could strengthen the relationship? Can I still influence my own behavior so that that's a signal to the other person? So that as we kind of enter into these conversations, keeping that in mind. 2 housekeeping items. Number 1, if you need the restrooms, they are out that door and immediately to the left. And then per Stacy's request, because we are doing the streaming, if anybody in the audience in the back is responding to a question or has a question, to come forward to this center table, not so we can all stare at you more closely, although that's a side benefit, but so that we can get you on the microphone for the streaming. Okay? All right.
Sounds great.
With that, we will start with wastewater.
Wastewater,
Yes.
let's go.
First presentation this morning. Are we ready? Are we queued up?
Do you want walk-up music, Andy?
But it's
Andy, you're kicking this off, and would you be so kind as to make any introductions for our guests who are joining us today and helping with the presentation?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Nicole. Nicole and I have known each other a long time and I really appreciate the energy that she brings to the day and to life and to the world. So thanks, Nicole. So we're going to start out with a topic that we all know and love, wastewater. And with that, I'd like to kick it off a little bit. Water services. So starting my 4th week as the interim water services director, and thank you for the team, to the team for welcoming me to that group. And starting that position, I began immediately working with Aaron Young and Greg Clifton as staff and Jim Hukel to talk about our wastewater situation. And they had been working on this for quite some time. And in doing so, we began to refine this presentation for today's retreat. So with that, we have Brad Hill, who is now a legacy member of our team, and we're so lucky to still have him on board. And we also have John Rutten and Brian Bernard, our consultants that are here, because as you can imagine, with water, wastewater, and all of the operations that we have in water services, we have our internal team for operations, and then we need to bring in these outside voices, just like we brought in Nicole today, to help us kind of understand what other communities are doing, how we're meeting our standards, and how we are providing the best infrastructure possible for our community. Our community deserves it, and this group delivers it. So with that, we'll kick it off, and we'll go ahead and get started. And thank you for listening to our wastewater presentation.
Thanks a lot. So I'm John Rutten. I'm one of the consultants. Can you guys hear me okay? I have the privilege of going through the wastewater presentation here today. I assume we're piloting. I just tell you to advance the slide.
You can, or you can.
Oh, got it. This will work better, thanks. So let me just see on this one how
On the right.
advancing. Perfect. Okay, so why am I up here giving the presentation? I work in the water industry and I work with clients as large as the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Just to let you know, I did facilitate and write your current 2025 strategic plan, which is a great document, which we'll be talking about in a few minutes. So that's sort of my background. I tend to bridge the gap between planning and communications in utilities and work with them on strategic relationships and so forth. Greg's comment reminded me of something, and I don't think this goes against anything you said, Nicole, but one of the things I've learned and I teach my clients who are water utilities is when you're in a public environment, listen to understand, not to respond. And I actually implemented with my spouse, and it tends to work because and she's Korean, so English is her second language, so it's a very important topic. One last thing before I get into the presentation is that we tend to think because the water is always coming out of the tap and it's been reliable for years, that it's automatic. But I think most of you know, and this is a big message that I deal with a lot of my clients on, water reliability comes from sound planning and appropriate investment. So the Water Services Department is constantly doing things that day to day that ensure this reliability. I think that's important to remember. And a lot of that work now gets put into the Water Reliability Today and Tomorrow program, and there's an archive for that program. So just some basics here. So moving on today's topics. Obviously, we're going to start out with wastewater treatment, some objectives and standards. We'll talk about the 2 plants that Flagstaff has in as far as water reclamation plants. And then from that point on, we're going to focus mostly on the Wildcat Hill plant and the situation there. So we'll get into some history of the Wildcat Hill plant issues and urgency related to the plant. And those really boil down to a couple of issues: solids treatment handling capacity and improvements, and then options for increasing the Wildcat Hill hydraulic capacity. And then finally, I mean, we're really just starting the discussion today. So what will the future discussions on wastewater look like in the near future? And those will be happening over the next year or so, because there is some urgency related to these issues. So, Nicole, I'm going to pause a little bit after each slide in case somebody has a question. So it's a good place to start with the 2025 strategic plan. If you look at the strategic plan, it basically has 10 strategic objectives in there, and each one of those strategic objectives covers 3 main issues. What are the standards that apply to the issue? What are some of the challenges or problems that we face with respect to the specific objective? And what are some proposed solutions? So in this strategic plan, none of this was final policy decisions. It was basically just setting up the dialogue for future decisions by council and so forth. You can see, and by the way, this plan is a pretty good read. It gives you a great overview of the issues, and it's about a 30-minute read. So it doesn't take long to get through. So if you look at these strategic objectives, you can see address Wildcat Hill wastewater reclamation plant capacity is one of the highest on the list. And then right after that, wildfire threats and stormwater. And these were ordered loosely in order of urgency in the plan. Moving on. So one of the this is actually a core area of my work in terms of really emphasizing standards in our planning and communications. And you can see the first objective in the strategic plan is to use standards and data to drive decision-making. So frankly, in any discussion about water issues, if you're discussing what the relevant standards are, it's a very meaningful discussion, because a higher standard usually costs more money. A lower standard costs less money. So it's a very important part of the dialogue. So basically, we're going to talk about some high-level standards here. One is obviously meet or surpass all Clean Water Act standards, which is really the regulations that apply to wastewater discharge into the environment and treatment. The resiliency issue here is we have to be able to maintain public and environmental health during all sorts of crazy situations: fires, storms, even pandemics. So that's really our resiliency standard. And when you're talking about 24/7 critical operation functions, you really want an extremely low risk of failure for those options. I mean, you really can't have a wastewater plant going down for weeks at a time. It's just a big problem. It's not only a compliance problem, it's a public perception issue as well, and not in addition to the public health concerns. We want to adhere to principles of sustainability, and then these last bullets here relate to the efficiency of the operations and the need to really have a motivated, highly qualified, efficient and effective workforce. Those standards make sense? And obviously, the interesting part about this is Jimmy Ugal, the wastewater section manager, he's got all sorts of detailed level standards that really address specific contaminant levels and all sorts. So these are just our high level standards here. Okay, I'm going to move on. So you guys probably know this well, 2 reclamation plants in Flagstaff. Wildcat Hill is a 6 million gallons per day plant. Has both obviously liquids treatment capacity and biosolids treatment and handling capacity at the Wildcat Hill site. Rio de Flag is more of a satellite plant. It's rated at 4 million gallons per day, and really set up to create that A+ reclaimed water for the community. A detail that's important to understand is that the biosolids from the Rio de Flag are actually sent via the wastewater system to Wildcat Hill for final processing. So pretty simple in terms of the 2 plants. Let's look at some history now. 1971, Wildcat Hill was constructed. Its initial capacity is 3 million gallons per day. Interestingly, you guys have been in the reclaimed water business for quite a while, because right at that point, you were delivering the Class B reclaimed water to the Continental Country Club. And we already talked about the biosolids being processed on site. 1981 is when Wildcat Hill was expanded to 6 MGD. So if you look at it, the 6 MGD sort of capacity of the plant has been around for about 40 years right now. 1993, the Rio de Flag plant was constructed as a satellite plant, and it basically, right out of the gate, was producing Class A plus reclaimed water for what's going into your non-potable purple pipe systems today. It's important to note that these classes are not just a Flagstaff class, it's an Arizona regulatory level of water quality. So 2009, Wildcat Hill was basically just upgraded to be able to produce that Class A plus water. Important also to note that even though quite a few dollars were spent at that time, no liquids or biosolids capacity expansion was done at that time. And only portions of the plant were upgraded. So covering history, the plant did have a 2013 consent order. It related to problems with being able to produce the full A plus water. Temporary solutions were put in place that are still in place. And I think, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been full compliance since then. And I think you've had like 3 years of compliance awards related to that. That is correct. All right, great. So that's basically the history in a nutshell. A lot of the information in the presentation today, or we're talking about the details of wastewater treatment, so forth, is coming out of the 2019 master plan produced by Carollo engineers. Although it says it's a biosolids master plan, it provides a pretty comprehensive look at the whole wastewater treatment function and reclamation issues. So you can see some of the issues it discusses: capacity, plant condition. Obviously, you always have to consider regulations when you're dealing with wastewater, expansion options, both from the standpoint of size in terms of capacity, and then technology recommendations, which tend to relate to what's the quality we need for certain classes of reclaimed water. And then it went as far as conceptual plant layouts and providing cost estimates on some of the capital improvements. So there's some sort of really big, interesting trends here in wastewater since 2008, and they really relate to liquid flow and solids loading changes for Flagstaff. This isn't atypical for other communities that are involved in water conservation to experience these types of issues. But basically, water conservation, and remember, when we're talking about conservation or wastewater flows, we're typically talking about indoor water use, right? That gets into the sewer system. But water conservation has decreased per person wastewater flows. Those are typically reported in gallons per capita per day, and you can see the numbers here. This has dropped, from 84 to 69, which is an 18% drop in the per capita, per day. Population grew by more than 16% in that same time period. So what have we got going on here? Plant inflow has decreased by 6%, but the solids loading has increased by 30%. So if you really think about it, we're not treating water when it comes through the plant. We're treating the contaminants or the solids in the water. So if you look at the net result here, the Wildcat Hill plant no longer really operates at a capacity of 6 million gallons per day. That capacity in terms of hydraulic water moving through the plant has been reduced to 4.8 million gallons per day. So that's an important point. So it's the question.
Yeah, what would you contribute that water conservation to? Education efforts, different new technologies and toilets?
I'm assuming that it's all part of Flagstaff's, I think, got a pretty good conservation program that does communications, device swap outs, You guys correct me, Brad, if I'm wrong on this, but these are, I believe, proactive efforts by the water services.
Just thought I'd linger on that for a beat.
I'll try to just be succinct here, but starting in 1990, that's when City Council took a big push towards conservation through implementing a toilet rebate program and also tiered rates for residential. Those were really big hitters in the conservation program. We had an increasing gallon per capita water use, and it started decreasing. We've been decreasing ever since that time through education and additional programming beyond that tiered rates, I would say, in a big push for toilet rebates.
And are these benchmarks that were articulated that you're hitting and surpassing? Or was it all just kind of arbitrary? And
it was, I think, pretty sort of arbitrary. I mean, the rates was intentional, but anything other than rates is probably considered sort of arbitrary without having like goals. Also at that time in our city code, we adopted water availability strategies for sort of curtailment needs if we had a water emergency. So we adopted that into city code in 1990 as well. So water awareness just started growing really about that time in the community.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but you guys have, going forward, a master plan on conservation. And so there's an expectation that continued proactive conservation efforts would occur. Is that fair to say?
Yes. I mean, now we have a water conservation strategic plan. So that was adopted by council in, I think, November, December last year. So water conservation is more intentional now. We adopted a program in 2003, just the water conservation program with the dedicated staffing and enforcement staff for the watering code, the odd even watering days. But really it was like that 1990 work by city council that was kind of a pivotal point in the gallon per capita water use, where we're seeing then the decrease coming into the wastewater system. So trying to be succinct with conservation is my response.
Thanks for hitting that note, and that's really exciting and something to be optimistic about.
Yes.
It's something to celebrate.
And I'm glad you asked the question, because moving on, we're going to see that this whole conservation trends has an effect on wastewater that's important to consider. So I think this is a really important point as we go forward and look at the infrastructure issues going forward. Any other questions on this one? Because this trend is an important thing as we go forward. And I think you'll see in the next few slides how meaningful these issues are. So this is just, gotta watch out for charts, right? But this green line is just simply showing that we have data on these trends related to the gallons per day per capita. And this red line up here, and this is going to come in the next few slides, is basically saying that Wildcat Hill was designed for 100 gallons per day per capita. And if you think about it, if you're reducing the amount of water that's going into the system, and I don't want to get graphic, but people aren't producing less waste, then you can just see that the concentration issue is created. So that was the design standard for the current plant, which assumes a certain, concentration of waste, but if you reduce the water, that concentration of waste has gone up. Got it?
This is why we did this in the morning instead of the working one.
Yeah, so we'll move on. Anyway, so this is probably our busiest slide. We try to keep that down, but here's what we're really dealing with in terms of issues and urgency at Wildcat Hill. We have two capacity issues. Solids treatment capacity is 88%. Liquids treatment capacity is at 87%. And if you look over here on the right side, per standards or policies in your integrated master plan, if you go down here to the 85% of flow capacity, You're supposed to be at the beginning construction of expanded facilities. So that sort of puts these percentages in context, basically says, we need to make a decision on which way to go on capacity expansion in the near future. And I have to say, these aren't just Flagstaff policies, these are sort of industry standard levels for triggering sort of certain activities like design or construction. The second issue with the plant, which is a significant issue, is right now Wildcat Hill basically has limited, if not no, redundancy. In other words, there are major systems that if they fail, you've got a shutdown situation. So you've got multiple points of potential failure in the system. This not only creates risk for non-compliance, but it basically creates limited operational and mechanical flexibility. So if you move down to rehabilitation and replacement, the lack of redundancy makes it, if you can imagine this, if you can't take a system down, you can't do a complete rehabilitation or upgrade on that system. Now, historically, there may have been some budget constraints in this area, but my understanding that basically since Jim's been here, he's pretty much been getting the funding to do everything he can do within the limits of the redundancy. Is that a fair statement, Jim?
Yes, it is.
All right. So when you've got this lack of redundancy to make repairs, final issue is peak flow events increasing due to climate change. And that can be as much as 3 times daily flows. And not to get into the weeds, but that's occurring when you're getting infiltration and influence to your wastewater pipes in the washes, and then you'll get increased flows that go directly into the plant. And then finally, just sort of a note over here on this side, you really do need to be enforcing your industrial permits, because when you don't, some of those out of permit wastewater, sometimes it's a nuisance. But if it's really bad, it can kill your biological bacteria in the plant. That would be a really bad thing. So it's just a note, enforcing the industrial permits is very important. And we already talked about the impacts of conservation and low flows. We do get stagnation in the wastewater pipes, which increases corrosion. And the wastewater arrives with different characteristics if it's been sitting in the pipes. So again, just some important considerations. I know there's a lot on that slide, so I'm going to stop for a second.
2 questions, Councilmember McCarthy.
I'll let you call in.
Councilmember McCarthy beat you to the punch.
So if I understand this correctly, some of our stormwater goes into our sewage system. I know some cities can keep those 2 outflows completely separate. But in our case, some of our stormwater does go into our sewage system. Is that correct?
So these guys will let Brad's going to answer that.
I'm going to have some of the technical team sit up near the microphone. Is that okay?
Great.
Hi there, Brad Hill, your retired Water Services Director. To answer your question, they are 2 separate systems. But what happens is, since the city is fortunate to have a complete gravity flow sewer system and not any lift stations, that because they're in the washes, they do get infiltration. So when we say, when these increase 3 times, it's the water flowing down the Rio, for example, or a manhole in the street, and you'll get infiltration into the sewer system. They're not a combined system like Los Angeles is, for example. They are separate, but we do get stormwater infiltrating in.
And it goes in through like manhole covers.
It goes into manhole covers or joints in the pipes. Each pipe's like 10 feet long, and then they're all jointed together. So it flows in that way as well.
So they're not, they should be theoretically tight.
Correct. So the division again, I've been here 12 years. We've been struggling with this topic specifically, and it's just a constant trying to find where the leaks are. They go and fix it, bolt down, whatever the solution is that's needed, and then just more will occur. That's just.
Does that also imply if we have leaks in the pipes, that the sewage water is getting into our ground?
We've never tracked or experienced that.
It's hard to believe that if stormwater can infiltrate a pipe, that sewage water could not
So yeah, Councilman McCarthy, let me help. So what we do with these big transmission lines, the ones that are in the Rio and other drainages, is they have manholes that stick up. And so that's the most significant that we've seen. We think it also is occurring at the joints, but we don't have any data associated with that, but we can absolutely observe coming into the manholes that are stick up in the Rio. If you ever go down the Foots Trail or anything, you'll see those.
And Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of it's the location of the pipes too, being in some of the major washes.
Yeah, so typically, like I'll use the valley as an example, is they'll put the sewers underneath the streets. But Flagstaff has elected over time, the benefit to putting them in the washes is you don't have lift stations. If you put them in the streets, sometimes you have to lift the waste to get it over to your treatment plant. You put it in the washes, it's just naturally gravity flow. So that's what this community left since the 50s. They have made that decision to put them in the washes. Just one of the ramifications for that is this issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question was about industrial permits. I'm just curious how many industrial permits there are in Flagstaff and how that compares to other comparable municipalities. And if that's on the rise or going to increase in the near future.
So that is an EPA program that the utility operates, and they're known as, I believe there's 7 that are regulated by the city, significant industrial permits. And so relative to, it's not that many relative to bigger urban cities that have a lot more industry.
Are you able to name them?
I can name a few. So Joy Cone, Pepsi, whatever Pepsi's called now, it's called something different. Those 2, maybe Jim.
Purina.
Oh yeah, of course. Purina, Gore.
Mission Linen.
Thank you. Mission Linen.
I think there's one more that I can't.
There is. There's 7 of them.
That's fine. You passed.
Yep.
I was just curious, and that definitely paints a picture.
Yeah, and we do actively enforce the industrial permits because they're regulated specifically by EPA, or we are to maintain that program.
And it's because of the flows that come into the treatment plant is the reason we have to do that.
Yep.
We just recently toured the Joy-Con facility, and there were some questions by the operators about our industrial permits, which I won't get into, but that's contextually, that's sort of where my question was coming from, just wanting to know more. So thank you.
That's what, the reason I'm up here is I can't get into the details the same level they can, so I won't go there just because I feel like it, but I have to give them the real information. Any other questions on this slide?
I have one, please. Looking at the percentages, and I think they, of course, tell the story. It looks like we're a bit behind the curve, and it sounds like it's for good reason with our water conservation efforts and the increased solids going into the system, as you noted. The question I have is, how do we stack up with other communities like us in terms of these percentages? Do you typically see communities following the recommended percentages that you see on the right side? Is it after the fact? Where are we compared to other communities?
I think that would be a good question for Brian.
Sure. I'm Brian Bernard with Corollo Engineers. So typically in a lot of the communities we work in Maricopa County, they're actually a little more stringent than this. But they are actually in the Arizona revised statutes. So they're bound by their APP, their Aquifer Protection Permit at the treatment plants, and by statute at a 70, 80, 90 trigger points, where you're at 75, 85, and 95.
So maybe, Greg, if I can kind of expand, you may ask the question, why are we here now? You know, and kind of getting back to Brian's comment. So we in the utility understood the solids issue, and we'll put down the last wastewater, stormwater rate case we did back in 2014. It was adopted by council in 2016-ish, or it was implemented in 2016. We embedded a lot of funding to deal with the solid side. So we knew that, and we're just going through that process out there. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're just going through that process.
Continue, Brad.
But the liquid side is really the one I wanted to focus. So we understood the solids issue and the funding is on its way, and those projects are on their way. It was the liquids issue that was the aha moment in that biosolids master plan that Brian and his team developed. We did not understand that we had an issue there. And when they did the modeling and they did everything with the wastewater that we're experiencing, as John mentioned, with the conservation, that was like, oh my gosh, now we need to bring it forward to the Water Commission. We brought it forward to council a year and a half ago. It was embedded in his report. So that was the aha piece. And that one kind of caught us by surprise, just to be honest, as a director. And then when I knew I was leaving, I came to the city manager and the city manager's office, Shane, I said, this is the biggest topic as I'm walking out the door, we need to solve. So just wanted to help put that in context when you look at those percents.
Got it.
But
So
to
that's really,
Greg, you're not unique here. The Northern Arizona communities we're working with, Winslow, Williams, Prescott, Sedona, and others are all kind of in the same boat. And as Brad said, we knew the water generation was dropping, maybe not to the degree for the GPCD as what came out of the study. But of course, then that affects the concentration of the wastewater, which then, although the conservation program is a wonderful program, it has a detrimental effect on your wastewater. And just to add a little bit to what Councilmember McCarthy had asked, when we talk about I&I, there's a bit of an implication that it's kind of a 50-50. So when you were talking about the infiltration in through the pipe joints is a very, very minor amount to the I&I. It's kind of a tail after a long storm. The direct inflow, that first component of a rainfall event or storm that gets into the pipe, is what punishes the treatment plant. And it is a much higher percentage when we talk of I&I, direct inflow.
That's probably going in manhole covers.
Through the manhole covers, you may
See,
have.
that doesn't concern me, but if we have pipes that are leaking raw sewage into the ground, that does concern me.
And typically the majority of that we would term as I&I is that direct inflow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
so Brad really was the straight man for this next slide, because he's basically saying, related to the solids handling, it's rolling, right, in terms of the plans and the funding. The design for 2 new digesters is funded in fiscal year 2022. Construction is partially funded in these years for the 2 new digesters to be completed in 2024 as at least the initial schedule. And then we've got, basically there's 2 things going on here with the solids. You've got this initial solids dewatering and handling for the digesters, which is funded in 23 and to 25. But there's a next level of, so that's sort of like, oh, you've got a lot of water in there and you get most of the water out in this first bullet. Well, yeah, these are the biosolids, like, right, the solids remaining from the treatment process. But then you can go even further with solar drying, where you're getting to class A biosolids. And that really opens up more options for what you can do with those biosolids. This would be more like the type of stuff you might find in a soil amendment bagged in a Home Depot or something, where it's fully, solar dried and really class A biosolids ready for amending soils and all sorts of other applications. So that's the next level of processing. And then finally, after these 2 new digesters are constructed, you're going to be having to come back and refurbish some of the 2 existing digesters. And obviously, you've got an ongoing issue of basically keeping all of these operations, refurbished, upgraded, maintained to be able to continue to operate. So that's really what Brad was referring to, the ball's rolling on the solids handle capacity issues. So now we get to this liquid treatment capacity issue. We've got 2 options that we're going to talk about. The first option is a phased sort of expansion of Wildcat Hill, which is generally the staff recommendation at this point. You're basically funding a new treatment plant at 6 million gallons per day, which is approximately 150 million in capital costs. That is an actual, we talked about the degradation of Wildcat Hill to 4.8 million gallons per day because of the solids concentration. The new plant will be designed to handle the current characteristics of the wastewater and maybe some future considerations to be at 6 million gallons per day. Provides new capacity for growth and incorporates redundancy. I'll talk about this redundancy in a second. It's more of an adaptive management approach, but with climate change and uncertainty in the future, really this phase expansion is a good way to go. And then it creates the foundation for more stringent treatment if you want to go to some form of indirect potable reuse or direct potable reuse on your reclaimed water, and then addressing the constituents of emerging concern. I said I was going to talk about the redundancy in a moment. The key to this option is continuing to operate Wildcat Hill, and we're saying 6 million gallons per day here, but we already talked about where we're really at with that capacity until really for another 20 years or so. And so this is really maximizing the value that you're getting out of that asset that you already have, and you're redundant because now you've got both plants operate, right? And so you can actually come in and do more repair and rehabilitation on the existing Wildcat Hill plant once the new plant is operational. And there are some costs associated with that, keeping that plant going in the 30 million range. And the total cost of this option is 180 million in today's costs. And again, these are today's costs, approximate. That will be part of the future dialogue in terms of updating people on costs and so forth. So I think to see this in the proper context, we look at option 2, which is a single expansion.
I'm going
Go ahead.
to say, Councilor Shorty.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Really quick question. Are we thinking the expansion is going to occur on site or at a new site?
On site.
Thank you.
There's room for expansion out at Wildcat.
And I think that's true, Jim, with both of these options, right?
Correct.
Okay, moving to option 2, it's a single expansion, and it's basically funding new treatment plant at 12 million gallons per day. Approximately costs 300 million. It does everything that the old thing does because it's double the size, so it provides the redundancy and everything in one fell swoop. But the difference is you're going to retire Wildcat Hill earlier. And I think this came about with sort of questioning, the age of Wildcat Hill, do we really want to push that asset further? But repair and replacement on that will still be in the range of 13 million. And the total cost is 313 million in today's costs. So those are the two options. And I think you can see why staff's current recommendation is option 1, because you're getting short term, you're getting reduced capital investment costs, and you're getting more out of your existing asset, which is, the current thinking. Does that make sense between the two options?
So, comparing the option 1 and option 2 with respect to the Wildcat Hill, so if we choose to continue to operate Wildcat Hill with repair and replace, replacing the existing plant, 30 million. If we choose that route, what will be the life expectancy of the repaired or replaced Wildcat Hill?
Put up option 1 again, John.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in this range, but Brad, why don't you?
No, that's what I was just gonna refer to. I think we can run that plant, or Jim can run that plant for another 20 years. But it does require investment because there's parts that weren't updated back in 2009.
And then after 20 years, it needs to retire or
Then you build the second phase of that treatment and then you retire it.
And what we talked about was the adaptive management. So as we need more capacity and that plant's getting closer to its age, we can build another 3 million section onto that plant and do it slowly over time in order to be adaptive to whatever's happening in the community. If the community slows down, then you might be able to make Wildcat last a little bit longer. If it grows a little bit faster, well, then you might have to build that a little bit soon.
And I think that's a really important point because with climate change, and climate change is just uncertainty, right? That's all it boils down to. And with, economic uncertainty and so forth, it just basically says that option one is saying, don't invest the big dollars until you really know what's really happening and so forth. And I also think, Jim, and we've talked about this, once you have a new plant, once you have that redundancy in place and that new 6 million gallons per day in place, your ability to tune up Wildcat Hill and rehabilitate certain things and not having to rehabilitate other things because you've got the redundancy. So all of a sudden, when you have that new plant, all sorts of options can arise on the ability to make that Wildcat Hill plant even last a little longer or, be more efficient in terms of what it needs to invest. Does that make sense? You get a lot of flexibility in the operation of Wildcat Hill.
And it helps with our CIP planning so that we can stage it to be appropriate for whatever we need to build based on using this option.
So it's 20-year plus, depending on.
Yeah, and basically you're worried about the concrete and the pieces that are inside of it. So we have an IFAS basin, so the concrete's gonna be good for 50 years. So you could add another 10 years as long as we can go in and maintain the equipment that's in there. Currently, because we only have one IFAS, we can't maintain any of the equipment because it can never be shut down. And that's one of the challenges.
What it allows you also to do, if you saw the history slide, a good portion of Wildcat's 50 years old and a portion of it's 40. Some of it's much younger. So by doing the phased approach, you get to maximize the benefit of that existing asset.
Yeah, you've invested in that asset, so you want to maximize the benefit of that asset. If you can, if there's no showstopper issues.
Councilmember Shimoni and Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. Quick question. I understand that there's a need for growth and expansion, but while we're doing that, is there other diversion methods that we can implement? Things that other communities are doing to divert solid waste? I guess the topic that comes to mind is composting toilets. How do we reduce the flow to us in the first place? I guess is my question. While we worry about expansion and embracing what's to come, this also might be a Nicole question for sustainability, but I am curious what you all think for sure as the experts.
Well, from a public health perspective, I think the last composting toilet in this community was in the 30s. And then they were required by the state in 1950. I'm giving you rough dates. To build a water reclamation, wastewater treatment plant. So from a public health scale of the size of this city, yeah, it's really important that you bring it all together and treat it all at one place. You can get away with those at smaller, but when you're a scale of this size, because then you need to worry about if they're composting. One of the challenges that we've looked at when this question came up is, well, how do you regulate that inside a person's home? In a town this size. So we look at it differently, we bring it all, centralize it, and then we decide what are we going to do with it at the end. And some of those options where do we continue to do what we're doing by putting it in the, not to get too technical, but landfilling it, if you will, on site, land applying it's a better way to say it, or do we do something better with it? Some of those capital dollars were to dry it, increase its quality, and then do composting, offering it as a compost opportunity or landfill cover. Those are some of the other options.
Yeah, I've worked some in this area related to marketing of soil amendment products and biosolids. It's a pretty robust stuff going on, especially my personal opinion is the sanitation agencies could do better in terms of their understanding of marketing, but there is demand for these products. Mill Organite's been around for years. And so, this second phase of the solar drying and Class A biosolids, you can, do a lot of things with that soil amendments. And soil amendments can also save water in landscapes. So there's a lot of integrated stuff you can do once you've got those organic materials. Does that make sense?
It does. And Nicole has a slide coming up that's going to talk about some more stuff that we can do with biosolids.
Okay, great.
To some degree, you are doing that at Wildcat already. You have a septic receiving station and a grease receiving station for fats, oils and greases and, you know, to bypass the head of the plant and get that into the digesters. And so you do have some of that going on right now at the current plant. Wildcat's an end of the line plant and it's one of those what arrives at the door you have to treat. So the options are limited.
Nicole, is there something you wanted to add before your slide or?
I think we're gonna talk about it.
That's great.
That's
Perfect, thank you.
And I think we had another question, right?
Councilmember McCarthy, or Andy, did you want to?
No, just real quick, sorry to interrupt, Councilmember Shimoni, to answer your question, as I've gotten to know the subject, you know, our water conservation efforts have been great. Erin Young and her team have done a really great job. In doing so, it has begun to create some issues with our Wildcat treatment plant. So your question is, how can we better compost or utilize those solids? And I think, you know, for other uses, and I think this team is doing a really good job of evaluating all the options. But just to note, our conservation efforts have been so good that it's started to create some issues with our wastewater treatment plant.
And just to clarify, you know, my thought was, how do we divert solids from the whole pipeline in the first place?
Right.
But that helps. Thank you.
Less fiber.
On that note.
It sounds like a good time for a joke, but I'll skip that. In all seriousness, and this may not be the best time to talk about it. If it isn't, tell me. But I think all this treatment is based on the premise that we're going to have A+ water coming out of the plant, which is fine for flushing toilets and everything. But I do have concerns of contaminants of concern that are still in the water, and we're putting that into our aquifer. And so at some point, I think we will probably want to upgrade the quality of water that we put into our aquifer, because that is the water we end up drinking. So is that, we're going to talk about it in 10 minutes or in 10 years? Brad?
Well, let me just make one quick comment, because it's absolutely a great question, because it deals with not only the current reclaimed water issues, which is what you're discharging, right, the A+, and I've done work on potable reuse and so forth, so the CECs come up. But what these options do, they're basically addressing, and I think Brad would reiterate this, they're addressing your fundamental capacity on your ability to continue to produce what you're producing today. So the issue of the CECs and further use of reclaimed water, that is another discussion. We're going to mention it here today, but we were focusing on the basic capacity issues of the current plant.
Absolutely. So that's an important message. Plus, the options that are available to a utility today, the engineering, is the nice precursor to where you want to go. So by implementing something, I don't have my glasses on, but
back at the other slide.
By implementing some of these technologies, we'll get the city to a baseline that you can then do what we in the industry call advanced treatment. So this is before that, but it's going to be a great setup to, thank you, John.
So before we talk about advanced treatment, we have to do this.
You have to do this for regulatory, for public health, for all those other reasons, but it's going to set you up to do that. Absolutely.
So are we going to talk about advanced treatment today, or?
If I may, it's not a topic we'll get into in depth today, but we know there are interests both within this room and within the community at large who want to address this. We've met with members of the water group on this issue a couple of times. We will be advancing that discussion to the council dais in the future. But I couldn't agree more with the comments just made. This is where the conversation needs to start. We're at capacity issues right now. There are some things we can do with our utility that will greatly enhance not just capacity, but as we talk about the biosolids and upping the quality of the biosolids to a Class A. That's where it all starts. And, upping our treatment of reclaimed water is indeed a topic that needs to get in front of this council. That will be a continuation of the discussion.
All right. So I'm totally supportive of what I've seen on the screen today, but we can't forget about advanced treatment.
So just for your, we're looking towards the future, so the facilities that we're looking at are aimed at going either to
You're
IPR.
keeping that in mind
Oh.
as you design.
Absolutely. Whenever we go into design, that will be one of the higher.
So even if you can't implement it, you're making provisions so that when we do implement it, it isn't like we have to redo the whole system.
Correct, absolutely. Yeah,
These technologies would align with the advanced water treatment.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, Tom.
And really, that was really a straight person for the strategic, the future discussions. I would venture to say there's going to be a lot happening in the next year about updates on the two options. What are the refined capital costs, timeframes, any issues that we run into with extending the current life, the life of the current plant could come up. Obviously, sustainability issues, the climate change impacts, carbon neutrality issues. We'll have future discussions on. Nicole's going to have a slide on that in a minute. And then finally, exactly what you were talking about, reclaimed water considerations, urgency and timeframes for developing unused reclaimed water, which we are maxed out in the summer on the Purple Pipe, but there's a lot of off-season water that could be used for other applications. That's going to have a big impact on what level of treatment you want to, sort of bolt on to the plants, and then addressing the CEC. So, the Water Services is fully expecting a robust dialogue on that topic.
Mayor, did you have a question?
Oh, they basically clarified it. I just wanted to piggyback when you were saying that we weren't going to have to be replacing any significant amount of this current investment. So, yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'm about ready to hand it to Nicole for us the slide that she's going to present. So we're good with that. Thank you again for allowing me to present the information, and it's a pleasure. So, Nicole, this is your slide, right? You're going to go.
It is great. I'm going to sit here so I can project hopefully well enough for those listening virtually. First of all, Nicole, I love your shoes.
Thank you.
They're very fantastic facilitating shoes. Mayor and Council, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I want to take a moment to discuss opportunities that are specifically related to the wastewater treatment plant and the carbon neutrality plan. Before I highlight possible biosolid management processes, I would like to stress that we can and should be better stewards of our biosolid management processes. Our current biosolid treatment practices are antiquated. And not only are we being poor stewards of the environment, we're missing opportunities to create energy, to save money, and to be a leader. My understanding is that we are the only agency left in the state of Arizona that continues to land inject biosolids for drying. We have an incredible opportunity, Council, to go beyond regulatory compliance in managing our biosolids and utilize them to advance the city's carbon neutrality goals. So listed on this slide are examples of existing management strategies and some newer technologies. The first and second bullets focus on the use of biosolids and organic waste to create biochar. And you may recall this term from a conversation that we had with you about carbon dioxide removal a few months ago. Biochar is a granular carbon substance produced by thermal decomposition of organic matter in an oxygen-starved chamber. And the charcoal-like byproduct is biochar. It's highly porous and it is safe for the environment because it's been essentially cooked at such a high temperature. So in addition to reducing soil emissions of greenhouse gas emissions, biochar can serve many purposes in a regenerative capacity. It can improve soil quality as an amendment. It can be used in stormwater projects. It can be used in livestock feed productivity as well as water filtration treatment. So there's lots of end uses for biochar. So it does offer long-term amendments that include resistance to decomposition. Benefits include nutrients and bioavailability in soil and so forth. The technology also offers a promising solution to mitigating climate change by reducing contamination and securely storing carbon in a cleaner and more efficient form than traditional forms of coal. So just as a point of reference, 1 ton of biochar that's produced is equivalent to 3 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent being sequestered. So it can be a very important tool as we talk about carbon neutrality.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. 1 ton of biochar that's generated or produced is equivalent to 3 tons of carbon emissions being sequestered. So there's 3 tons of CO2 sequestered in 1 ton of biochar on average. So it does provide a very promising avenue in terms of supporting our carbon neutrality goals. So biosolids are also used to generate energy. Dried biosolids have about as much energy as low-grade coal. So putting that into context of where it's going to create energy. And it is commonly harvested through 3 types of processes. Anaerobic digestion, and I can provide my notes as well, because I know I'm throwing a lot at you at the moment, and in addition to all the information you've already received. But anaerobic digestion produces biogas and a renewable methane-rich fuel that is used in combined heat and power systems. There's also a process called thermal conversion, which is an energy recovery. Kind of talked about that with biochar. And then composting. Biological activities release energy during the composting process. And then an example of a very new and emerging technology is one that uses biosolids to generate hydrogen. And the technology uses a specific material that is derived from biosolids to spark chemical reactions to produce hydrogen from biogas. So while this approach is new, it's simply an offering of possibility. This might not be the direction that the city is interested in moving, but it's just to show there are lots of opportunities in how we use biosolids. So I really would like us to challenge us to think beyond our own operations and not isolating the wastewater treatment facility in terms of what our potential and our possibilities are, and how we can transition biosolids management to help deliver new industries and collaborations throughout the community and throughout the state. With that in mind, there is a pending composting business, for example, that is currently slated for an Arizona state land parcel directly across the street from Wildcat facility. So envision a industrial carbon dioxide removal park, if you will, that can take biosolids from Wildcat, incorporate it into composting and small biomass, and turning around and having energy generation at this park that is then returned to Wildcat for processing. So, Council, this is simply an invitation to think about what's possible and to think innovatively and creatively. We have an opportunity to create energy, to be better stewards, to create jobs, and to collaborate locally with businesses.
So do the options that we are considering here today set us up for that?
I believe so, but I would like to defer to the experts in the room that we have.
Thank you.
Right. And I'm happy to, again, provide the notes on this because I have offered a lot of information on the what's possible. And I know that we will have an opportunity to dive deeper into these discussions, but really this is to paint that bigger picture.
Councilmember McCarthy and Councilmember Schmidt.
All right, first of all, Nicole, I like your shoes.
Thank you. Not as much as hers.
Kidding aside, are you saying that the biosolids now, the way that we handle them, end up turning into carbon dioxide, which goes into the atmosphere? Because if they're not, then making them into biochar wouldn't improve anything. But if they are somehow degrading and turning into carbon dioxide and going into the atmosphere, then that would be significant.
Absolutely. And while we haven't done any real-time calculations on the atmospheric monitoring at the facility, we do know that we're losing opportunity to create energy, but I'll let you answer the question about the bio.
My core question is, does our biosolids end up in the atmosphere?
Yes.
No.
No?
No. So we produce methane gas and it's 65% methane, about 35% carbon dioxide. We run that through the flare because methane is a far worse greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So that's why we flare it off. But the project that she was talking about, where we're going to take that methane and use it for a cogen project. So we're going to use it for combined heat and power. We're working on that project as part of some of the things that you see up there on the list.
Which the plant used to do, but it doesn't anymore.
Yes.
All right, but my point.
So you're saying real time are those biosolids
Well,
in
you
the
have-
land injection?
You have to use all this methane production
Mhm.
and use that energy, which is great.
Right.
You'll still end up with solids. And I think what you're saying, Nicole, is turn those solids into biochar.
Correct.
Right, turn them into
And my point
energy.
is, if they're not going to end up in the atmosphere, then there's no net gain.
Well, I think we also need to talk about the antiquated process of the land injection as well.
Right. So, and I know we talked about it in one of the other slides. We're looking at, using it for top cover at the landfill. So that way it becomes a beneficial use there, using some of it there, maybe talking to some of the golf courses once we get it up to A+, where they can use it as fertilizer on the golf courses as a free fertilizer because it's high in phosphorus and nitrogen. We've done that in other places that I've worked at.
Greg, did you wanna?
Yeah, just to add to this, I mean, Nicole started her discussion by talking about responsible environmental stewardship. And I think there's two aspects we can consider here. One is that of stewardship, then the other is the energy production, which is where she ended up. I think both are critically important from a sustainability standpoint. We do need to up our game on biosolids. There's no question. What we're doing right now is a little bit antiquated in terms of, best practices. I work within a community. This was not a municipally owned system. It was a district owned system. They produced Class A biosolids. There were no odors, nothing noxious, and the resulting product was used throughout the community for fertilizer on gardens, golf courses, you name it. It was a wonderfully sustainable system that represented, I think, good stewardship. They did not use it for energy production, but I think that's the next level. And there are some opportunities here. This is part of the big picture thinking of the retreat today is what opportunities avail themselves as we move forward with these improvements? Could we be producing energy while at the same time being very good stewards of the resource? And I think the answer is yes and yes. So it's a very good discussion. And Nicole, thanks for leading us through that.
Absolutely.
I agree with all of that. I mean, I remember Milorganite from 1950s. But my only point is before we're going to claim that we're taking carbon dioxide and sequestering it out of the air, we need to think of the whole process of, is it really a net gain or not? We don't have to answer that now, but my point is you got to think it through the whole thing to make sure that we're not making claims that aren't really completely true.
Right,
And
exactly.
I'm not saying they're not, but we
No,
need to
thank you.
study that.
Absolutely. We have to look into where the best, we have to have a environmentally sound approach. We have to have a fiscally sound approach. But the challenge is to envision something that is very comprehensive and holistic that can help advance our goals, processes.
I completely agree with
Yeah,
that.
job creation and so forth. Oh, absolutely. And you're the expert by all means, but we have mentioned recently that the combined heat power project that's also underway at Wildcat is really important. And it doesn't mean that there has to just be one answer for the biosolids, but we have opportunities with them.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Shimoni and then Councilmember Sweet, are you? Okay, and then Mayor, so Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you. Nicole, thank you for the presentation. Please do send those slides or those notes to us. That was a lot of good information. Quick question. You mentioned something about us being one of the only communities in the state to do something. Can you repeat that?
So we have the dedicated land disposal, DLD, and currently, as far as I know, we're the only ones still in the state that still do that.
And what is that?
So it's where we inject the biosolids into the for land disposal.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but when you move to the Class A plus, you can begin moving away from that. Isn't that where you're at? So when
Correct.
you looked at the drawing, the solar drawing, and getting to Class A plus, suddenly you're in business for using that stuff for a lot more applications.
Because it's a Class B biosolids, your only other option would be to take it to the landfill, which would be extremely expensive because there's a high tipping fee and you're gonna fill up your landfill a lot faster.
Yeah.
So the current plans already include that additional drying to get to Class A plus,
So that we can use it for other beneficial uses.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll dive into this topic a lot more in the future, but Jim, I'm just curious of your initial response to some of the things Nicole said about the potential.
Oh, yeah.
It's tremendous.
I work with Nicole all the time.
Awesome.
I am big into energy and savings and whatever we can do to make things better.
That's great. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Mayor?
Yeah, so the process for taking the biochar and turning it into energy, that would also be a same facility that we could use for, slash from forest thinning, is that correct?
Biomass. Mhm.
Yeah, so this type of plant and use of energy could also help with the carbon that we're just lighting on fire. And,
In theory, yes.
yeah, so I just wanted to point that out. So there is some indirect effects on the carbon that we could, we could prevent releasing into the atmosphere from using the same type of facility as biochar that would provide kind of a baseline of, hey, we have the quantity needed to have a baseline worth of energy while we try to burn the forest.
So reiterating that the emissions that are generated currently are captured and managed due to regulatory compliance and so forth, but we're missing opportunities in that space.
All right. Well, I'm all with you, but I guess I'm just saying that we need to think the whole picture. I mean, what you gain and what you lose, and there's a little of each.
Exactly.
You do. Okay, enough for today.
Thank you.
I don't want to get slapped on the wrist.
Yeah. My hand's getting itchy.
Can I do a check-in? How's the audio in the back? Can you guys hear the conversations? Okay, and then is CJ around? Are we coming across okay on the live stream?
He's in the hall, but they've been monitoring. I haven't seen anything of any concern there.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Great. And then Nicole, how are we doing time-wise?
We are 35 minutes ahead of schedule.
Great. I would invite more dialogue on the topic we just had. And then at the end of this discussion, I think we need to recognize the many speakers and guests we've had on this topic. A lot of great information coming to the table here. This is huge. The numbers are huge, but I think even more importantly, the overall discussion is rather monumental when we talk about the core services that this community provides. It's behind the scenes. These are not things that are in front of us. So we often hear about what's in front of us. We hear about the condition of the roads. We know when a pipe breaks, but we don't typically talk about what happens out at Rio or Wildcat. So this is that discussion. And you, Council, you were just given a lot of information talking about some pretty urgent needs, all of which are going to have significant impact from a budgetary standpoint. We will be talking about some funding strategies. I think I saw Rick Tyler come into the audience earlier. Hi, Rick. And we will segue into that. But before we do, I would invite more discussion on this very important topic. Even though it's a behind the scenes utility, it's at the forefront of the services that we provide and something that needs a lot of attention. And it kind of starts right now with this retreat. The previous council had a similar discussion, frankly, when the biosolids master plan was produced, and it's an excellent read. We had a nice presentation, and that information was at the table. This is not exactly a repeat. It is in some sense, but it's a continuation of that discussion because we have more numbers and more things to talk about here with respect to the utility. But it has been on the table for a while, but the urgency is growing and the costs are not shrinking. They will only increase over time. And then as we look at it through the lens of sustainability and environmental stewardship,
it brings about another discussion, and the two go hand in hand. Is we want to enhance the utility. We also want to be good stewards of our resources, and we would love to have conversations about alternative energy production. So with all that, would love to hear from you. Would love to hear from anybody who wants to make a comment on this. We have a little bit more time. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, do we have any cost estimates for the turning the biomass into energy? Or can we assume, I mean, I just pulled up the economic analysis for the NAU's biomass. I know that was done a decade ago or so. Let me see. And I don't know how much we can glean off of that April 2014. Has the technology changed drastically since then to assume some level of costs from what NA has done on South Campus? Or, yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I would have to do more research in terms of technology improvements, and I'm not sure if you have kept up on.
I just found out about it about a week and a half ago, so I'm new to that one. If I can find some numbers, I will get back with you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there is, I can send it to the biomass feasibility study, NAU in 2014. It did give some cost estimates and a few different options. They took a little bit of the lesser rounds on it, but yeah, with how fast technology develops, I don't know if what was in 2014 is still the equivalent, kilowatts for the dollars spent.
Yeah.
So, figure it out.
Shimoni, then Councilor Sullivan.
A couple of questions, given the urgency of this and the cost, I'm guessing this is going to have to be a bond initiative. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we're going to, Brad, when are we queued up to talk about financial strategies? Is that at the end of the morning?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll talk about that then.
It's stormwater's next.
I'll answer that question.
Okay, thanks.
So we're going to have a stormwater presentation after this, and at the end of that presentation, we put together a few slides to talk about water services financial considerations, of which we'll have all the considerations. You're going to see some pretty large numbers, and so given an estimate on just the biosolids piece is a bit more difficult. The overall cost, you'll see some very large numbers when we talk about the future of our wastewater system.
Right, thank you. And then my other question is, are there other municipalities that are handling this in a way that we would like to go visit or talk to? Or
there are different facilities, and we do get out to go see those, both myself and my staff, and we look at those. But since COVID's been in effect, we really haven't been traveling anywhere to see those. We go to conferences and listen for new updates. We also talk to the consultants and find out about what new technologies are out there and which ones are proven. We never want to be that first one. But we want something that's proven so that we know that it's going to work whenever we go to put it in.
Brad, can you come up and offer your comments on that? Thanks.
Yeah. Councilmember Shimoni, one of the things that we're proposing in terms of the design is known as the membrane bioreactor. Not that that's important, but it's a very sophisticated membrane way to treat wastewater. One of the largest or the largest and the first in Arizona is my former city down at the city of Peoria. So if you want to go see what a potential of what this community can build, city of Peoria, it's known as the Butler Water Reclamation Facility, is a really good example if you're interested to answer that question.
Maybe at minimum, as conversations, we can include photos, examples.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be helpful.
And Brian made a really good analogy this morning that our current technology is like basketballs. We can take out basketballs. The new ones will be like being able to take out BBs.
So that's coming back to Councilmember McCarthy's question. That's why I said earlier that technology sets and pivots the city perfectly for direct potable reuse or some kind of that, because that community down at the city of Peoria is looking at the same issues you are. So that's kind of the direction we're looking at.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Salas, before we go to you, Stacey, I know you had your.
I did. I just wanted to let you know that our city attorney has got his hand up to speak when. Oh boy, yeah. I don't think we're still yet. Let's notify you. All right. Let's
go, Councilmember Salas first and then city attorney, unless he starts waving it.
He starts all good.
Okay.
I'm done speaking. We're good, sir.
Councilmember Salas.
Yeah, well, thank you. I just wanna kind of redirect the focus on the slide that talk about the phase expansion, which is staff recommendation, and let that number sink in, because we're looking at 180 million in total cost. Yeah. It's, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so before we segue to stormwater, just keep that in mind. 180 million. At today's cost and how we program that expense moving forward.
I'll chime in.
So I just wanted to make a comment.
Yep, thank you.
If it's okay. You know, one of the things is if you look at the, you know, and I think your point about the cost is a big issue because as you guys well know, as a city, you're dealing with multiple costs from multiple directions. And then you'll be having a dialogue about the reclaimed water and where that fits in the next few years. There may be costs associated with that. And then these additional opportunities on biosolids, which are all good stuff. I've been very involved in that. But I think that's why in the future, I mean, the two big phased options here are pretty straightforward in the sense both prepare you to do things in the future. It's just the difference between what you want to do now. But these follow-on discussions on reclaimed water and biosolids, you're going to have to be integrating the benefits and the costs in a big way. So I'm just sort of suggesting those will be pretty robust discussions when we get to that side of the equation. That's all.
Great. Stacy? Yeah, Sterling, so if you want to go ahead.
Sorry, I had an issue with the mute there for a little bit, but I'll turn my camera off. I just wanted to let you all know I had some illness floating around in my household and I didn't want to spread that kind of love. That's why I'm here remotely this morning, but I'll turn my camera off because I'm already getting some glitchiness. I love the discussion. When I said all good in the chat, I literally meant all good. Nobody has said anything wrong. I've been listening intently. It's been great. I've worked closely with the Water Services Division for some time, and I appreciate the great work that they continue to do and what they presented to you here today. One thing I did want to bring up in referencing, a greener approach, a much more sophisticated approach to the disposal of biosolids and the use of the same. I am aware of a couple of communities around the state of Arizona that really wanted to go that direction and got ahead of themselves, didn't dot the I's and cross the T's from a legal perspective. So, and not that I worry that we wouldn't do that, but I will just call out that caution to make sure that we are producing the A+ biosolids when we move toward that. And it's something that can't be emphasized enough as far as making sure that we are where we need to be before we start offering our biosolids for use as, fertilizer on golf courses or yards or wherever else may be the case. There are legal parameters and we would obviously have to stay within those. Not that I worry we wouldn't. I just bring that up so everyone is aware. Thank you all.
Yeah, since we had a little time, I know we'll get into the costs later on. But we need to, with these price tags, look at cost recovery, obviously. And one of those cost recoveries really is the biochar option. NAU is expecting a 15% internal rate of return for their investments into their biomass fuel plant. Again, this was in 2014. And the total project costs of the three different scenarios range from $4.2 million to $30 million. But again, 15% internal return per year. So let's please keep that in mind as we develop this. I know we'll have other challenges going on, but maybe there's some opportunities here that hands out the numbers that I'd like to investigate more thoroughly as a city.
Nicole, do we have do we have a go forward on some of these conversations, like in the next 6 months? Once we get through, like, is that a year out? Just.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. You know, the purpose of this whole retreat, and this is one of 4 topics, is to inform and enlighten. We're not looking for decisions here today, but we're looking for good input. As I mentioned earlier, it's a continuation of a discussion that needs to occur. But I also know we were going to segue into some funding strategies. Rick Tatter, I don't know if we were going to do that at the end of the morning or at the end of each session, and I would invite you to chime in when you would like to. We're kind of brainstorming here, but Rick, is this a good time to talk about funding, or would you like to wait till the end of the morning?
It's after water services present.
Okay. So the next topic will be stormwater. We'll segue into that, and then before we conclude for lunch, after we've talked about these 2 important water service topics, we will talk a little bit about funding strategies. I will preface that conversation by noting the cost we're seeing on this. Obviously, it's going to take some strategizing. Obviously, this is not going to happen immediately, but it needs to happen probably in the foreseeable future. And there's going to need to be a lot of discussion about how to finance this and perhaps how to recover on the back end some of the costs that are going into it. So we will be having that discussion a little bit later. Any other comments, input, questions on the overall topic in front of you? Is it making sense? Is this something that you're on board with in terms of the content that's presented to you?
Right, so we're seeing some head nods, a thumbs up, a robust thumbs up. Thank you, Councilman. Greg, is there anything else you need from this conversation?
If we're getting ready to adjourn from this first topic, it would be appropriate to recognize the people who have contributed here. And I'm not going to go through the entire list because I will exclude people. This has been a real team effort. I want to impress upon council the narrative that has unfolded in front of you this morning on this topic started to come together several weeks ago. The water services team was working diligently on this presentation in mid-August. Here we are at the end of September. So there's been a lot of careful presentation or preparation, going into this. I also want to note, these discussions will occur with our water commission. They will be vetted through the many commissions, I'm sure. Back to the council dais, we know it needs to be a topic that is very thoroughly vetted. It comes with a couple of price tags. Obviously, we need to outreach to the community and get a lot of input and exchange a lot of information. Back to this morning's presentation, we have a few people who have joined us that I will start acknowledging, and then invite you, Andy, to maybe recognize the rest of the water services team. We have some people in the audience. We have some people attending virtually, not in any particular order, but maybe you could read it as a priority. I don't know. Brad Hill is joining us. He always tops the list. Brad, we so much appreciate your consultation here. Brad has been trying to retire for some time. We have found a way to work with him in that endeavor. He's been generous with his contributions to the city. He's been working through our leadership transition over the last several months. We're so grateful for that. But he's also helping us out with the substance of the things we're talking about. And eventually, when you do retire for good and for real, rest assured that we will be grateful for the contributions that you brought forward, Brad, and your input into this very important discussion. John Rutan. John, you mentioned in your introduction, and thank you, you worked with LA and stuff. Where are you based out of?
I'm actually in Southern California, in San Diego area.
Okay.
But I work with utilities and work with utilities all over the place, including big utilities, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, big sanitation districts like Orange County Sanitation District. One of my clients is the groundwater replenishment system at Orange County Water District. which is a major indirect potable, one of the worldwide famous indirect potable reuse projects. And I was the lead investigator on potable reuse public perceptions in one of the first Water Reuse Foundation projects. So not to get too much into my background, but it's pretty diverse. And since you singled me out here, I just want to say one thing. It is really, and I'm not just saying this, it is really refreshing to work with the people in Flagstaff. Jim Buchel is super collaborative. And you just mentioned how many collaboration sessions we had on this process. And that's not always the case in utilities. So the collaborative process here, I was really impressed with and was thankful to be a part of it. So I answered a lot more than your question.
No, it was beautiful. And we're actually thankful, first of all, that you're here from Southern California. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for your comments. And with your credentials and background, we know we're in a good company here. Many of the things you referenced are things that are very important to the Flagstaff community. So we're honored to have your presence and your expertise. And Brian, Brian Bernard, I know you had involvement with our master planning efforts and with Corolla. And I'm wondering if, we're so, again, grateful to have you. Where are you from, Brian? Can you elaborate a little bit more about your background?
I work in Corolla's office down in Phoenix, but I've been working up in Flagstaff for probably 18 years now. So I've watched, the city grow, and there was a mention of the stewardship, but if I could say something to that, to the biosolids management project that we did, which is a program, it's a master plan. So we looked at expanding your portfolio for ways to treat and manage, haul, and dispose biosolids, but also your capacity issues. And if there's anything, as John has mentioned, working with your staff has been a pleasure. They do a wonderful job at your treatment plants. I know this message, it's a shock. I think somebody mentioned earlier, sticker shock. Sometimes we look at that from a different perspective, where your treatment plant's 50 years old. And if you looked at the history of it, the investment into it has been relatively minimal. So you're maybe at the point of, you could look at that you've used pretty much all the blood out of that stone you almost can. And that brings us to here today. But in working with your staff and the job that your staff does on a daily basis has really been a pleasure for us, for Corolla. I'm not going to expect everybody, the biosolids master plan's 2,700 pages. And I know we just touched on kind of some of that today, but if anybody wants a copy of the executive summary of that or the plan itself, let me know. I can send that if you don't have that. But all in all, this has been a wonderful experience. And somebody did mention earlier about cost recovery, and I wanted to bring up your DLD because that was brought up, and we've looked at many different ways, but that's one example that your staff has been really wonderful with, that you're the only community in Arizona that can take your solids, put it right next door to the plant, literally right there. You don't have to dewater it. You don't have to haul it. The amount of money that you save with that, and there's many of these different things within the BMP and that you're currently doing. That's kudos to your staff, Jim and his group, and the entire water services staff, the group. So I'm just, thank you for having me here. You all have wonderful shoes.
Yes. Yeah. Let's look at the shoes today. Mine are polished, for those who can't see. Brian, thank you for your comments, and thank you again for honoring us with your presence and your expertise. And that goes back a while. With both you and John have had involvement with the city for some time. Brad, same comment with an exclamation point next to it. So Brad and John and Brian, we're honored to have your expertise at the table. Nicole, I want to recognize your input into this, which illustrates the collaboration that goes into these discussions. And in a short while, we'll hear from Rick Tatter bringing the financial picture. So sustainability, water services, financial services, and the list goes on and on, a truly collaborative effort. Andy, I'm wondering if we could ask our water services team to stand, and maybe you could recognize them. And in doing so, we certainly are also recognizing those who are not in the room, but attending virtually. It's a large team, and we're so grateful to have your leadership and that of Aaron before you. So yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead and stand. So Aaron Young was our interim water services director for a time. And I think a lot of this discussion speaks to the work that Aaron and Brad were able to do for a long period of time in stepping into the water services group. I always, when in public works, wanted to position public works similar to the position of water services. And by that, I mean the proactive planning and the effort that had gone into that and the professionalization. Tim Harrington isn't here, but he and CJ work closely together in automating our system. And so that was always something that we aspired to do in public works. And I know Scott's going to continue to work on those system automizations. Mark Richardson, if there's a pipe in the ground, he knows where it's located, and if it's not where it's supposed to be located, he's going to find it 18 feet under fill material. So, but he and Patrick O'Connor and the team are just unbelievable. And honestly, I wouldn't have come over to water services had I not known that, because your core has to be strong. In order for your core to be strong, then you can build from that, and that's what Brad was able to do. And really recognized that during the museum fire and flooding and just the response efforts. My first day officially in the position, we did have that water main break, and so I got to
Way to go, Andy.
I'm beginning to think it's me. And so thank you for that. Lisa Deem is probably on the call. She helps us manage our budgets and communications, and we are very fortunate to have that position in water services. And Lisa and others have assured me that if Jim Huckel is given a budget, he will spend it. And I can tell you in core services, that's a very good thing, because that means we are making those improvements to the system that we need to make. And penny wise, pound foolish, we need to continue to invest in our core infrastructure. And we're very lucky to have Jim that understands that completely from that wastewater perspective. We are managing issues that at any time we could be under consent decree from the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality or the EPA. I have some experience with that, managing the Kachina Village Improvement District. We were able to work to correct that. I know that we've had some concerns in the past, and Brad, Jim, and team have gotten us to a place where our core is strong. So thank you for that. I'm probably missing somebody. Doug Slover, we're going to talk about stormwater here in a little bit. And then Nicole is involved, the involvement with sustainability. And again, that broader vision that she's had for incorporating it throughout the system. And it's been really fun to have these discussions, even though the numbers are very large and overwhelming, frankly. We know where we want to be. And so it's that checks and balance in the system that's super helpful. And then Greg's leadership, when I stepped into water services, it was evident from day one the love and attention that he put in to the group that was necessary. While we want to flush the toilet and know that everything works, or turn on our faucet and know that utilities work, and we take that for granted, we can't take the people for granted that are doing that work. And so I probably missed some folks. Hopefully Steve Camp did not. Steve Camp is not here in terms of, we talked about our industrial users. And again, always a concern about a violation in the system, always managing to that. And Steve and Jolene ensure that we are in order. And so that's so hugely important. Just because at any given time, we could have a situation. So Brad Hill, thank you for being here, Brad. And we were in a discussion last week, and Brad made the comment, our system. And he said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not involved anymore. And so Greg, I hope it was okay, but said, Brad, please call it our system in perpetuity.
Absolutely.
So
yeah. Thank you. Was there anybody else?
Maybe, I hope not. Am I missing anyone? Guys?
We're good.
I think we got it. Yeah.
I'm wondering if we could all, we have another topic here concerning water services. We're going to take a break. Before we do, I'm wondering if we could all recognize the hard work and the great collaboration that resulted in the presentation you just had.
with that, we are a little ahead of schedule. It's 10:22. We have scheduled for a 15-minute break. So back in action, 10:37. 38.
Where am I?
What are you thinking? All right. So everybody's probably heard of circadian rhythms, right? The 24-hour cycles that we go through. If your kids get off that cycle, that's why they won't go to bed on the right time. They're waking up all hours of the night. There's something called ultradian rhythms as well. And ultradian rhythms operate in a 90-minute cycle. So 90 minutes of high frequency kind of output and attention, 20 minutes of lower frequency output and attention. So we just had our kind of 15-20-minute break. We're getting back into another segment here. We're going to be talking about stormwater. So a little different but related topic. So before we start, just to kind of like set in that last piece of that little 20-minute lower frequency of the ultradian rhythm, go ahead and give a stretch. If you recall from the virtual retreat, this is called pandiculation. It's okay to do in public. It's completely appropriate. It's the thing that any animal with a spine does. It's actually a contraction and a relax of your muscles. And what that does is it will actually release dopamine into your system. So it'll actually help you feel better, meaning we are going to be more attentive and more present for what we are doing. So with that, any housekeeping items before we hand it over?
Real fast, I'd like to preface this next discussion by saying, first of all, thank you. I thought the format and the engagement in the last conversation was perfect. I would invite more of the same. It was a little bit of an exchange, a lot of information, some good questions, some good comments. So thank you for that. Let's please keep that going. The other thing I'd like to share with this group is when we endeavored to put together this agenda for this retreat, and this goes back now a few months. Yes, we actually do think about these things that much in advance. The fall retreat, this September 30th retreat, is a non-budget retreat, even though everything involves budget eventually. And Rick Tyler is going to chat later about that. But this was an opportunity to engage on some topics, and not so much in the realm of housekeeping, but in the realm of let's focus on these things, big picture, and discuss. We don't have this opportunity very much. We retreat 4 times a year. The other 3 retreats, and it goes like this: fall, winter, winter, spring. We don't retreat over the summer. So in the other 3 retreats, it's going to be budget, budget, and budget, because everything pertains to budget. And we talk about stuff in the context of budgeting, but not like this. So this is a rare opportunity for us to talk about some things that are very important. I want to impress upon council especially that this topic that we're about to have on stormwater was put on the agenda at the beginning of the summer, the draft agenda. Prior to monsoon season. Why do I say that? Because we knew of the importance of this topic to you and to the community, to all of us. Now it's just been validated because of the events of this summer. Now it's in our face. Our most recent meeting on this was last night, Sunnyside. It's an ongoing dialogue. It could not be of more importance because of the events of this summer. So I just want you to know this was agendaized before this year's monsoon. Andy, what do you want to share to kick this thing off?
Well, where there's dancing, there's rhythm. So thanks for getting us into a good rhythm. And this summer, frankly, we found ourselves in a difficult rhythm. And that was the monsoonal storm patterns. Because as some folks had mentioned, it wasn't so much positive rhythm, but it was a battle against Mother Nature, and that's an undefeated opponent, right? And so just trying to mitigate against the damage that was caused this summer. So with that, just like to recognize a few people that are here. Aaron Young is here serving as a water services director at the time and was out there, boots on the ground, literally helping open up manholes and cleaning out storm drains, etc. Scott Overton is our Public Works Director currently, and just from an operational standpoint, and again, beginning to think it's me. Unfortunately, I've been involved in a few emergency response efforts, and Scott really had, with team, the operations dialed to about as well as I've seen an operational team operate in disaster response. Shannon Anderson was always there to keep the calm and was always for me personally, always such a great sounding board. Because when we're battling an undefeated opponent, sometimes that can create frustrations. And so to have someone like Shannon in the room was super helpful. And Greg Clifton as well, just in talking things through. And Greg would be having, home late for dinner because he was out helping people shovel debris. And I'd call him, we'd talk things through a little bit. So just thank everyone for that. Mark Richardson, it's the definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing over and over again and get the same results. And so the result was we cleaned out the pipes for the next flow, but at some point it started to drive everyone a little bit crazy. And so thanks for keeping the calm there with Rick Barrett, our city engineer, and his team. There were various engineers out on the scene to help, and one of those key people was Gary Miller, who's here. So he was essentially loaned, if you will, by the Capital Group, and the perfect combination is an engineer with a good heart, and we sure have those in our organization. And so thank you for that, and a lot of engineers that we haven't mentioned yet. Doug Slover is here from Stormwater, and his running mate, Ed Shank, who was hired as our stormwater manager. He's actually on what I believe a much needed break. He was 24/7 this summer with our stormwater operation. And so when he asked if he could take a little time, it's hard to say no. And so thanks, Greg, for putting this together. And so obviously some things have changed since it was first put on the agenda. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. So to start, stormwater and Flagstaff current projects and future operations. And so this is looks like a south side event here. With stormwater, it's been a trial by fire and then the subsequent flooding. And Nicole had talked about response. And from a public works organization standpoint, it's hard not to always be in that response mode, or any emergency services. Chief Gaylord can speak to it in fire. Chief Musselman can speak to it in police department. Always responding, always responding, always responding. So how do we take the time to carve out some time to away from that response, take a step back and think about how do we structure ourselves to respond better? How do we structure ourselves so we don't if we're not required to respond because we're managing the issue a bit differently than just responding. Summer of 2021, a lot of reacting and a lot of responding. So this now is giving us an opportunity to take a step back. So current capital projects. From the 5-year capital plan, we focused on the Rio de Flag, and we should be focused on the Rio de Flag. In fact, summer 2021, we saw an event that impacted the Rio de Flag. And then the side laterals and improvements that connect to the Rio de Flag. Aaron and I were able to do an interview with Peter Bruce on CAF, and so they asked a tough question: where does the water go? Thank goodness Aaron was there, because ultimately it goes to the Little Colorado River. We're all connected, and to your point, Councilmember McCarthy, let's look at the bigger picture and all the connections that we're connected to. Ultimately, the Little Colorado River. Spot improvements, annual allocation that's dedicated to the ongoing drainage issues. Through this museum fire and flooding event, we've called them pinch points. Where are the pinch points, and how can we make those spot improvements to try and correct those pinch points? Funded through the current stormwater rate fee that was amended in 2019. It's $3.74 per ERU. This is a little bit difficult to explain, but an ERU calculated by 1,500 square feet of impervious surface Impervious surface means it's not absorbing. We have a lot of impervious surface as cities are built, whether it's structures or parking lots, etc. On a residential unit, this fee can be anywhere between this amount to say $12 or $15, depending on the amount of impervious surface. Councilmember McCarthy.
Just a quick question. Could you review, is that a city fee or does that go to the county flood control district? Are those two separate things?
Two separate things. This is a city stormwater fee. The county flood control district is a secondary property tax, which is assigned to an owner's tax bill that is paid separately.
And this is paid through the water, bill, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yes. To clarify, this is on your utility bill monthly. So projects were identified. While this seems a bit dated, 07, 010, in the master drainage study that was conducted, the pinpoints are still the same. The issues are still the same. We have had some additional development. You all know, because you hear from developers, the city's asking for too much in stormwater management or whatever it may be. And this is the reason for that, to make sure that those drainage issues are managed. So FY22, the fiscal year that we're currently living in right now, we have the Phoenix Avenue Bridge. For those of you that have been on the south side know that that's happening right now. Much needed project. There was a potential for some significant failure. The bridge structure was in jeopardy and the buses at some point were not drivable over the top or a snowplow because of the structural issues. Linda Vista Culvert at Spruce Wash, that was completed in 2020. That is in the Spruce Avenue Wash of the Museum Fire and Flood area. It's one of the early stages as those flows from the burn scar flow through the city infrastructure. That culvert was doubled in size. Rio de Flag Lateral at Santa Fe Avenue, Rio de Flag Lateral at Malpai, that's the clay wash, which is right back here, is the beginning of that, or probably not the beginning, but a segment of it, into the city limits. Columbus Circle, which was replaced with Steve's Wash at Solar Avenue. That project has not been completed, but we did see some concerns with that. We got flows all over the community this summer, as you know, and there were some flows at this Solar Avenue location. And then the Rio de Flag Lateral downtown, we applied for a BRIC grant. We were denied. It's a very competitive grant cycle. We actually have 3 in process right now, in which Gary, Doug, myself, Lisa Dean, who's probably on the call, are working on. Stacy BK is helping out remotely. Those applications are due today. We're getting, I think, 2 or 3 in on that. They're hugely competitive, but that doesn't mean we're not going to compete. Again, we're used to going against an undefeated opponent in Mother Nature. So, and then the Fanning Wash at Route 66. I should note that this funds about, I want to say the budget's about $1 million a year, 700 roughly for capital, which those of you that are familiar with capital projects know that that's not a lot, and then the rest for maintenance. So the capital budget, 8.3 million. If it's $1 million a year, why 8.3? We have to save the spend for these larger projects. And so there was a fund balance that we were able to utilize. 1.8 in the Spruce Wash, the Dorca channel improvements, which we're hoping to begin construction this fall. There are a few things we need to work through right now. It's designed with a bottom that's not necessarily desirable concrete. We're looking at something that's a little more friendly. Kill detention basin design. That currently, I don't remember the amount that's budgeted, but the budget for that is looking to be about 4.6 million. I think there's about $1 million budgeted, maybe 800,000. That is on FUSD property. You may all remember the school flooded this summer. The kids were in the school. They couldn't get out because it was flooding all around them. They sheltered in place. It was a very bad situation for the school district. So they've abandoned that school. They're going to tear it down. We're looking at a detention basin there in partnership with FUSD. And then overall channel improvements through the system. And I'll tell you, a lot of those improvements, so for example, you get a big rain event, the gabion baskets that you put in get destroyed, and we have to go in and refix them. So there's been a lot of that craziness happening.
What's a gabion basket?
A gabion basket is basically a wire basket with rocks in it that's stabilized through stakes into the sidewalls to keep erosion from happening. Alternative to concrete, for sure. Other projects, the Phoenix Bridge and then spot improvements, and then no funding for other watersheds. And that's a key point because we did get some flooding, as you all know, in University Heights this summer, Ponderosa Trails. We would like to have in Ponderosa Trails because it's a quote unquote newer development. And that detention basin is associated with the park at Ponderosa Trails. That system functions pretty well. And so that's kind of the difference in some of the older established neighborhoods on the east side and then Ponderosa Trail that function like it was designed to. We just need to make sure that we continue to maintain it properly. First true monsoon season since 2019.
Question. Regarding the Killip detention basin.
Yes.
How much is FUSD assisting us in, or are they?
Not sure yet.
Wise?
They are prepared to assist. I do not know. We do not know the level yet. And so that's the topic of a discussion that we need to have with them.
Okay. Thank you.
One design concept that they had noted, you'll note in Phoenix or even the Ponderosa Trails Park, park space in conjunction with flood control projects. You see that a lot in Phoenix. It's a really great design concept, and I think FUSD is interested in something like that. But we have to watch the weather, make sure we're keeping people out of harm's way. You know, a lot of practice factors. So the first true monsoon season last 2 years, what we call the non-soon. Nicole will speak to this, the climactic models here in a little bit, but I think what we're experiencing, at least in the 3 years from the museum fire, the non-soons to some very extreme events, those climate models are starting to truth out. I think we can argue that. So 4 large flood events in summer of 2021. And when we say large flood events, I mean 200, 300-year events, just a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. So ongoing threat exists downstream of the burn area. But a 200-year rain event on the south side of Mount Eldon that just so happened to occur at the same time as the museum burn scar. So a lot of people were suggesting that the museum scar was greater than what we had anticipated. Essentially 2 separate watersheds, 2 separate events. We've modeled that to really get a good understanding of those watersheds. But those events in size, mountain slopes, and channels, already in size. Those of you that know Mount Eldon, a lot of you are hikers, know there's some deep cuts in Mount Eldon. We had the fire that occurred in the late 70s, the radio fire that a lot of folks still talk about, probably impacted that watershed. Development was different in 1979 than it is today. And so when we say those channels in size, they get steeper and deeper, and those waters flow. Climate change in Flagstaff, Nicole.
Great. Thank you, Andy. Mayor and Council, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I'd like to take a moment to center the stormwater infrastructure conversation within the context of climate change and Flagstaff's climatic outlook. Infrastructure is commonly defined as the various components of the built environment that supports our modern day society. And these encompass utilities, transportation systems, communication networks, water systems, and other elements. These are critical underpinnings of civilization in our Flagstaff community. And so even modest disruptions to infrastructure can have significant effects on daily life, and any systematic change in the frequency or intensity of those disruptions will have profound consequences on our economic and human well-being. So centering our attention just on stormwater infrastructure, just as a background information, as I was doing research, I thought this was incredibly helpful, that it is typically designed to convey or capture runoff flows associated with a designed storm. So with that, the magnitude is based on a probability of distribution over observed historic rainfall events. One of the underlying assumptions of this standard design approach is that the rainfall probability distribution is static. I'm going to let you sit with that for a second because that was a mouthful. So we can no longer rely on historic storm events for design or maintenance. We must adopt a holistic approach that incorporates climatic impacts. So on this past Tuesday, City Council heard from NAU's Climate Science and Solutions graduate class, and they did a fine job recapping our work with CLIMAS, the climate assessment for the Southwest out of ASU, to develop Flagstaff climate profile and our vulnerability assessment. So these slides that I have before you, this slide and the next one, are similar to what you saw on Tuesday evening. And so Flagstaff is facing a wide variety of climate hazards that are not only being felt today, but will be, will impact every aspect of life in the coming decades. Flagstaff residents are all too aware of the hazards associated with warmer temperatures, more severe drought, increased wildfire risk, changes in precipitation, and more intense weather events, as well as more extreme flooding. The latter has been exacerbating existing and creating new urgent and long-term problems. And these are not isolated events, Council. We will continue to experience them at an accelerated rate. So these events will impact every aspect of our community, not only on water, but on land use, housing, our economy, our public health, and it will place significant stress on our infrastructure. May I have the next slide, thanks. So we are confronting unprecedented climatic changes, and while we are racing to address them, we do know where our vulnerabilities lie, as well as the level of those vulnerabilities. And as you heard again on Tuesday evening, as a city, we are highly vulnerable to reduced water availability and increased demand. We are moderately vulnerable to impaired water quality as a result of increased fire, drought, and flooding. And our infrastructure is highly vulnerable to the impacts of wildfire and flooding. Integrating diverse adaptation measures will be required to realize that transformation needed to build resilience to climate change and protect our infrastructure, community, and well-being. That transformation should systematically integrate 3 types of solutions based on technology, nature, and our community needs. So the invitation is to keep this in mind as we walk through the rest of the conversation, to take a holistic approach in how we're addressing our infrastructure needs. Thank you.
So I can speak to it a bit from a response standpoint in public works, responsible for not snow removal, but snow management. And you hit the dry spells, doesn't snow. And then when it does, the event's pretty extreme. And, we were tracking that data. And so you find yourself a little bit from that response standpoint, letting your guard down a little bit. And that's what's changed a lot this year. When the museum fire happened in 2019, we immediately went into action before the fire was even out. We need to protect against this impacts the Spruce Avenue watershed. We need to protect against that. Didn't happen. So we all kind of started to question the measures that were put in place. The residents questioned, and I know we did from a response standpoint in preparing for that disaster to happen. We let our guard down a little bit in that waiting for it to happen, and it didn't. And then it did, and then it was significant. And our snow events have been similar. I think that would truth out too, wouldn't it, Scott? So how are we preparing ourselves and our infrastructure, and then us humans living here? There's a mental health component as well. I know I could personally speak to it based on some of this summer's activities and working against an undefeated opponent. So continue annual response. We have some options. How do we respond to change? Well, we put together some options. We can continue the annual response, do the same thing we've done this year. It may or may not rain to the level that it has rained this year. It's about $1.8 million in response over 10 years. Simple math, $18 million. This number does not include the damage to homes. I think that was about 4.4 million in public infrastructure, damage to homes not included, and just the general overall living conditions of our community, less than normal standard life for those folks impacted. Option 2, $12 to $18 million. Now the next slide is going to go over some specific projects, but that's to improve the existing infrastructure or the existing footprint to mitigate these floods. We're very careful to say it's not going to solve. We can't design to the 100-year post-fire burn scar. The current system is designed to the 100-year non-fire, right? And so this burn scar is producing flows 6 to 10 times greater than what we would experience if the burn scar wasn't there. And then option 3, new stormwater infrastructure, additional piping. That's estimated, again, big range, $10 to $30 million. And as you'll see in a previous slide, this would essentially work in conjunction with 2. In order to do 3, 2 would have to be an option that we chosen. Any questions? So option 1, continual annual response. I had said actual costs may be significantly higher. They may be lower. But again, it doesn't include the cost of private property damage, $4.4 million in public infrastructure costs. And for example, even in some of the areas we improve a roadway that got washed out, and then the next storm it would wash it out again. And then the response cost of about $1.8 million a year. Option 2, we'll talk in a little bit more detail on the next slide. That's adding enhancements to existing infrastructure, increasing flow capacity through the city, and then minor adjustments to the stormwater footprint. Upstream channel detention retention projects must occur to attenuate flows to city design flow capacity. Attenuate flows, what does that mean? We're using that term a lot. We better know what it means. Attempting to manage the sediment upstream on the forest before it enters the city. That sediment loads up the flows, increases velocity, increases the damage that can occur to our community. So upstream work is so hugely important. A lot of complications with that. Would require permission by the National Forest Service, which, as you all know, is no easy task. And then where does the funding come to be able to do that? And if they are funds from the federal government, can we use those funds on federal land? Option 2, here's kind of a listing. Yes.
Councilmember Asplund had a question.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't mean this question to come across the way it will, but I think it's worth just sitting with. If we go with option 2, for example, is that going to solve the problem?
I'll answer that in the long version of the answer. We are currently
I'm thinking from the perspective of residents.
Yeah, we've noted, Councilmember Asplund, that the solution, it's not a solution, it's a mitigation measure. So for example, on August 17th and the flows before that, it's been calculated that those flows we're experiencing in those major events are between 1,200 and 1,800 cubic feet per second, as measured rudimentarily. But if you or I were to get caught in those flows, we wouldn't make it. It's significant. We've experienced that. What we can do in the Spruce Channel with some of these designing of some of these projects that we've noted, we're looking to manage about 650 cubic feet per second. I will say that a storm drain system that's well maintained is better than no system at all, but it does not solve. We cannot design to a 100-year event on that burn scar within the system that's in place.
I can just imagine the scenario where we do all of this, we spend all this money, and the next flood comes through, and we get the same visual result for Cedar Avenue and
the probability, the probability of that happening still exists.
Yeah. So reasonable expectations for the public need to coincide with all of this infrastructure improvement.
Yeah. We had that conversation last night at the community meeting. It's a tough conversation to have. I certainly don't like delivering that message at all.
I just wanted to add it reminds me of forest fire or forest thinning. You know, it's like our mitigations aren't going to prevent a fire, but they're going to lessen the impact, right? So it's the same idea, but I hear how that's a hard pill to swallow by the public and even by us as we move forward with this. But I guess that's where my mind goes. I just wanted to share that.
It's not an excuse for not doing anything. Just something to be present.
On the forest fire conversation, now I'm getting out of my realm a little bit, but that's okay. And I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but I was with the county during Schultz, and that was a non-treated forested area, 15,000 acres of high severity burn. Compare that experience to the museum fire that was a treated watershed. It makes a difference. Treated watersheds make a difference from post-fire flooding and from a community protection perspective. So if you add all these numbers up, I think you'll get 12 point something. Again, Spruce Channel master plan development to be determined. Currently working with a group of engineers on that, and it could be a partnership effort. It does not, these costs do not include any partnerships with the Forest Service or the Flood Control District. Aaron was able to meet with some Forest Service representatives earlier this week about that watershed. Just discussions right now. I know the community wants to hear definitive plans. We don't have them, but those discussions can lead to something positive, we hope. Flood Control District, with the county, I do have some experience with the Flood Control District, particularly during Schultz, and was helping to manage that. And so they're at the table, and the response efforts, it was very beneficial to have them at the table, noting all of our personalities sometimes got in the way, and we were all tired, but the community effort was there. And so we're looking forward to future discussions with them. But again, Paradise Channel improvement, that's kind of where, not kind of, it is where from the watershed, those flows enter our city infrastructure, and then we follow it down Parkway area detention, retention. There's an area of city property that we may be able to do some detention, retention on that can be helpful. Then the Vista Culvert improvements.
Councilmember Saul. You keep going down the list because I have a general question.
Linda Vista Culvert improvement, you're going to say, we already done that. Well, we doubled the size, we need to double it again. So it's at 300 CFS, we need to double it to at least 600, a little more if we can. Following it down, Cedar Culvert, that's a box culvert. Box culverts are expensive, so we plugged in $1 million there. And then the Dorothy Inlet improvement, that's in Sunnyside. You've heard a lot about that project. We have the channel, and then the inlet as an addition to that project. Doug and I have been working together all week, conversation with Greg on how that design can look, and do we have contractors lined up to do it, working with Rick and Gary and team. And so we're feeling like we can accomplish something there to work on what we call one of those pinch points. You'll notice on Dorothy, there are currently barriers across the road. And so that's a difficult situation for the community. Arroyo Seco diversion, that's a townhome development that gets hit pretty hard, frankly, as the flows work their way downstream. And I apologize, Amy Hagan is here, our parks manager, and I'm guessing Rebecca is on the phone. We have quite a few flows. We were there last night that have gone through Ponderosa Park. That park was completely inundated multiple times over the summer. It's a park that we recently made improvements to with the new basketball courts. We were there last night, Amy. They look really good. Great Phoenix Suns project. But ultimately, those flows end up at Killip School Detention Basin. And so that's kind of as you're working your way through the infrastructure. And then ultimately, the box at Route 66, Rio de Flag, Colorado River, but we're trying to work it through, coming up with a plan to work it through our city infrastructure at its most difficult points.
So another question. Yeah. So if the price is right. So we're looking at 12 to 8 million. Are these the hard cost of city projects that we can leverage in coordination with the Forest Service and the Flood Control District and potentially applying for state and federal grants?
I think any funds that we, the city, were able to put forward, if we can leverage those funds, that would be best case scenario from a financial standpoint.
So we're looking at a minimum of 12 and a maximum of 18 million for option 2. City funds.
City funds. City funds. In conversations with the flood control district, where the flows inner city infrastructure paradise, they are working, flood control district, working on plans above that a lot and are willing to contribute financially. We don't have hard numbers on that, but in conversations be able to do some work on the forest to mitigate as much as we can prior to it getting to civilization. Attenuation.
Question. So if funds are limited, basically with this, we're going to want to go into basic reverse order. So we would start with Phillips School Detention Basin, go to Arroyo Seco and north. Is that correct?
I think Rick and Gary and others with the technical registrants would say the best way to go about it is work from downstream up. Right, Doug?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. They're not in kicking distance. I know they would if they were close to me. For other reasons, not just that. Option 3, new city infrastructure. So we talked about this engineering summit, and I think the residents wanted to say, okay, you've had the summit, smart people. Now what are you going to do? Well, here's some ideas. And so this was an idea working in tandem with option 2 of some level of diversion around the area, but we have to make sure we're getting it to a place that's safe because there's this thing called adverse downstream impacts. And from a risk management standpoint, we always have to consider that. Legal, financial, risk management, technically, can it work? All of those factors are kind of a decision matrix that we have to consider. That would be great. And we get a lot of citizen comments. Can't you just build a wall around? Can't you just divert a moat? I wish we could. I mean, I wish we could. Yeah, right. So, whatever you want to say. I wish we could. So this is just an idea of working outside of the flood area using other areas of our city infrastructure to help manage the flows. Anytime you start putting pipes underground, your costs start to go up tremendously. Reviewing the options 1 and 2, what we're saying is essentially the same cost. We continue to respond. Definition of insanity. We'll keep doing that and supporting one another in that effort. Even with option 2, there may be still some response efforts, as Councilmember Haslam had noted, but we're hoping to mitigate against some of those in a normal rain event. Those major events, which we experienced 4 this year, are significant, and so there would still be a response. We responded throughout the community, University Heights, Ponderosa Trails, Rio de Flag. We actually, in the county, lost or severely damaged a couple of homes in that watershed, and then the new stormwater infrastructure. Any questions? So now we have the museum. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the Mount Eldon drainage issues. And one comment that we say on here,
I have a question, Andy.
Yes.
I'm not entirely certain on this, so I better just ask. Is option 3 $10 to $30 million in addition to option 2?
It is.
And not, okay.
So, and part of that, Councilmember Aslan, is if option 2 doesn't quote unquote solve the issue, option 3 can work further towards that, managing those larger scale events.
So we add that all up, we're actually talking between 22 and 48 million.
Yeah, so it's a big number. big number. And mind you, the stormwater fee collects about $1 million a year. Do I have that right, Rick? Yeah.
Yeah, 4.5.
Yeah.
Total or that?
Well, what was that again, Rick?
4.3. 4.3 million.
Okay, so the Rio, and then it's about $1 million for the stormwater program a year. Yeah. Okay. Now we make a statement here. The flooding caused greater damage in these neighborhoods than the 2021 museum fire scar. Social media recorded cars floating downstream. You've all seen it. You know, however, met hundreds of thousands of hits on social media. A couple of factors at play. One, we were preparing against the museum fire burn scar starting in 2019. And so we believe a lot of those mitigation measures put in place protected homes from being destroyed. This area was designed for the 100-year storm event for the city of Flagstaff. We had an event that far exceeded the 100-year. We're saying a 200-year event. I remember talking to Greg when it was happening, and he's like, I've never seen anything like it. It was 3 inches of rain in an hour. I don't remember, but just an extreme amount of rain in a very short period of time. So, we modeled it, right? And so we have our city civilization. We're living with a mountain. And when we were talking about those channels getting further in size, this is what we're talking about. Here are all the washes, channels that feed into our city of Flagstaff infrastructure. And in some cases, some of those channels got further in size. There's a pipeline here. The detention basin on pipeline property, Kinder Morgan, I think it's like 7 acres, 7 to 10 acres, about 7 acres. So we had Woodson Engineering look at it and say, okay, if you're to do a detention basin, it's about $2.9 million. That would be beneficial, particularly in conjunction with channel diversion on the pipeline property. That would help mitigate flooding on Appalachia as well as Monte Vista. And then the Fanning Wash improvements, likely about $2 million. You'll see here the damage that was caused to those washes. This is at the end of Appalachia. This channel, this is Paradise, Spruce Avenue Wash, Appalachia here. And it was a significant flood event.
Where's 4th Street on that?
4th Street is flowing with the museum fire flood event and a significant event creeping over from Rose, Dorotha, and 4th Street becomes inundated in those museum events as well. And then with the Mount Eldon event, it was the entire east side community. So I talked about those with the Mount Eldon drainage, 5 to 6 million. So here's what we have now. Annual budget is about $700,000 for projects. We do the spot improvements or connectors to the Rio de Flag. Our maintenance budget is approximately $300,000 between open channel and closed system. I will say maintenance was conducted at one point by Public Works, and quite frankly, we weren't doing as good a job as we should have been, just resource issue, et cetera. Water Services was able to get the back truck and other resources necessary. And so Mark Richardson has done a really good job of incorporating that into a work program. Storm drain maintenance, again, it's super easy to let your guard down, but a system that's in place that's well maintained is better than no system at all. And so we're dialing in that maintenance piece. So additional funding needs. The option 1 or 2 is 18 million. That's what the project says listed, or doing nothing. Still, we can accumulate significant costs over time. Mount Eldon mitigation, 6 million. And then if we could add some funds to maintenance, that would be helpful. And then the longer term museum fire funding is that option 3, big range, 10 to 30 million. Any questions?
Can you go back to the gap? The large area over to the right on the far east side. Further east, all the way east. What is, that looks like a really heavily impacted area.
What is that area?
Yes.
Doug, can you help me out?
Yeah, that's the area that drains.
Hey, Doug,
basin.
come on, a little closer to the.
Actually, go look at it.
I can almost read the street name right here.
Yeah, that's by Country, so that's the development behind Country Club, T into the highway. There's this little spot is old 66 where it connects to 89, so Country Club would be right there. That's the regional detention facility. The flood doesn't stop at the end of the blue line. That's just where the model stopped.
So eventually that gets to the regional detention facility near Country Club.
Yep, that's the same watershed. It all combines back together further downstream. It's the Fanning Wash watershed.
Councilmember Schwartz.
Andy, quick question. If we were to move forward with either option 2 or 3, what would be the first steps and how soon would we do those?
So right now, I would say where we're developing the most progress is this detention basin and then the Dortha channel and inlet. And I think in terms of, in the interest of time and doing as much as we can before next monsoon season, I think those are the 2 that probably have the most traction. What do you think, Rick and Gary? Yeah. And I think we would, whatever option was chosen, if we chose that one, we would make a really strong push to get shovels in there.
Andy, on that one, is the Arroyo Seco diversion in good shape to do those 2 facilities, or is it all 3 at the same time?
I can answer that.
Thank you.
To get the water to the Killup School detention basin, we would have to do the Arroyo Seco diversion.
That would impact the park?
Yes. Cut through the park.
That would impact the park. Yeah, sorry, Amy.
The new courts?
We tried to work, I was looking at it last night, it was dark when we were there. There's some room there to not impact the courts, I think. Yeah.
Does it take out the whole grassy area?
I think we would want to count on taking out the grass area. Now, again, we might be able to do something with that, but for planning purposes, let's take that into account. And if we don't have to, then that would be a benefit. Would you agree with that, Amy?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, and thinking about an engineering model working downstream upward, that starts to make some sense. Upper, as we work with the flood control district, Paradise Channel, we're doing some work there now, actually, kind of trying to, technical term, lay out that channel so as to slow down the velocity. That's a combination with the flood control district. That's happening now. I don't think it's complete, but we're happy for that project because if we can slow down those flows, it'll attenuate a bit before it hits city infrastructure. That will be a big help. Not a big number there, but we think it's a good bang for the buck project.
Couple more questions. Are we planning to at all partner or utilize any of the resources that they provide with students?
So NAU has been a big help with the sandbagging operation, frankly, as I've gotten some folks out there. In terms of incorporating students into the process, we can. I don't think we have fully. There was a new news interview in which I think he's on our water commission, one of the professors spoke, and his talking points were spot on, frankly. for me, I'd rather have him deliver that message than me, just talking about the magnitude of the flows. So I think we can look at that. We've just been pushing really hard to get to where we are today. And this is an opportunity again to take a step back and factor in discussions like that.
Quick follow-up. Well, I guess 2 quick follow-ups. So moving forward, what's the partnership with the county look like?
They, from a response standpoint, I think when you had the major events, the Spruce Avenue wash and then the Mount Eldon, they helped clean up and everything. But at some point, the flood control district, their message started to become burn compromised watersheds. That's where we're going to focus our effort. And so with the Spruce Avenue wash, burn compromised watershed, and right now in initial discussions, they're willing and ready to contribute. We don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but it, from what we're understanding, from a human resource standpoint and a financial standpoint. And they have contributed. The cost that I gave does not include their cost, and they've spent a considerable amount of funds on sandbag production, cleanup, et cetera. They've been a partner.
My last question, I've heard from the community a sense of a desire for like an alarm system. Are there any short-term mitigations that can help with that kind of communication to residents that we're looking into?
Maybe. So we worked with the Coconino County Emergency Management on Ready Coconino. They're big advocates for the system. I actually grew up in the Midwest in which we had tornado alarms. So every small town had one on top of the water tower, right? And so looking at something like that, I think in modern emergency management, and Chief Gaylor doesn't hear, it's not something that's desired for various reasons, and I can't cite them right now. But I think we keep looking at refining our emergency notification techniques with Ready Coconino. I didn't answer your question, but it's something that's been discussed.
Is there approximate cost to an alarm system?
I don't have one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Couple questions. I'm not I think this was asked and unless I zoned out, I didn't hear it answered. If this money was allocated, when could this start?
So Killip, Arroyo Seco, Dortha could start pretty quickly. Rick, can I say is particularly Dortha as early as this fall? Yeah.
And does this entire menu have to be funded in order for individual pieces of it to work?
Thank you for the question. So the detention basin, again, having to get it there, these are the pinch points. So if Linda Vista is improved, Cedar would be further impacted negatively. So if we were to work upstream, Dortha to Cedar, and then Linda Vista, even though we doubled the size of what was existing, and all 4 of those major storm events, I'm pretty clear to overtop all 4 times. And so then we did some alternative measures on Cedar. So I think it's a long way to answer your question. I think we would work our way upstream on those pinch points.
So you could get up to Cedar and that would be okay temporarily?
Linda Vista would still be problematic. And then, then you have in between Linda Vista and Cedar, Grandview.
So no.
You still have a lot of difficulties.
I have something to that. So one of the things we have to consider is if you were to start from bottom up, if one of those choke points, Linda Vista, for example, moves the water away from the conveyances we get. So if you approved it all the way up to Linda Vista, would all that water that we were intending to get to Killip School Detention Basin actually be able to make it there now that you've restricted it and changed it somewhere further upstream? That's one of the things we have to continually work back and forth on. The opposite is true. We go from top down. We just can't. If Killip School didn't happen, we really shouldn't do the rest of the improvements. The reason is we are causing an adverse impact, potentially causing an adverse impact by sending more water somewhere where everyone be working. So we have to weigh both sides. So essentially, to answer your question, more or less, yes, we would need to do all of them.
So if we could start this fall, are we prepared as an entity to continue on with all of the other improvements, given everything else that you're working on?
I think we are. Linda Vista, for example, we doubled the size of the culverts. Yeah, we would just continue on that path. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And so as part of the drainage master plan, you know, having preliminary discussions with the county on how to create a structure to be able to allow us to keep marching forward. As you know, Vice Mayor, a lot of conversations with the community, and it's definitely that balance between managing the whole piece, whether it's financial, communications, technical, construction. There's a lot at play. And so managing all of that is a lot. But we're committed. So.
Great.
Thanks, Andy. I don't know who can answer this question, probably one of the engineers, or Rick. And Rick's an engineer, of course. I didn't quite mean it that way. If money was not a constraint, or stated differently, if we were to find the funding, what is a reasonable expectation in terms of having all of these projects completed time-wise?
I wish we would have talked beforehand. I think
I'm not putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
It could be just a guess, but
I think here down before next flood season is doable. Rick? So Arroyo's, no, where am I? Dorotha,
Yeah, Dorotha, Arroyo.
up above.
I'm not clear on what's actually happened with the detention basin. That's probably where you and I need to spend more time talking. That's going to be cooperation with FUSD. It's on their property. I just don't know how far that one is along, but Arroyo, Seco, and the Dorotha improvements can be completed prior to the next monsoon season.
And the detention basin, I spoke to the assistant superintendent last week. They're on board. To the mayor's question, I don't know to what financial level, but I think there's some financial considerations there. So I think we could move it along.
Yeah, it's a joint use facility, just to kind of explain that a little further, and Doug can probably help, but the idea is they're going to put in fields after we, build a detention facility. And then those fields would be astroturf, lacking a better term. And then part of that cost is long-term cleanup associated with getting those fields back to a playable condition after every storm.
And to build, prior to any of that, the existing structure needs to be torn down, which I think FUSD they're committed to doing that.
And that would be an IGA that would land in front of this council.
Rick, on that topic, we've heard from the school district that they fully plan on having Killip open by next September. It seems like the detention facility or retention, I guess it's detention, could be completed by that time, or not necessarily, assuming we had an IGA and funding was in place.
Well, yeah, I would see the need to try to have all that construction completed before they occupied the school. So, yeah, we should be working on that. But yeah, I think Andy drew the line, so then we got to get box culvert under Cedar, then we got to improve the channel from Cedar up to Linda Vista, then we need to improve the Linda Vista culvert. And that will get us to about 650 CFS. And the flows that overtopped at Linda Vista went blowing down through Sunnyside were 1,000 CFS, Doug? 1,100?
1,800 on that August 17th start.
Okay.
And the current capacity is like 300.
It's like 350 to get under Linda Vista.
Same with Cedar, right? Capacity on Cedar.
Yeah, I think Cedar similar, yes.
This would add an additional 600 or 650.
Total.
So
So,
basically
Just
double.
double.
and then Dorotha would be what, where to do that inlet, 650, between 550 and 750
The
depending on.
the Dorotha Inlet would be actually a little bit greater. The way it would be designed would be to move the water under the road and then only allow out of it what the downstream infrastructure is designed to handle. So I think actually it would probably be around the 750. But again, it would be a little bit oversized.
We just push the water to the north side?
I wish we could put it somewhere that's not through our neighborhoods. Yeah.
So what size flood then is that going to be able to sustain? About 50-year flood on the museum scar?
10 to 25, 25 on the high side.
Well, one of the things
Yeah.
this is an interesting one. Next year, the watershed's going to be a little more recovered than it is this year and project out. So in these designs, the first thing we actually did at that summit was say, how far do we want to project out? Post-burn recovery. And so to come in and say it's a 10-year rain event that caused this flood wouldn't be true next year because the watershed's going to change. So say somewhere between the 10 and the 25, yes.
But any given year, we could have a new fire event that resets.
There's another conversation.
Situation.
Exactly. There's other areas up there that haven't been burned, so there's that potential. If the rest of the watershed did burn, then we'd be way on the low end. It could be a 2-year event that would cause these floods in the future. So a lot of moving parts there to be able to succinctly say, what event would it, but 10 to 25 is what the assumption is.
But we're working the probabilities. Yeah.
Well, there's also the inevitability, but, and that's what I'm interested in mitigating. I think we're here to solve tomorrow's problems today. And I don't think we're ready to get into a discussion of options. I'd like to talk more through the financial ramifications first, but indeed, I'm all in.
Councilmember McCarthy?
So if we increase the capacity of the Linda Vista culvert, would that move more of the water down that gully or that wash and move it away from Grandview Street?
Yes. So if you simply just upsized the Linda Vista culvert, more water would move through that culvert and west would come up and down Linda Vista and then down Grandview. However, there would be more water behind those same homes that are impacted. That channel isn't designed to carry that extra water. So there would be adverse impacts on the backside of it. And then those would continue all the way downstream.
So on this list, do we have anything to improve that wash?
Yes.
Well, there's a gap in between Linda Vista culvert and Cedar culvert. There's a gap here.
It's that bottom line, channel improvements. That wash actually is part. It's the most abundantly sized component right there. So that wouldn't be our constriction. So, but what would it handle 650? I don't know off the top of my head.
So my other question is about the Dorotha Inlet improvements. That's where at Dorotha in Maine, where it just completely got clogged up with logs and debris. And you're going to do what? Make a bigger opening or?
Yeah, it's a much bigger opening. I think the bigger component there is not just the opening size, it's the ability to pass the water. A lot of these are in conjunction with what's not shown, and Andy's mentioned a couple of times, what's happening in the county upstream. And that is the attenuation of debris and sediment. We need to get the sediment out because it doesn't matter how big our inlet is, if it clogs up in 4 seconds, the water getting through it. So those projects will help remove some of that debris and sediment, which would allow the capacity. It is a much bigger inlet. The existing pipe, I think, is only sized in the 400 CFS range.
So I'm wondering if instead of improving that inlet, if it would make more sense to make the channel open. In other words, not an underground. And of course, you'd have to close Dorothy Street to do that. But have that be an open channel, which is far less inclined to get clogged up.
So right now it's both. It's an inlet to a 60-foot pipe.
60 inch, yeah.
Inch.
60 inch.
60 inch pipe. And then the barriers are there to allow continuation of that open channel, which frankly was an alleyway that is now, and it was a drainage way before, but wasn't necessary.
So what I'm thinking is, and I'm just tossing this out, I haven't really researched it, but if you, instead of improving the inlet, you just got rid of that underground and let it be an open channel, which doesn't tend to clog up, and you'd have to close Dorothy Street. Just something to think about.
Yeah, it would be permanently closed.
Well, Arroyo Seco,
Yeah.
I mean, it goes underground through Arroyo Seco's parking lot, so to open that up is gonna have tremendous impact on people that live there. It's complicated.
The open channel was eroding such that the pipe became exposed. But that pipe is beneficial to the larger system. Right, Rick? Is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd have to get it back into a pipe at some point.
The pipe is super difficult to maintain, and that inlet's super difficult to maintain. Some progress was made yesterday. Mark was able to, we have the electric dozer, right? The mini dozer, and so that will be helpful. Some of these box culverts.
I guess my point is if we made it all open channel, that it would be less prone to clogging and would actually have more of a cross-sectional area to flow water. I mean, if you have a pipe like this and you get rid of it, you've opened it all up.
Would it be fair to step in and say that those might be considerations once we get funding fitted in place to do the final design?
Councilmember, it's a good idea and one that we'll think through. Definitely pros and cons. I think if it's perceived that we're sending more water above ground and we have a 60-foot pipe, just a lot of things, and then closing that street permanently, a lot of things to think through, but good notion.
It's just, brainstorming. All ideas are good for brainstorming.
That's right.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, we've got 3 in the queue, Councilmember Shimoni, Mayor, and then Vice Mayor.
Scott, did you want to add something?
No, go ahead.
Sure.
I was just going to try to frame it maybe a little differently, my observations, but please go ahead.
Okay. Quick question, Andy, if you can go back to, we're talking about water once it basically is coming down the hill. What else, and when I say go back, I more so, I don't even know if there's a slide to it, but I more so mean just the approach of addressing the water on the mountain before it starts coming down. Maybe thinking through the lens of the soil treatment and, the reason the water comes down so quickly in the first place is because of that burn scar. Are there mitigation strategies that we know of to address the burn scar that, might be a better investment than just handling the water once it's already kind of reached town?
There are forest health, forest regeneration, which takes a lot of time, and then the channel work on the forest. And I know we're not supposed to talk about it a whole lot, but with Schultz, some of the projects were implemented utilizing Natural Resources Conservation Service, EW, Emergency Watershed Protection Funds. The county is exploring those options very diligently, and potential for having success is pretty high.
So that's on the county, would you say?
Yeah. The issue is you can attenuate, but you can't manage to the point where it's not impacting city infrastructure. I wish you could.
Do they need our help at all, or are they?
Yeah. It would be a partnership effort. And so, for example, the congressional delegation is plugged in and very supportive staff. We have a great relationship. We've developed a great relationship with the staff. these are all good things. And so then it's a matter of understanding the funding availability and how we can plug it into specific projects. We're very hopeful about the infrastructure bill, frankly, and hopefully there's something there that we can utilize.
Yeah, so is the work that the county is wanting to, or is considering doing north of city limits contingent on us completing all of this?
I think in a partnership, they could do the work. I don't know if it's contingent, but they might be in a position to say, if we're spending money and effort, we're hopeful that you will be too.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering about their legal risks, if it's gonna create adverse impacts downstream. Do we have to do all the way of our project before that they can really do theirs from the legal risk aspect?
I don't know if we need to do ours before theirs. We'll have to evaluate all of that. And Rick continues to bring up the adverse impact analysis and the legal risk for all of us, and then separately as separate entities. It's there and it's going to be there, and we work to manage it diligently the best we can. It's difficult.
Can I address that point? I think the legal risk comes when you make a change that increases the flow downstream. But on the forest land, I think what the plan is to somehow slow down the flow. So I wouldn't think that would be an issue.
That would be their strong argument, Councilmember McCarthy, that they're not diverting or increasing, but attenuating prior to.
Right, which is there's no legal risk in that I can see.
There's always risk, even with good intention.
You know how those damn lawyers are.
That's sterling as a comment.
Speaking of damn lawyer.
Stacy, I figured you'd be waving at it. Yeah, Sterling would like to weigh in if that's okay right now.
Good timing, sir.
Are you all surprised?
No.
No. Anytime any conversation comes up with respect to the legal risk, obviously we're aware of that. That's something like Andy said, we will be evaluating and managing and working through that. And when necessary, we can advise you on that. But for purposes of the conversation today, Andy, that is the answer. We'll manage, we'll work through and do what we can. We won't get into any specifics on what would or would not increase the legal risk, or what would or would not be the county's consideration with respect to their legal risks.
Thank you. All right, Vice Mayor, you had a question.
Spoken like one of those lawyers, right?
Vice Mayor, and then Scott will go over to you.
Does all of this involve only, public land or our resources?
Yes, publicly held infrastructure, publicly held it, where the city have right to build. Aside from until it's public too.
I certainly want to stay within my lane and be somewhat courteous and cautious of every expert in the room on this. I did want to just make a quick observation, and I think this comes from some of my experiences of my past life and living this situation for 2 years now, from the response side. And what we're asking and what you have to understand is virtually impossible in a retreat setting or even via tours or being in the field. There are hundreds of moving parts with this, and I feel for you because I don't think there is a real clear-cut decision or approach that is right or wrong. And you're all asking really important questions, and you're asking questions that we've all asked ourselves. I think if I can underscore anything, it is this, is that you have a team of really competent engineers and experts and private, public, leading the charge at trying to solve as much of this problem as possible. And no one in any of the rooms has come up with something that is the best mitigation effort that just makes total sense and works in its entirety. But a lot of good ideas have come out of a lot of these meetings, and a lot of these that are on the list are reflective of these really good conversations. I guess I would ask, Andy, and this is something I think your group might have talked about, none of these to a degree are completely vetted in the entire system. They've all been looked at and they've all been analyzed to a degree, but we also still have only about 60 days between the last event and today. And the engineering exercise was about a month ago. We need some time. And I'm not saying that's a delay. I'm just saying there's a lot of things I think will answer questions that will get to the questions of how much flow comes off the forest, how much flow can fit through Linda Vista and then not impact Cedar, into Dorothy, into Arroyo Seco. All of this analysis work and these feasibility agreements are coming, and I know we're working them concurrently. And I say this because I think it can provide you some level of comfort knowing that you have a constituency in the community saying, what are you doing? We're doing things. We need to clearly articulate what we're doing to you, so you can articulate that. And then we are asking in this question, the resource allocation piece. And all of this costs money. And we know there's other partners, Forest Service, state, federal, local, county. I mean, these will all be players at the table, but I do see that the numbers are insurmountable to some degree. And maybe as a council, you decide, you know, we're going to leave it as is and just use the response model as the best mechanism. And that's okay. I mean, that's what we've been doing and that's what may occur. But if there's more desire to go beyond short-term mitigation into middle and to longer-term mitigations, they just need focused effort. And we need some time to get through those. So just a simple observation, and Andy, you are getting there. It's just let us work through feasibility on some of these. And I don't know if there's a magic number that we need in the first year or two. We know Killip School is ready to deliver. That one will be a really good deliverable project that helps the system, not in its entirety, but it helps everything south of there. And then if we can get further into the projects and further into the projects, you're going to find $20 million worth of effort makes a lot of difference to a lot of residents, but maybe not every resident in every street. So I would suggest we focus on a dedication to a feasibility, working jointly. Andy, we've done a great job, I think, setting up the county a structure that might work well in the coming months and year. And then giving you all comfort, knowing that we're working on things and we're getting them there. And then there will be some asks, and they're going to be infrastructure asks. But frankly, you could say, take $6 million and go do good work, and we're going to come back with $6 million worth of good work. There's a leap of faith here because we've had 60 days to get to something that makes sense for you. And it's really hard to present that and be able to answer every single question about it. So it's just a perspective. I really want to be cautious here and as respectful as possible, but completely understand that it's just not an easy one to totally get your brain completely around.
Thank you, Scott. Somewhat in tandem with that project that was at least partially funded prior to the events of this summer is the Dorothy Inlet project. And it's still in the queue to be completed and possibly completed this fall. That would necessitate some channel improvements as well. We have worked some of the budget figures around to enable that to go forward. And the questions have been asked and answered, you know, does it make sense to do that now, recognizing all of these other improvements are needed? And the response generally is, yeah, there's little downside in moving forward with that. It's part of the big fix. And this is actually not a fix, it's an improvement. It's a part of it, and it won't be work done unnecessarily or anything that has to be redone in the big scheme of things. So I just want to put that out on the table as we're still, the intent was to move forward with that particular part of this project. I think we could all evaluate that much further. It's an interesting one because we do want to move forward and do some things that make sense. But if the notion is we should take a pause and step back and do the greater feasibility study and reevaluate those projects, that's another alternative. We do that at the risk of not showing the community that we're moving forward where we can and where it's already been resourced. So it's complicated, but I just want to alert you to the fact that we do have that project. Again, it precedes the monsoon events. We were going to do this project, and it was, I think, always anticipated to be a fall project. So we're there. I don't know how council feels about that, but we might as well hear your thoughts. If there's hesitancy to moving forward, we want to know that.
So I'm generally supportive if something looks very similar to option two. I mean, the idea of just sort of like, don't do anything and, you know, muddle through option one, I don't support that. I guess I have two thoughts. And one is, I would hope the engineers would evaluate my idea of, does it make sense to improve the Dorothy Inlet, or would it be better just to channelize that through there? And that might not make sense, but I'll trust the engineers to analyze that. My last question is, do we have the funding right now to support the engineers to analyze this and move forward with the planning to get this done? Or are we gonna, you know, wait a year and say, well, we'll see if we can get funding next year to do the necessary analysis that needs to be done right now? I mean, Scott, do you have any thoughts on that, or anybody else?
Scott, or Andy, could you speak to the Fuller group and what is currently being discussed with the flood control district and what may involve participation with the city? And I think it's on point with Councilmember McCarthy's question.
Sure, and I think that myself, Andy, Christopher Tressler, and Lucinda have kind of become the go-tos throughout the project. Everyone has a role and everyone's really important, but the four of us have kind of tried to move the big picture stuff. And that's why I think you're hearing from us, and me in particular, to say, what are we doing? And the J.E. Fuller work, and they're a local hydrology consultant work, pretty well known now in the Western United States for post-wildfire. They did a lot of stuff on Schultz, have now since done a lot of work in the Western United States. Joe Leverich is a local engineer, and his team has figured out a way to model post-fire flood events. And so all of the short-term mitigations that were put into place were modeled from J.E. Fuller's work and proved up to be almost quite accurate to exact events. So we trust it, we look at the science, we question it, we ask ourselves what works, what doesn't work. But what Joe has now developed is, we've had this exact same conversation that you're having, and they have developed kind of a flow chart and outline of what would a museum fire flood improvement look like from downstream at I-40, South 4th Street, all the way to the very top of the burn, and all the different agencies, all the different players, all the different partners. How would this look? How does it get modeled? And how do we build a framework that can deliver meaningful projects? And it's in its infancy draft stages. We've spent about a week on it, but I do believe it is a model that we will likely bring back to an elected body. And I believe the county is going to do the same with their elected body, to say, here's our joint force. Here's our joint model and our approach to try to attack this problem from the most furthest downstream effect all the way to the top of the burn. Can we all get on board? And I'm assuming that's the study you're referring to, or the work you're referring to. We have brought it to the city manager's office and had some general discussions. I would suggest we need to move in that direction, and I think we are. But we're still vetting kind of how all those pieces work together. But that will formulate the IGAs, that will formulate the engineer focus to each area or each segment of the unit. And then we're going to go deliver good project work and try to get ourselves out of what is probably the worst thing to try to solve.
So if I understand correctly, you do have the funding to support what you need to do right now.
We didn't answer
I don't
that
mean the
part,
whole
did we?
project, but at least planning it out.
You're talking about the engineering part of it.
Yes, the engineering,
We
the
may be
analysis.
coming back on that one. We don't even know what the cost yet would look like. But the idea, as Scott just articulated, by the way, this has been vetted with Rick Barrett, Shane Dilly, and Andy and others. You know, this idea of joining forces with the county, having this outside engineering firm who specializes in this study, who has helped in this in our situation before, and we think with successful results in terms of at least forecasting. As to the cost of that, you know, we don't know what the costs are, and we come back to council on that one. But I'm going to generalize and say, compared to what we're looking at on the screen, this is that would be doable. Looking at the upfront cost with the feasibility study versus the bricks and mortar cost of doing these projects is going to pale in comparison. Yeah.
All right, so, but it isn't like, oh, engineering can't do the analysis now because we don't have any funding. That's,
No, now we're talking about the what. And you're speaking of the how much, that's coming.
well, yeah.
Yeah, we'll report back to you on that, but we think it's a good idea.
Quick comments. As we do continue down this journey and this path, I think it'd be important that we do our best to also like come up with short-term mitigation strategies for the neighbors in that community as we work on the long-term stuff. I think we all feel the pressure from the neighbors, and they want to see us not only take on long-term mitigation, which what I'm hearing is just going to try to minimize the impact, but the impact is still going to be significant, likely. And so I just wanted to throw that in here. I'd like to see us also talk about short-term kind of Band-Aid approaches to helping some of like the elderly individuals who are really struggling with this. I remember last night seeing the lightning and thunder and feeling that trauma of here we go again, right? And I'm not even in the floodplain, but I can't even imagine the wear and tear of the mental health of the individual. So anything we can do to add a line item for short-term mitigation and have that strategy, I would be supportive of. But in general, I very much support the plan. Just wanted to add that to it.
And Councilmember, short-term is exactly what's in place right now. And we've got to move away from short-term and get to medium and long-term mitigations because the short-term isn't sustainable. And it is very detrimental to the community and very hard on people, but the short-term is what's in place today. Now, the support of short-term, I think are the points you're referring to. Yes, we continue to talk with residents and to meet with residents and revise our operations and to give assistance where it's needed and utilize United Way in appropriate manners. I don't think that will ever stop. Even if we complete all of the medium and long-term mitigations, there still may be some short-term measures in place. So we know there's going to have to be a commitment long-term for some of these residents because they're simply in the worst spot of the worst spot in the entire wash.
There's nothing else short-term that you can think of.
We meet 3 times a week and we make improvements every week, but right now it's functioning the way it should function and it's functioning well, which is a good thing.
Again, the funding and the budget approval for the North Inlet and related improvements are also in place. I don't characterize that as a Band-Aid approach. That is part of the puzzle here and a logical project to precede the other ones, especially with the notion that Killip gets completed between now and next September. So that one does make sense, I believe. I think many of us would agree. I want to check in time-wise. Indeed, you had your finger up. You know how
At least it was
intuitive. We want to talk about funding, and is now a good time to get into that?
Yeah.
The other Rick?
Thanks.
When we talk about funding, everybody gets up out of their seat and exits. Except Rick Tatter.
Right about lunchtime.
We're not, you, Rick.
Are you gonna walk on water, Rick?
Just got the deep pocket.
Yeah. Processing the water is what we need to figure out.
All right. It's still afternoon or morning, I don't know.
Afternoon. 5 minutes into afternoon.
All right, well, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Team Flagstaff and everybody. Water Services brought a few big asks financially, and I think it was a great conversation, well built through a lot of people's help. And we appreciate your conversations on those. You know, they can build the ask, and then they always turn and say, okay, how do we get there? How do we fund these kind of things? Which really triggers all of management services into, all right, we got something to help solve and bring some discussions forward from finance, budget, purchasing, contracts, and our billings team to bring in the revenues to take care of these things. So we're here to help and talk about what is doable in our organization. If we go to the next slide, or I got it here, you drop that and pick up this. Just up and down, or just
Just the one on the right.
right there.
So just summarizing some of the conversation we had today, it's, hey, we need $313 million. I'm like, whoa, when do we need this? Is one of my big questions. And, okay, let me think about how we get there. So here's just a summary of the wildcat and stormwater needs that we talked about. For option 1 and 2, we are really looking at a big investment in the next 5 years. There's maintenance, there's improvements to the existing system that is needed. We need to get design started, which is a big dollar ticket for design and that kind of work. Regardless whether it's option 1 or option 2, we need to start these investments. And we're talking short term, 5 years. We need to start getting the funds set aside for these projects. The longer term, as we get out to 6+ years, is another focus we need to take a look at. The long-term impacts and financing for the project. So the $135 million to nearly $3 million is something that has different balances of needs and timing. Stormwater, we see that as a more current impact that we'd like to see these mitigations done in a shorter period, a 5-year period. Mainly the option 1 and 2 conversations that were talked about today. The option 3, I think, is more that long-term, like we're talking about the plants and building. Those will need additional time and funding. We're talking about that mid-range stuff right now in the 5-year period. So here's just a list of those projects that Andy brought forth in the stormwater team, just summarizing what we are looking at. So, when we start talking about, funding needs for our organizations, I kind of got to look at what's in our toolbox, what's available to process, get financial needs, and move these projects forward for our funds throughout the city. And of course, an enterprise fund has different resources than maybe a general fund. So there's things that are more doable or less doable when you're talking about fund types. So in this conversation, we're looking more at the enterprise funds. That's why we kind of brought those together for our financial considerations. They're similar in what we're looking for in these funds. We haven't done any financial modeling yet. These are fresh numbers and big numbers that we need to really work through. But understanding what you as council are interested in having in our toolbox is important to us. We need to know what some of these things you may say, no, let's not go there. Some things maybe a yes, thumbs up, move on it and go. So we're looking for a little bit of your direction today to say, yes, start moving in that direction, start putting these in the toolbox and moving forward. So after we go through these resources, we will reach back to you and say, give us an idea. What don't you want to do? Is really what we're looking for in this conversation. So at the top for enterprise funds, their main resource is user fees. Bringing in a fee for the services that we're providing is very common for enterprise funds and really the top of what we have in our toolbox. That's always in the toolbox. A rate change, discussion on that is something that council can adopt and bring forward to pay for infrastructure costs, operating costs, and so forth. When we look at the wastewater side, our user fees in wastewater is about $10.5 million. So when you're looking at that number versus some of these, the $180 million to $313 million, I'm going to start on the low end, $180 million. You're really looking at almost doubling fees, doubling every customer's water fee over the next 15 years to pay it as you go and get it done. That would be a big hit. So we're not always looking at just one option when we're talking about these conversations, but how can we pair options together to be successful and have lower impacts to customers. When we've done previous rate increases in wastewater, they've been in the 5 to 6%. So this would be a huge difference than what we've seen in the past. But it's a bigger problem. It's a bigger item to solve with our revenues. On the stormwater side, I have the $5 million number here. This does not include that option 3 that we're talking about. We're going to focus the short term. Their revenues are about 4.3 million on an annual basis. So, if you look at wanting to get that number, the 25 million over 5 years, pretty simple, $5 million a year. So you're going to have to double your rates for stormwater to get it to a pay-as-you-go and pay for the infrastructure as we go forward. Just trying to show you the measurements of what these kind of tools mean. Stormwater fees were increased from 1.47 to 2.26 in February 2018 to be a short-term fix for some of the financial needs we needed. But in July of 2019 is when we did a large increase, and the rate is now 3.74 per equivalent runoff unit per month. That was an influx, $36 million in funding for capital projects in our stormwater fund. Here we're needed another 25 million. So that gives you kind of a perspective of where our rates have been and what we've asked and adopted as council in the rates. A monthly impact, if you do like a $4 rate for customers, is about $21 a month for residential customers. It ranges. It's based on equivalent runoff units. And I may get too detailed here, but it could be from $3.74 to the $21 per month. So there's the perspective on a user fee and using that in our toolbox. The next item is capacity fees. Capacity fees are only for the purpose of water projects. And so we do have water and wastewater are eligible, and we do have a capacity fee in place, and that would be allowed under the wastewater side. You see the stormwater side is crossed off. That's not a tool for stormwater projects. So we're not going to turn around and adopt a capacity fee to solve these types of problems. And these are capacity fees, which are different than development fees. Capacity fees are allowed by water services type funds, and that's what we model our rates under. The other key point with capacity fees, it's only about growth related costs. So while we're looking at a $180 million price tag, not all of that's growth related. A lot is about maintaining, getting back to that $6 million capacity we already have. So really it's that growth that can pay with capacity fees. So there's going to be a mix on how capacity fees can go into that toolbox and help us deliver these projects. Collections in wastewater for capacity fees range, depending on the construction year and how many people are adding water services to our existing system and wastewater collection. It could range from 1.5 million to 2.5 million. But again, it depends on construction stuff, trends and where those go. Capacities right now are about 3,700 for the smaller meter size, tying to wastewater, up to almost 300,000 for the largest meter. So that's capacity fees as far as our toolbox options. Debt financing. Debt financing is usually a really good funding mechanism when you're talking about larger infrastructure costs and needs. There's a couple of reasons for this. It lowers the immediate impact to our customers, our existing customers that we have in place. We're not going to see bigger spikes in rates if we can debt finance some of this stuff. Another part is you extend that and it goes to future customers and the ones that will be using the product and the facilities over a longer period of time. So you're going to get return from future customers. It's a good thing. You can get projects in place sooner rather than waiting for the funding to come in place. It would take a while to get this type of funding in place. Negatives, it adds interest costs to projects. So that increased actually our total project cost because we got to have interest to finance it and what we have to pay back in fees. That's just part of the equation. And if we do a debt financing, we still have to have something to pay it back. Today, in our plans, we don't have any funding to pay back the items we're talking about today. We do not have that debt service revenue per se. So we would still, if we issue debt, have to have a user fee increase or a capacity fee change that can help offset and pay back our debt over time. So it's a great option, but it does need one and or two to help us through that process. Also noted in here that it may take a change in your policies, your water policies. Current our policy for water services plan is to not exceed 20% debt to your annual operating revenues. With numbers that we're targeting here, that will be very difficult to keep within that 20%. We're already using that capacity today. So there will be discussions about what does that number be? Where do we want to get to in debt obligations going forward? So for Wildcat, for this amount and this need, I definitely, would see financing as a very valuable option for us. The debt, generally we do 20-year debt, but we could do 30 to make it more palatable for our customers and the resources that we have to pay back the debt. And there's flexibility that we can work in with that. But however, we still need probably about $10 million in revenues to pay debt service back. But having multiple tools, part with capacity, part with user fees, you lower that impact to the existing customers. You add federal funding, again, you lower the impact of paying these things back. Stormwater, stormwater needing, maybe a 5 or 10 year debt for $3.5 million, you're still going to have a rate increase tied to that. It may spread that user fee and make it lower, but you're still going to have to raise fees $3 or so per ERU.
Repayment of the debt, it has to come from a revenue source. You can't repay it out of the general funds. Is that correct?
The general fund could be a revenue source to pay back enterprise fund debt. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. It's just what is that resource in our entire organization? How do you get that resource? Yeah, thank you. Federal and state funding. This is one area where we do a lot of work in management services. Got a great team working to bring in the best bang for our bucks with federal funding and state funding. This is one where it really does lower the impact to our customers, direct impact to the bill payers. By funding things with federal funds, you may not get 100% funded, but at least you're having them participate and reduce what's coming out of our pockets. Key coming up is a new infrastructure bill. I know you're all aware of that. And hopefully that gets approved in the near future. And I would expect that we want to focus our attention when this bill comes out toward these types of projects. The big dollars, the core services that we need within our community to deliver safe water and collect wastewater, process, manage stormwater, really key to our community. So we'll watch for that and we'll see how we can leverage federal funding. Next item is so the green are like, yeah, we can go do these things. These are the easier things to just put out there and put in the toolbox. Then we get to the ones that are maybe a little more of a discussion and a conversation that we're not quite sure we want to go in that process. And then the red coding, of course, it's like, no, these are not recommended going forward. So reprioritizing capital projects and equipment. Sure, we can go through a process through our 5 and 10 year plans and say, well, this one came to a priority. How do you move things around? But generally, when you're looking at a capital plan for a water service fund, stormwater, wastewater, so forth, the needs that are in there, you won't necessarily cut out. You're just deferring. And you're probably gonna defer maintenance and replacement to replace it with a different project. So that's why that's kind of in a cautionary area, because delaying is not always the best option when you already have needs that are in place to maintain, to replace. And that's on both sides. We already have a list of stormwater projects that are in the 5-year plan that we want to get throughout the community. Do we want to give away one of those or delay one of those further for this? That's a tough call. But again, it's just delaying. The need is still there. The next item is general obligation bonds, which is a secondary property tax to pay back our debts that we issue. And this one is a viable option for any service within the city of Flagstaff. All of our organizational needs can be funded this, including our enterprise funds are eligible for general obligation bonds. Currently, our capacity is about $100 million over the next 20 years. That's the max we could issue, and then we couldn't issue any more until about 20 years out. That's the height. I'm not recommending we get to that level, but there's capacity for the conversation.
At the current rate.
At the current rate, thank you. That is the key. That's at our current 0.8000 rate for our tax levy. We can go well above that rate if council is willing to go above that rate and be further in property tax payments. It's a great point. Thank you. Of these, I feel that, the stormwater issues could be a favorable item to bring forward in election for general obligation bonds. Wastewater may need a little more time to develop, to figure out what the real big ticket number is in the development of the construction of the second option 1 or option 2. But they're available in our toolbox for your consideration. The next item is our general fund supports. This is one that is just really tight every year. Every year we have a struggle trying to get funding for everything we need. But it's an option. General fund can support other funds in any way. So it's in the toolbox, but it's really unlikely and probably wouldn't do a big push toward moving the needle on these types of projects and these costs. We have other infrastructure needs or capital equipment needs. We'll talk about those a little bit later today.
Yeah, Rick, on point. If you look at the transmittal letter in this year's budget and last year's budget, you'll see a pie chart that shows how our general fund is divided up expenditure-wise. A very small sliver goes to capital expenditures. And so I just want to echo Rick's comment. Well, it's a doable funding source, only in very, very small part and already fairly heavily encumbered.
And then the last one, also in red, it is doable. We can issue sales tax to pay for infrastructure, water, and funds like that through a dedicated sales tax. I'm not recommending this at time, and I'm not sure that council wants to change that from red to green, but that's an option. And could be a resource in the future, maybe. Maybe it's not now, but when we get to the $130 million project, maybe that's a time where we need to think about sales tax. A thought. Maybe it's when some taxes go down. Another thought. So there's my toolbox. I heard a comment this morning, and I really appreciate it, is bringing in revenues based on the decisions we make. How can we turn around and make revenues off of what we do at a Wildcat plant? That I kind of figure in the user fees, the pay-as-you-go kind of number, and that's definitely part of the equation that we want to consider as we move forward with these financial plans. But again, no financial planning has been done at this time. So there you go. There's a conversation on the toolbox, and open to hear your discussions of what you're like, no, let's not go there. And we'd appreciate it so we can build those kind of plans.
Crickets.
And then we're at lunch.
Public comment.
Yeah, we have actual public comment and then lunch. But timing wise, we have some flexibility. Lisa? So several years ago, a bond was placed on the ballot to upgrade, I think it was Wildcat, to for it to be able to produce A+ water, correct?
Yeah, 2008-ish, if not before.
And so the Flagstaff voters, you know, have shown that they care, or at least did then. And I'm wondering, with some of the opportunities that we talked about earlier today about energy production, or you know, the whole like biosolid campus that that we could create on that side of town. I guess I just put it out there as an option when thinking about whether bonds are something that we would want to look at for wastewater.
I just add a little more background to that. So when we went for that bonding, we actually authorized general obligation bonds or revenue bonds. Should the revenues not have been enough in the water services funds, that the secondary property tax would have been paying back debt at the time. We have not had to dip into the secondary property tax to pay that back. So I just want you to know that that was a format of that ballot question.
How much was that ballot question?
So it was in May of 2004, and it was $23.1 million.
May of 2004, $23.1 million.
So I have a zero.
And then Wells was separate. Wells was 8.5 million.
And we did wells for 8.5 million. I'm just capturing it.
Councilmember.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you touched on this and I missed it. We just saved a lot of money by refinancing our public safety apparatus. How do we tap into some of those, what would have been future expenses against the pension? Is that general fund stuff?
Yeah, there's a small part that's with the airport with their pension costs, but the public safety pension funding will help free up, well, it freed up to about $2 million annually into our general fund. Those monies are currently being held annually due to our contingency reserve policy and the substance we had as far as it's in ordinance, all that. While we issued it just last fiscal year, we want to make sure we hit the needle right. So right now we're kind of holding those until we get past that year to see if our rates change or influx, or if public safety makes some drastic changes to actuarials or market changes. So right now those are reserved within the general fund as one-time funding for the next 5 years. After that, it was built into the capacity of providing merits and stabilizing our general fund. So we've committed that to structurally taking care of something and not seeing that peak that we're going to have. So that's how we currently have that committed.
You know, it seems to me, I'm a little frustrated with the way the infrastructure talks are going in DC, and how a lot of that is in such flux and really vulnerable to failure right now. I don't know how much that impacts or influences this discussion right now, but it sure would have been nice for this to have been already decided for us to be talking about in a different way. I mean, I just want to recognize that there's a scenario in which there's $0 from federal infrastructure program coming our way anytime soon.
On that,
Thanks, Austin. Wah, wah.
Captain Positive.
Meredith. Come on.
I try to be optimistic about that too, but I try to be pragmatic at all times, and it doesn't look good right now.
What is typically the matching from federal and state aid on these types of projects? Is it 4-to-1? Is it 1-to-1 matching, or what is it traditionally?
You know, it's a range, depends on the grant type. Sometimes we've seen 100%, you know.
Let's do that.
Funding, and we'll fight for that one. Our airport, I think is 95% for those types of projects. I think generally we've seen 75 to 80% on a lot of our projects, but it could go down from there. But I would hope it's above the 80% when we see the funding coming out. Yeah.
Well, I'll say that what I don't think we should be using is general fund support or sales tax. I think that is not going to be tenable to the public right now, a sales tax for this particular purpose. We are going to have to otherwise really, diversify all of these things. So we're going to have to pursue it as such. So user fees, capacity fees, debt financing, what federal aid we can have. And I think we should be looking at reprioritizing existing capital costs and projects. We hear also from Sunnyside so often on how much our capital projects historically have put them on the back burner in the first place. Now, reprioritizing it towards our lower income neighborhood that's disproportionately affected by this, I think is an appropriate way to reappropriate our funding source. So I'm open to those. The general obligation bonds, that's going to have to be a conversation I'm less interested in, given that we are looking at other bonds right now that are in development, and I think we're going to be pretty stressed on that number, and I don't want to put 4 different things of the general obligation bonds on the ballot, or they're all going to fail. So I guess that's where I'm at with that.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I think I'm pretty much in agreement with where the mayor is on those points. I mean, obviously, if we can get federal or state funding, obviously we're going to take that. But as Mr. Aslan pointed out, who knows what's going to happen there. I think we do probably need to issue some debt, and debt is appropriate in my mind when you're putting it towards projects that are long-term. They're not good for, operating or whatever, but working on our water system that will get us through the next 30, 40 years or whatever the number is, I think is an appropriate use for some debt. And then the question that Rick was also going to ask, well, how do we pay for it? And I think, again, philosophically, the money should come from the people that use it. So the people that use the water system should pay for it. And that translates to user fees and capacity fees in an appropriate proportion. I mean, obviously, capacity fees increases the cost of housing, but my philosophy there is that, new construction should pay its own way. It should not be subsidized by other users. So basically, I support user fees and an appropriate increase in the capacity fees that's not gouging, but, is fair. So that's where I'm at.
Housekeeping matter, we had targeted this time for public comment, and I just want to put it out there. If there is any public comment to be had, now would be a good time for that to occur. We continue this discussion, and Stacy Salzberg is monitoring to see if any comments come in. Thank you.
Meanwhile, can I just piggyback off of the last 2 comments? I'm pretty much in agreement, although I would add that I would be willing to look into the idea of the sales tax for these issues. I think voters our constituents are usually very hesitant to embrace something like that unless it's, taxation with representation and it's for the right reasons. I think a case could be made, especially since the last monsoon season was such a shared experience for the entire town, that something like that could be feasible. I'm willing to have the conversation anyway.
I don't have too much to add, but I just wanted to verbalize that I too feel similarly to what others have already mentioned, and to Councilmember Aslam's comments about sales tax. At first, I was opposed to that idea, but I also wouldn't necessarily fully take it off the table. This might be the scenario where that actually does make sense, but I do have some concerns about user fees going up since we just raised those, and the fees that we have just recently implemented, but yeah, I don't really have much more to add to the conversation. I don't know if there's going to be a ballot initiative that we can put on in 2022, but future years definitely open to that. That's all.
Vice Chair, and then Councilor Sweet. Generally am in agreement with what's been said. I'm open to discussing anything that can get us where we need to get it. And I would just ask that, so if staff, for the next time that we talk about bonds on the ballot, if you could bring forward information about past bonds and what we did, because I know that we have at times placed many things on the ballot at the same time. And if you could bring information about how those did with voters and how many and how much, I think that would be helpful to the discussion.
Thank you. I am in agreement. I'm willing to have any conversation, but I'm not as maybe wanting to talk about sales tax increase for the future plans. I'd like to have that conversation. But other than the same thing.
Councilmember Salas, by Councilmember McCarthy.
Question then a statement to Mr. Tatter. Mr. Tatter, when was the last time we had fee increases and fee structure changes on wastewater and stormwater?
Stormwater, the big last rate increase was July 2019. After we did the last rate study for wastewater and water, we had fee increases in place every year up through 2019, 2020.
I think it's January 2020. Went in place 2016.
All right, I got it here, I think. Yeah, January 2020 was our last rate increase adopted by council. I pronounce.
Yeah, we're just talking about the county fee. Yeah. This is where we get our creative thinking hat on. So I'm also willing to explore user fee, capacity fees, and pursue aggressively state and federal funding.
Councilmember McCarthy.
So, Rick, I had a question for you. If we issued bonds, then they would be paid for by user fees and capacity fees. Would that have to go before the voters? Or is that something council can do?
Council can authorize just about any kind of debt except for general obligation bonds.
So something having to do
with
sales
tax bonds.
So sales tax,
yeah,
or property
sales tax, property tax
has to go to the voters.
Yep.
But if it's based on user fees and capacity fees, council can make that decision.
Correct.
So that might be a consideration one way or the other.
Well, if I may, I think it would if you wanted to front load any of these projects. Otherwise, we're in a save and pay strategy and it will take years. Going back to stormwater, actually both topics this morning, I don't know that we're afforded that much time. If the desire is to build now or soon, debt financing makes a lot of sense. And it would, as Rick notes in his matrix, necessitate user fee and or capacity fee increases. We're glad to take a look at that. I think it goes without saying on this, we're going to be as aggressive as we can on the federal and state funding. All eyes upon the infrastructure bill, but it doesn't end there. I mean, this will be a continuous pursuit. We'll do everything we can to try to find outside funding.
Do we have the possibility of sending out certificates of participation for our water, like this building here, to be able to pay for storm water and wastewater?
This building is already under a certificate of
Yes.
participation, so could use this one as an example, but, we pledged a lot of buildings last year with a pension, so our inventory is small. But yeah, we can look at certificate of participations, revenue, those types of ideas, yeah.
Okay.
But the one consideration is if you do it on a water service facility, it has to be for water services needs. Wouldn't want to do a certificate there to pay for a court bill. Just,
Yeah, so we could do it for, say,
a like use, yeah.
Wildcat to deal with the wastewater, right?
Yep.
Well, that seems to be something.
We just gotta pay it back.
Yeah.
So what the debt feature is still to be determined, revenue bonds, certificates, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, thanks.
Councilmember Schmody, then we do a time check on it.
Really quick final comment. So when we do look at geo bonds, future conversations, I think it is important that we look at the different rate levels because we didn't put anything on the ballot in 2020, and therefore the rate went down from, I want to say, like 0.00836 to 0.008. Right, so we dropped the 36.
366.
3366?
8336.
366, you're right. You're right. Thank you for that clarification. So I just wonder what that difference would look like in terms of the capacity. But we can have that conversation in the future.
From what I recall, it's about 7 million.
7 or 70?
7.
7, okay. How much?
There's always one less zero than you hope for.
Or a couple more than
Yeah, we had that number in April. I think it was 7 million.
All right. So Rick, are you comfortable with the
I think we're good.
getting what we needed? And then to Stacy, do we have public comment? I do not have any requests to speak at this time. Okay.
Then I think we're on schedule.
I just want to point out, it is 12:45 on the dot,
How
which
about
was
that?
the schedule. So we have 30 minutes scheduled for lunch. Do we need to go anywhere for lunch, or what's the?
So we've got food that we are bringing in. We'll have it in here very shortly and we're good to go.
And then we'll start back at 1:15.
To call this meeting back to order.
So well done.
Thank you. That's so official. All right. Okay. So for kind of regathering here and also as a prep for this afternoon's conversations, I have passed out a worksheet to everybody. Stacy's got extras, but I don't think we would need them. Make sure you've got them. There's a series of words or phrases down the left-hand side. And what you'll see on the right is percentage of time. So the first one on there is half of the time. And your job is to take those words or phrases in that left-hand column and translate them into a percentage of time of what you mean when you use them. So if we said half of the time, generally that translates to 50% of the time. So if you said, Nicole, you're funny half of the time, you're funny 50% of the time, which is generous. So thank you. So go ahead and take a couple of minutes and just fill out what you mean in terms of a percentage of time when you use that word or phrase. Now you can repeat numbers and they don't have to equal 100. So sometimes we see crazy things like that, but just generally, what do you mean when you use those words or phrases? Okay, and just make eye contact with me or give me a quick thumbs up if you're done. So I know you're not working on your grocery list. Thanks for the Batman mask, Councilmember McCarthy. All right, and no overthinking. So if you've only got 2 filled out, you're thinking too hard.
Yes.
I overthink often, but not always.
Often, but not always. Half the time. Okay, so I'm going to go through and I'm going to read the word or phrase. And what I want you to do is just everybody shout out what percentage you wrote down. So we don't have time for raising hands and being polite. I'll publicly shame you if you do. Just go ahead and shout it out and then I'll ask a couple of questions from there. Make sense? Okay. What did you write down for often? 60. Anybody lower than 60 for often? No hands raised. What'd you write down? 25 for often?
Often.
What? Okay, anybody higher than 70?
75.
75, higher than 75?
100.
100 for often.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I thought we jumped always.
Oh, no, we're still on often.
Okay, sorry. 35.
Rick is often confused. No, he's always confused.
Always.
80, 100.
90.
90.
I heard 80. Is anybody lower than 80 for always? All right, and 100. Sometimes.
25.
20.
25, 20, lower than 20. 33 is not lower than 20. 10?
10.
Okay, for sometimes.
Bingo.
Sometimes 33, higher than 33.
Oh, higher than 33 for sometimes? I had 40.
50.
40, 50 for sometime?
Yes.
Who was that?
Chief.
I love the investigation. Who said that? Never. Never. 0. 2. Did I hear 2? 2. Anybody higher than 2? There's always a 2. Most of the time. 95. 95. Higher than 95.
I had 80.
That's not higher than 95. Lower than 80. At 75? 70. Greg in the front with 70. Occasionally.
15.
25.
15. Lower than 15. 10. Lower than 10? All right, I heard a 30 in there. Higher than 30 for occasionally?
35.
35.
40.
40. Going once.
Was that the chief again?
Are you just one-upping them or? Okay.
We're just meeting.
All right, give me a lot.
75.
75.
75.
65, lower than 65.
50.
50, lower than 50.
30.
40.
30? 30 for
A lot.
all right, higher than 75. 80.
85.
85, higher than 85.
90.
90. All right,
What did I feel?
give me rarely.
10%.
5, lower than 5.
4.5.
4. All right, higher than 10
Come on down. You're
for
the-
rarely. Anybody higher than 10?
I had 15.
All right, and frequently.
60.
65.
60, lower than 60.
50.
50, lower than 50. For frequently. All right, higher than 65. 80, higher than 80.
85.
85, higher? 85 for frequently.
Wow. That's a good exercise.
You forgot pretty often.
That's a good.
Pretty often. So what do you notice? What do you notice?
I think the police chief needs to recalibrate.
Reset.
Yeah, we got some big swings there, always.
Y'all are crazy.
80%? Always, never 0, 2%.
That was close.
Yeah, you're the only one who used less than 5. What am I trying to say? 5, 10, 15, 20.
Increments.
Yes, thank you, math people.
I have done this
Less than-
hundreds of times and there is always somebody who says 2. I've never done it where I haven't gotten a 2, at least 1, 2. Yeah. 25% and 75% often. 50%, 85% of the time for frequently. How often do we use these words?
Frequently.
A lot.
Most of the time, right? If you tell a team member, you know, Greg's doing a performance eval of a team member and says, you know, Scott, frequently one of my favorite people to work with. And Greg's thinking 85% of the time, and you hear 50%, you're like, what? Half the time I'm not somebody he likes to work with? These are fuzzy words. Fuzzy words.
Except for never, never.
Even never.
Well,
0 or 2. 2% of the time. Right? I never text and drive.
Oh.
I always take a shower.
Right.
It's getting too personal here. But I love this exercise for a couple of reasons. One, it demonstrates how important it is to be precise and clear in our communication. So especially when we start talking about projects and big dollars of spending and things that are personally important to us, to remember that we need to be precise. And if we don't know, ask for clarification. I heard you say that sometimes we need to do a better job. Was that 10% of the time or is that 50% of the time? Those are different response rates. The other thing that happens with this exercise is when somebody throws out 80% for always, and everybody goes, what? Or, you know, whatever the other one was, occasionally at 40%, not just 35, but 40%. And someone says, how could you possibly think that? Usually the subtext of how could you possibly is you're crazy. Right? And we don't say it out loud usually. Some of you did, which I appreciate your candor in this exercise. But we often think it hard. And what that can do is that can undermine how we're communicating with somebody else when we get lost in that judgment of who they are as a person versus staying focused on what they're saying. So just kind of keep that in your back pocket, especially as we come into this afternoon's conversation.
Could you do this again with prayer?
Okay. Okay, so with that, we are kicking off. Who's our first? Who am I handing off to here?
Well, this afternoon, we're talking about separated bicycle lane infrastructure is our first topic. Who will be our lead-off presenter on this?
I can take it.
Ken Bellman.
That right.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, so we're gonna have to behave because our presenter's on the.
Hey, before we get into this, Rick, do you want to make an introduction for everybody as to who our speaker is?
I'd be glad to.
Thanks, Rick.
I'll just stay right here. So we got a multi-pronged approach here for council today. It's going to start off with our separated bike lane projects that you're all well aware of. But then we've also been working with Public Works and Parks and Recreation in regard to what it's going to take to maintain those projects. So I've got Jeff Bauman, our traffic engineer, is going to lead off the presentation. We also have Martin Ince, our multimodal transportation planner, that'll get involved. And then at some point, we'll be handing it off to Amy Hagan and Scott Overton.
Perfect, and thank you, Rick.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Rick. This is Jeff Ballman, City Traffic Engineer, joining you remote today. I may ask, I don't know who's running the presentation for control, so I can wave my cursor around at some point, but maybe I won't need that, we'll see. But if I do ask Rick control, if you could help me with that. So thanks, Rick, for the introduction. We're here to talk about separated bike lane infrastructure. Perfect. Here's an outline of what we will be covering today. As Rick mentioned, 3 of us will be participating in this presentation. I'm kind of kicking off the first handful of bullets here, then handing off to Scott and potentially Amy, and then Martin will bring us back at the end to talk about separated bikeways in general and the future of the city planning with the Bikeways Master Plan and the ATMP. So I'll kick it off with bike facilities in general, talk about kind of how we choose which types of facilities and which locations, and do a quick overview of the different types of facilities that we use and we will be using. I want to give you an update on the pilot projects. They've been broken out into phases 1 and 2, phase 1 being Butler Avenue and phase 2 being Beaver Street. Have some updates on construction, timing, costs, and those types of things. And again, kicking it over to Scott for the operations piece, and then we'll come back together, talk about some of our ideas for outreach and evaluation, and a little pause for discussion at that point before we bump it back to Martin Ince. Ready for the next slide. I'm not sure who's bumping those.
Yeah, so it's
Perfect.
showing like facility selection right now.
I see it now. Thank you. There was a bit of a delay. So this is a nomograph that helps us with selection of different types of bike facilities. This one happens to be from Canada, so you can see it's metric for speeds, but don't worry about the numbers. That's not important for what we're just trying to accomplish here. So vertical axis is speed, with the lowest speed at the bottom left and the higher speed in the top left. Average daily traffic, or the number of cars passing any point on the street, is along that horizontal axis. Left again is lowest and right is highest. So kind of in that low speed, low volume area, bottom left is where we will select things with the least amount of separation from traffic, the bike facility from traffic. So that's where we have shared lane markings. Sometimes we call them sharrows. You see those downtown on our slower, lower volume streets like Aspen and Birch and San Francisco and Beaver Street. Sometimes we just use a wide curb lane, or potentially we go into even striped bike lanes, and that's what we're calling on this nomograph standard lanes. That kind of white area in the middle is where you have options, where, you know, it depends on how much space you have, individual characteristics, maybe land use and different things. You may pick something with separation, like a cycle track or a separated bike lane. You may pick a normal bike lane that we're used to, or maybe it's a buffered bike lane. You have some options there in the middle zone. And when you get up to the top right, that's the type of thing that we're looking at on Butler Avenue, where we have much higher volumes, higher speeds in general compared to the low speed environment. And that's where we're looking in the future, at least, to separated bike facilities, potentially cycle tracks, buffered bike lanes, and the such. So just kind of, it makes sense, I hope, that we go from the blue area, minimal separation, to the red area with a lot of separation or maximum separation. Next slide, please. That was quick. Okay, so here is 6 examples of those least separation facilities. Top left, just the bike route, just assigned bike route. There's no pavement markings, no special markings at all. We may just put up bike route signs to help cyclists find their way through a neighborhood, perhaps, or some low volume environment. And then as we progress down that page, share lane markings again, there's an example. On-street bike lanes would be that next level of separation. And then if you jump over to the right-hand side, the buffered bike lanes, separated bike lanes, which is highlighted because that's what we're talking about with the pilot program. And that particular separated bike lane you can see is two-way, so those are often referred to as cycle tracks. And then the bottom right is what we refer to as foot trails here, off-street trails or side paths. So where the trail is the facility or trail is so far away from the road, in this case you don't even see the road, off-street trails or side paths, most amount of separation. Perfect. So this is a separated bike lane in a little bit more detail, and Martin will go through some of this again a little more extensively at the end of the presentation, but just a summary of separated bike lanes. Sometimes folks call them protected bike lanes. That's older terminology. We like to call them separated bike lanes. But again, when they're two-way, they're often referred to as cycle tracks. So here's some just basic characteristics of these facilities, obviously separated from vehicles, exclusive for bicycles. They can be one-way or two-way. Your intersection treatments are not always the same. You can bring these off into a tunnel perhaps, or an overpass, or keep them with the crosswalks or extensions of the actual bike lanes. There's a bunch of different treatments. Obviously more comfortable experience than a standard bike lane, and they will be an important piece of our future bikeway network, but not the important point here is this isn't the only treatment we'll be using in the future. These will just go on certain types of streets based on that nomograph. And Martin will go over that with some mapping here at the end of the presentation. But this is the type of facility that we're looking at with the pilot program on Beaver Street and Butler Avenue. Here's a map of the Butler Phase 1 pilot program. So we broke the pilot project into two pieces so that we could get the design done on the first before jumping into the second. So this is Butler Phase 1. I'm not sure everyone's familiar with how we broke that up, but Butler Avenue Phase 1, the map shows here on the west from Milton Avenue all the way over to Sawmill. Next slide. All right. Here's a little bit more information about that Phase 1. Calling it separated bike lanes plus because we've added a couple of extra things that aren't always included with separated facilities. So again, Butler Avenue, it's almost a mile in length. We're doing both directions, eastbound and westbound. Our separation technique or type is a parking curb barrier. So there are different ways to do a separated bike lane. There's horizontal separation, where you use something like a parking barrier in between the travel lanes and the bicycle facility. Sometimes it's called vertical separation, where the facility actually ends up back of curb, back by the sidewalk. So this is horizontal separation. We've added two-stage left turn boxes, and I'll describe that in an upcoming slide, but you can see those in the inset picture, those 4 green boxes. We've also added intersection conflict zone markings, or sometimes we call those cross bike markings. Those are the bike lane extensions through the intersections. And the good news is we were able to secure a contractor, Eagle Mountain, a local Eagle Mountain Construction. In August, we signed a task order through our job order contracting process. So good news on this front. Here is what two-stage left turns are, if everyone's not familiar. So the purple line is what you would typically do as a cyclist as you're riding down a street and if you want to make a left turn. So you would work your way across the number 1 lane, the number 2 lane, and into that third circle in order to make your left turn. It's harder to do that with protected facilities. And in fact, it may be impossible in some cases because there's a barrier in between the travel lane and the bike lane. And so we often introduce, and we have with this project, the 2-stage left turn. So that's the green line, where if you want to make a left turn as a cyclist, you would stay in the bike lane, go through the stop bar crosswalk, and you'd end up at that square, green square by number 1, kind of reposition yourself 90 degrees and wait for the north-south traffic signal. In this case, it's labeled Cleveland Avenue. And then you would head south, like making your left turn. You can occasionally leave a gap in the barriers for cyclists to make the left turn, like the 1, 2, 3 purple line, but it's a really, really advanced maneuver if you've got one little gap in the barrier. So this is preferred method, and we are doing this up and down Butler Avenue and Beaver Street through this pilot program. This is an inset picture of a plan sheet from the Butler pilot program. A lot of colors here. The green and the red lines are the striping. I believe red is the removals and green is the new line. It's hard to tell at the scale, but you can see the green lines are moving into the travel lane, providing a little more space for the bike lane. But what's important to look at on this slide is the black lines, and hopefully you can see it there on the display. The black lines are where the barriers will be placed. So we always show really pretty pictures of the continuous barrier and a cyclist smiling, but in reality, in the urban environment, we have lots of things that are going to cause us not to have continuous barriers. So in this picture, if you look along the north curb line, you see gaps at driveways, you see gaps in the barrier at what's labeled as a bus stop. Along that south curb, you can see there's a barrier gap at Regent, so people can turn in and out of Regent. Then a short barrier section, a gap for the bus stop, another barrier, another gap, another barrier. So this is the way it's going to be up and down Butler and Beaver Street as we accommodate existing driveways and bus stops and other reasons that we need to have breaks in the barrier. So just wanted to show this picture. This is typical of somewhere up and down Butler Avenue, just so that nobody's surprised when we go install them and there's a bunch of gaps. There's reasons for all of these gaps. All right, so here's a bit of a wrap up on Butler Avenue and the pilot programs in general. We received council direction on July 6th. This was pretty fun. In transportation engineering, we did the design internally, which we don't always get to do, but it was quicker to do it this way. So we developed concepts and completed the design. By about the end of the month, we were able to bid over a 2-week period in mid-August. As I mentioned earlier, Eagle Mountain Construction was the successful bidder. We signed a task order with them in early September, and that is the cost estimate for the Butler Avenue piece, roughly $40,000. Current status on that, you can see at the bottom. Materials have been ordered. Subcontractors like the pavement obliteration and the pavement markings and the pavement striping folks are starting to get scheduled out for, it sounds like October, November, running into December is the way this is going to shake out. 775 parking curbs, it seems like a standard thing. You see them all over town. Was a real challenge. Contractor was looking at making them themselves, looked to source them locally, ended up sourcing them from a company called Curbo. I believe it ended up they're coming from Pennsylvania of all places. So real challenge to get almost 800 curbs, and that's just the Butler section. I think there's another 300 or 400 for the Beaver Street section. So those will be coming in, but that was a real challenge to get all those parts ordered. Next slide, please. So phase 2. So as soon as we turned over the design to the capital team and the procurement folks to get going on Butler Avenue, we started the design on Beaver Street. And so here's the limits of the Beaver Street phase 2 pilot. You can see north is to the right, and that's Forest Avenue at the top of the page, or to the right, and at the southern end, Butler Avenue. A little bit of information about the Beaver Street piece. It's about 1.2 miles. The section, as everybody knows, on Beaver Street north of Columbus Avenue is two-way, so we have separated bike facilities where they fit again and where there isn't driveways. On that northern section, that becomes a one-way facility south of Columbus, just as the bike lane is today. Again, we're using parking curb barriers where we can. Two-stage left turn boxes are being provided where that applies. And again, intersection conflict zone markings, those cross bike markings. And in this image, you can see we're going to add green to that bike lane staging area between the right turn lane and the through travel lanes on Beaver Street at Route 66 right before you cross the tracks. Same kind of example. Again, the really cool picture on the left that shows the continuous barrier. Lots of the candlestick markers. Ours will look similar. I don't think we'll have quite that density of candlesticks, but there'll be enough to see it quite well. But again, Beaver Street has the same things that Butler has, of course. The black line is the barrier. You can see those red-green spots where there isn't black lines, and those are breaks in that barrier so that we can maintain driveway access to each of those businesses. And I believe there's even a bus stop there at the kind of left side of the page. So again, just wanted to make sure everybody kind of knows what's going on and is aware when this shows up at the street, that it won't be a continuous run of barriers like we see in the photos that we're always providing as examples. Thank you. And so the contract has been awarded now for phase 2. So we also did the design, got that over to Eagle Mountain Construction. We're in process, and I think I saw an email actually this morning where we are finishing up making that change order so that phase 2, which is Beaver Street, is included in the overall project. When I put the slide together, we had $350,000 for a cost estimate. I think I saw today the actual number is $353 for the Beaver Street piece. And Eagle Mountain Construction has modified their orders and their coordination with the subcontractors so that both of these projects will be completed hopefully before December, but by December of 2021. So $350 for Beaver Street and a little over $500 on Butler Avenue. So we're about $900,000 total for the construction phase of these 2 pilot programs. And with that, it's Scott's turn.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And I know we do have an opportunity for questions. Did you want to take any on the design at this point or just hold off till after operations?
I'm happy to answer any questions now, or I can wait till we have that discussion slide here in 10 slides or so.
I guess I'd leave it to this group. You guys want to talk about construction before we talk maintenance? Yeah, they have a couple questions possibly, Jeff. We'll try to help field your. Nicole, did you want to?
Yeah, Councilmember Shimon.
At the signal, giving pedestrians and cyclists the right of way first, rather than making a cyclist go through two crossings. Would that make any sense or not really?
So it would actually work exactly the same. So if you were a cyclist coming down Butler Avenue, and we'll imagine this is westbound in this exhibit, and you were approaching the stop bar, in order to have priority, all the phases would have to stop, right? Whoever had the green for vehicles, everyone would have to stop, and there would have to be a special phase for the bike to turn left. And that would essentially happen at the same time, unless we truncated what was happening. It would happen at the same time as this maneuver, because this maneuver would be the next phase also. If you worked your way across the street and waited for the southbound green, it would be the next phase served. So they're very similar.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And my other question is, in regards to the width of the bike lane, can you tell me specifically how wide we're planning to build the bike lanes?
Yes. So if I remember correctly, we're shooting for 6 feet clear everywhere between the barrier and that outside edge. I think we did hit a few spots where we have 5.5 feet clear, but typically we are at 6 feet clear.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Adler.
Yeah, let's stay on this slide. Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
I'm just trying to think through some of this. So with the barriers not being continuous, the reason for that is so that cars can come and go, either making right turns or for the bus to get in the bus lane. How does that, I'm sure you've seen this, but how does it work when there's a bike coming and someone's getting ready to make a right turn? How does that work out for the cyclist? And if there's candlesticks there, does that create a visual impediment to the driver seeing the bicyclist? Have you ever heard of any scenarios of drivers making right turns into cyclists?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it changes it does not change much the condition that we have today. The candlesticks will not be so dense that there's a new visual issue, a new visibility concern. But certainly, yes, as a cyclist, every time you cross one of these conflict points today, and with this separated bike facility, you always have to pay attention. Those conflicts exist. So I don't think it actually doesn't make it any better or worse, in my opinion. when you have all of these driveway conflicts from the condition today.
Worse, just because a typical cyclist might be lulled into a false sense of security being behind the barricade. And anyway, I'm just thinking out loud, and I'm not adverse to the strategy. I'm just trying to think through some of that. It seems to me that your sense of awareness is going to have to be even more heightened, because sometimes you're safe and other times you're at additional exposure. Whereas without the barriers, you're just always constantly exposed. So just a thought, just thinking out loud.
I completely understand where you're coming from. I have not run into that concern, but I will look for it now and see if there's anything in the literature about that. And that's a good idea. We'll talk about what we plan to do for outreach towards the end of this presentation. And one of the ideas is a bit of a survey, people's experiences on the facility. And that's a great question. You know, do you feel like it was less safe, or did you actually have more conflicts at these locations? That's a great question for us to ask as part of the pilot program.
Possibility of rear end collisions as someone's going to make the right turn, but then has to stop for a cyclist. Again, that's the sort of thing that already exists, but nobody's going to be used to this new scenario, so it might create additional confusion.
Councilmember Speak. Thank you. Jeff, you may are going to address this later, but I wanted to make sure there's some good public outreach on this and videos, maybe showing how to do the double left turn, videos showing the car safety, the bicycle safety. I think it'll be important to alert the community that there's some major changes happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, Jeff, we know there'll be some more questions, but thanks for the information. And I will tell you that, of course, at the direction of council, engineering and public works started our conversations almost immediately following your conversations. Not only one, how to create a pilot project that was feasible in a short amount of time with a limited amount of physical infrastructure, but how exactly are we going to service it, and how are we going to maintain it in its pilot state and provide ourselves some good feedback of exactly what it will mean to have a separated bike lane in a travel lane, and what are the pros, cons, and difference and those sorts of things. But we knew right off the bat, Public Works had a challenge, and we don't necessarily steer away from challenges. We tend to care for them and we like them. So we huddled in this room and we started brainstorming different strategies for what we consider probably the most likely scenarios of needed maintenance. And one, we have general upkeep of the infrastructure. So if a curb were to get wiped out, or if the candlestick were to get hit or damaged, maybe in a turning movement or an errant car, how do we maintain enough inventory to maintain that physical infrastructure? How do we anchor this infrastructure to the ground to where it won't be removed by a plow or by maybe a vehicle accident? So engineering sorted through a lot of that, and we've created and come up with, I think, probably the best we can do for pilot. But then we also started thinking about the next likely issues, which of course are snow removal, sweeping, and the markings upkeep and the signage upkeep. So my few slides are going to talk through some of those things. We did talk to a number of cities. We talked to other areas. And Amy, if I get you to go to the next slide. One thing we want to talk about for just a second is not only do we talk to these other cities and communities that have similar infrastructures, but it's really important to understand both of these segments have a level of service today that is meaningful. And a lot of my comments will focus on snow operations and sweeping operations because these are the likely events that will impact this infrastructure the most. And so today on both of these routes, both Butler and the Beaver Street piece, Pilot 1 and 2, they are dedicated Priority 1 snowplow routes. So you will see a snow operations apparatus, whether that's a plow truck or a road grader or a cinder truck, literally at all time during a winter storm event in this area. Now, that piece of equipment may be dispatched to an entire area. In fact, Butler has a plow truck route dedicated, but it also covers 24 additional miles today. So not only the mile of the pilot project on each side, but about 24 additional miles. But in a priority one route, if you recall from all your snow history I've given you, and I'm getting ready to give you again next month, priority one service is a bike route, a hill, downtown, a main arterial. And as soon as it starts snowing, you'll see activity. It is open and passable at all times. So we took that same thinking and applied it to this new infrastructure in the separated bike lane, knowing that there's an expectation that if you can take your car down Butler, if we had a separated bike lane, what would it look like to deliver the exact same level of service for this infrastructure? The difficulty is, as you can imagine, we don't do this. It's a new service. So we had to look at equipment. We have to look at how we treat these areas, think about how we move the product. And in the current operation, we plow. So you're all very familiar with it. There is no true dedicated bike lane plowing operation. We plow from left to right. Is that the best pattern? So from the middle of the road to the edge of the road. And we plow off as much of the road as possible, as far as possible. And why I say as far as possible is if you were driving down Solier, you're going to see we'll push snow completely off the roadway, including the bike lane, including any shoulder area, and we get the snow completely off the roadway. In Butler, in existing infrastructure, much, much more difficult because we also have adjacent businesses, property owners, and adjacent pedestrian infrastructure of sidewalk, driveway entrances, a striped bike lane today, and then 2 travel lanes, both east and west. In addition, the turn lanes, the median, and each signalized intersection. So when we plow today, it's from middle out without putting product or snow onto the pedestrian infrastructure. We leave it short. Normally it's in the gutter pan, but it does start to go into the bike lane as we have more accumulation. And then we utilize ice cinders, of course, for traction control, primarily shaded spots, intersections, curves, and any trouble areas within that route. But a lot of the areas along both of these pilots are going to see and utilize ice cinders. And then it's important to remember all different snow events, right? So priority one route, it could be an ice issue. It could be 2 inches of snow, 6 inches of snow, 3 feet of snow. These routes both get continual priority one service regardless of the storm event. Thank you, Amy. Next slide, please. So this is a pretty awesome graphic. This is some of Hagen's finer work. The small working group, which I'm going to introduce as well in one of my slides here, spent a considerable amount of time trying to develop graphics. And then Amy spent about 4 seconds with a Etch-a-Sketch and gave us what we consider the best image we have in the presentation. But it does do a very good job of demonstrating what we could see as a likely scenario. So let me just walk you through this in all seriousness. We are going to change the way we provide snow operations. And this effort primarily was led by what I would consider our frontline people. So one of our streets, West Side, snow operations supervisors, Greg Crea, he oversees our signs and markings program. Himself and Amy and a couple team members from Parks got together and we really said, please develop the strategy for this new operation. And Rebecca thought we were crazy trying to figure this all out, but they really did a pretty good job. But I will tell you, they didn't come to this decision lightly, and they've had a lot of criticism since because it's a much different type of operation, and it's going to feel and look very different to our community. We will get to the outreach piece that you were speaking of, but in your mind, if you could look at the cross-section on the screen, you'll see 2 travel lanes, and those could be east or west, and those vehicles would represent the travel lane. And then the 1 foot barrier is the curb and the candlestick in between the vehicle and the bicycle. You have the bicycle infrastructure in the separated bike lane. And then, of course, the pedestrian infrastructure that's in place today. We would typically move the snow towards that gutter pan or towards that 2 foot mark. We are going to reverse our operations in these locations. We are now going to take material from the right to the left. And the difficulty in this is we have a separated curb 5 feet from the vertical curb. So without overcomplicating this, we've got to figure out a way to take snow over that barrier into the slow lane and then from the slow lane all the way to the median. And I'll show you, oh, go back one, sorry. I'll show you this equipment in a minute, but what we're going to propose, and I think this is our best strategy, at least during the pilot, to learn more about this, is we're going to take a large snow thrower, and we'll show you some images of this, drive it down the bike lane, literally throw the snow not onto the pedestrian infrastructure and not onto the adjacent property owner, but actually into the slow lane. So where we would normally see a berm or a windrow at the curb, you will now see at the curb of the separated bike lane. And then two of our most skilled operators on the street side will then take the material from that location and shift it to the left or towards the median in a 2-lane pass. Depending on snow amounts, that could increase. But in a general storm, let's say they can complete that in 2 passes, and then they start stacking snow in the middle or in the median locations. Amy's drawing probably depicts, I don't know, 6 to 9 inches of snow. No, who knows? A 1 or 2 inch storm, it's going to be pretty easy to locate it into the median. As we get into the 6 inch and plus, we're going to start see this mountain of snow build in the median. One of the major takeaways and major cons of this operation is we're going to start eating into the fast lane with material. So what used to be in the bike lane is now going to likely be in the fast lane and start to constrict and maybe even reduce traffic to 1 travel lane in each direction. So for a heads up, in a large event, we literally could be down to 1 travel lane in each direction on Butler. And that is going to be a significant trade-off that we need to make sure we're considering and make sure that the public's understanding of. Next slide, please. The equipment I was speaking of, this is an example of a Toolcat, and this is a Bobcat product. It's a UTV or a utility vehicle. Parks actually owns one of these. In the last couple of weeks, they've received and taken delivery of this. They do not have the snow thrower attachment, or do you?
We do for other skid steers that do work.
Gotcha. This piece of equipment was purchased in last year's budget, and it's actually an additional piece of fleet that they'll utilize on the existing systems that they maintain, because Parks maintains our sidewalks and our foot trails. We, after moving the snow from the bike lane into the slow lane, we use our traditional plow trucks to move it from right to left. And then when we do accumulate enough snow in the median, we are going to have to do a snow removal operation. So when those lanes start to become constricted, we'll have to bring in the large blower truck, which we have here in the streets fleet, physically move the material back out of the median into the travel lane, and then we'll load it into trucks and haul it out. We typically do this in the middle of the night. Here's a picture from last season where we did snow removal in the downtown area. In the overnight hours, we remove all the snow from the parking stalls, put it in trucks, and haul it off. Very labor intensive, but we are likely going to have to do this sort of an operation on both Butler and Beaver, certainly after large events. And then I think there's one more image. That's a cool one with can't I think of that famous building right behind it?
Weatherford.
The Weatherford, thank you, right behind it. Beaver Street, very, very similar. I do not have images, but it's very similar. The difference is that is a one-way street. So we do not have a median, and we have only southbound traffic. Our conflicts are much greater on Beaver. We have driveways, alleys, parking, bicycles, pedestrians. There are different types of concerns. For example, solid waste and recycle. How can we reach an arm on a trash truck across that new separated bike lane to physically grab a can that is now removed from the roadway? So those are things we frankly have not tried yet. We've started to do some of the research, but we know we're going to have challenges, and everyone in Public Works is committed to figuring this out. But this will be part of the strategy within the pilots to really understand the pros and cons operationally. Does this work and does it not? And I'll tell you, after the first couple storms, we're going to know real quickly of what we need to adjust. And so we'll be comparing it quickly just to see what it looks like. The next one is a slide that's pretty high level, and we did not put these up here to scare you. I do want to kind of talk through a couple of these. This is a very new level of service for us. We did assign it priority 1 status, just like we did with the road. We could drop that down to maybe change these numbers, but at this point, we felt it was fair to just tell you, we would like to try this and see how far it gets us. We know it will take dedicated equipment and staffing. Remember that one plow truck that has 25 miles, they do not have the piece of equipment and they do not have the time in that route to simply work these separated bike lanes during an entire event. So Amy and Greg did a great job of developing kind of a large spreadsheet of what it would cost to put equipment and staffing to this effort on both of these pilots during each event. And they've identified some one-time costs and some ongoing. The one-time costs, most notably, we are going to be requesting 2 of those toolcat utility type tractors. Streets does not have any of those at this time. We would need to procure 2 of those with the snow thrower attachment. And then our blower, the large truck that was in the downtown pictures, it's an early 90s vintage. We are switching now our fleet towards a large loader tractor with a blower attachment, similar to what ADOT's utilizing. We do not have one in the fleet today. I think if we were to continue this long term, we would really need to look at that investment sooner rather than later. I think for this season, we are more than comfortable using the existing truck we have in the fleet to try to make certain that this is the way we want to go. And then if we were to continue, we would know we would need 1 plow truck just dedicated to these routes, a lot like ADOT does at the large intersections. They'll dedicate 1 truck. But for today, I think we use an existing truck out of our fleet, and we have that ability to absorb with the plow truck. But really, the takeaway is the tool cats and the blower attachment are going to come up fairly quickly. So about $300,000 right off the bat gets us to this service delivery that we've discussed today. And then when it comes to operations, this is a very, very difficult number to nail down. And what they utilized was FEMA rates. And when we are reimbursed in a snow event, we have rates that are assigned, and they utilize a pretty good number to get to it. But a 12-hour shift is what we typically run. And so if we were to run 24-hour operations, as we do for this pilot project, we would assign 3 operators to these projects during the day shift, and then 9 during a cleanup and a removal shift. So that would not be every single night, but it would at least be 3 with the additional 6 members to do the hauling and the removal operation. If you were to calculate that out at its highest burden rate with general operators, fuel, and the equipment, hauling the material, we're at about $20,000 to $25,000 per day. They came up with $27,000, but I think it's fair to say if it's $20,000 a day and you had 20 snow events, which is pretty typical, we're probably in the $300,000 to $400,000 just in labor to keep these cleaned at the highest level of service. So it may not snow, we may not need this level of service, but it's fair after the pilot for us to go back and say, okay, how close were we? And then the other piece is we currently are staffed with 25 operators during snow operations. That's 12 per shift, generally day and night. So our existing operations fleet of people is probably unlikely to go start operating new equipment and provide new service. So we're either going to have to look at future FTEs if we were to continue, maybe look at temp operators, try to find a way to cover these shifts. But I do have to just remind us all that we're sitting on a number of openings today. Our pools have been not so great, and we just haven't had a strong outcry for people to come to work as an operator and a streets technician. So I don't want to oversell this and say this thing's going to look perfect. We're shorthanded on a regular route, and what will happen is we will likely have to pull staffing from other areas to kind of come and pick this piece up, which we can do, but it may be delayed service into neighborhoods or a little slower response. And we have some time built into policy to get into those areas, but our public's generally pretty anxious to get in and out of their house within about 9 minutes after it stops snowing.
Scott, we have a question from Vice Mayor.
Sure.
How does this $27,000 per 24-hour period compare to the expense now?
So again, it's a guess because we don't know exactly how many people and are they going to be on this. Generally, we spend about $1 million a year citywide for snow operations. This is high because they would be dedicated people only to this project. I think we can somehow say it might be 15 to 20 if we're really dedicating resources towards it. But when Amy and Greg did the exercise, they really didn't want to short it and say, well, we just won't put somebody on there for 6 hours. Now, we all know in practice, if they get it all cleaned up, they can probably go work somewhere else for 12 hours or for 8 hours. So it's really never a 24-hour total operation unless it's just a giant storm. And at that point, we're behind on everything. So we wanted to try to find a way to capture what would the labor look like if we had people that's all they did all day long. And that's how the number got to that. But I think after this year, we're going to be able to really say, no, during an average 6-inch event, we really only spent 73 hours on the separated bike infrastructure, and it's a total cost of $14,950.
But how does that compare with what the cost is for a 24-hour period currently without separated bike lanes?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can find out for you. So if you were saying if we were fully deployed, every piece of equipment were out and every operator were working, what does it cost us to run a 24-hour day operation? I can find out. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's a lot. We burn a lot of fuel and it's a lot of people, a lot of overtime. Yep.
Well, yeah, Vice Mayor makes a good point. It's not like we're not going to shovel those anyways. So, 20, those 2 miles of road, if it's 20,000 as opposed to now 27,000, that'd be good info to have.
The difference is we used to be able to catch the bike lane with a plow truck working the street in today's model. This is a completely different piece of equipment. It's a completely different operation that would now look very different. Whereas before, it was a 1 mile pass in a 25-mile route. Now it's a tractor that's only designed to build and only deliver service to this pilot project.
Okay, so it's $27,000 added on to what we otherwise would have spent.
That's the way I see it, yes. Yes, it's in addition to what we're doing today.
Yeah, thank you. That was a nice clarifying question. So a couple questions. This blower, is it going to be blowing snow onto passing traffic?
So we'll have to train operators, so they'll either have to use roving traffic control. So we'd likely team it up with a pickup or another supervisor to kind of hold traffic and move it to the left, or maybe use an arrow board. It can blow more towards the pavement, if that makes sense. So instead of blowing it out over cars, we could blow it. Mm-hmm. But yes, like you can see, it's blowing completely up in that position.
That'd be fun to drive through,
actually. But it will take a skilled operator. And then the other challenge we have, council member, is while the width is nice, this machine, we only have about 6 inches of play left and right. So for the operator to just simply maneuver, and that's how they landed on the snow thrower, was a tractor with a bucket just cannot function within that space. So the thrower is the only real option, but that is definitely on our list of things to train and look out for, is how do we not break windows?
And that's fine. I'm not looking for excuses to not do this. I'm just trying to.
Oh, no, I hear you. No, I
completely. I'm actually very excited about this.
I think it's a fair question. Thank you.
So when the blower's going, is the tractor going to be right behind it, or is it usually going to be like the case where they're not able to coordinate that tightly?
So operationally, we're hoping to coordinate, because I think it's going to make sense if this machine moves snow from the bike lane into the slow lane. We need to move it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So my suspicion is they are going to communicate constantly. And this operator would communicate with a truck operator. Hey, I'm on Butler eastbound. I'm going to start my route. Is there a truck behind me? And then we would likely actually team up a couple plows so they can clear the entire section of Butler right to left with one pass. So they call it team plowing. And if resources are available, it's a very efficient way to do it. Where we get stuck is when traffic's heavy or the snow is just so fast, 2 inches an hour stuff, we just get behind. And then it's just craziness until we can get caught up.
Okay. 2 more questions. This one is less relevant, but still might be of concern in certain specific instances. The landscaping and the vegetation of the medians, are they able to handle this and survive the season? And that's going to be different for certain shrubs versus trees, but to try to think long-term about that.
So on Beaver, we do not have any median installation of landscaping, so that's good news. On Butler, we do have a substantial amount of investment in BBB landscaping, and Parks does do a great job of maintaining it. A lot of it's mature. We also have the large log separated in front of the conference center divider. I think generally most of this stuff is large enough where it's going to keep up okay, and it's probably going to survive. I actually probably have more concern with us when we do the removal about tractors getting into the median and damaging landscaping because we lose the curb or we lose the median. And that happens from time to time on an edge or a parkway. But I think it's fair to say we're going to have some damage, but I don't think it's going to be major.
Okay. And then one final question, how does this affect cinder operations?
Perfect. I apologize, I did forget. So I had mentioned we will continue to use ice cinders. We will also need to sweep this bike lane because it will have cinders as well. We are not necessarily advocating that we switch to chemical de-icers. That's a completely different conversation, but I think we're likely going to eventually get there if this were kind of an approach you were going to go towards. They do make an attachment to the sweeper box for that same piece of equipment. So we would likely look at that longer term. And for now, we have some short-term ideas, but we need to find a way to sweep that bike lane, and that would be year-round, not only during snow events.
And finally, a comment. I'm really tickled about this. I'm super excited. Thank you guys so much for thinking outside the box and coming to us with some options here. I can see how there's going to be a lot of people really excited about this. I can see how there's going to be a bunch of folks who are very critical of the whole thing and skeptical of it, which is why we're doing this as a pilot project. And I think we've identified some good stretches of road to try this out on. And of course, the communication listening piece is going to be key to all this. And just really interested to see how the conversation evolves. If overall the public, both our cycling community and our driving community commuters are going to have some sort of synergistic, feels about this, or if it's just going to be a big mess. I think it could go either way, really. But I know you guys will put your best effort into it, and I think it's a fascinating experiment. I can't wait to see how things happen. And of course, safety is the number one concern for everybody involved. And I know you guys are going to keep that in mind as well.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I'll echo those comments. I'm also extremely tickled and excited about this.
You don't hear that every day.
I don't usually say that. I'm really excited about this. I'm wondering, Scott, in your research and talking to other communities and city manager, from your experience in Colorado, does this make sense? Not just for 2 miles, but after the pilot is over, and hopefully we apply it to the rest of the 7 miles to create a more holistic system. Does this make sense for us to be moving forward with in terms of the game plan? Or is this more labor intensive than what are there more efficient ways to be going about this? I guess is my question.
So I think it's a really fair question, and I think it's something we've asked ourselves, and I think the pilot will help us understand a lot of what your question is. I do want to share that there are communities that have done different types of treatment, but they are different communities. Some are lower elevation, some don't have quite the conditions we do. There are some communities that tried this and abandoned it. It did not work well. I think they wanted it to work and was not well received, and it was too hard to maintain. We're not there yet. I do think it's going to be challenging, and I think it's going to push the envelope of how we maintain it. And I think we need to be very careful about the expectation we set early. But if we get the year here to try some things out, we're going to learn a lot. And we may have to reevaluate that question. But it's pretty mixed across the country. It's not typical outside of a downtown core or maybe in an airport. That's where you normally see a lot of dedicated, maybe around a conference center. We don't generally see lots of this for miles and miles and miles in most Intermountain West communities. It's pretty rare.
In other Colorado states that prioritize bicycle infrastructure, what do they do differently?
So what I saw mostly was they were utilizing it in downtown cores, where it was easier to maintain. Maybe it had more bicycle commuter traffic. It wasn't as sprawling as rural. So I don't know if they do anything different other than it's just utilizing a different location, maybe. Treatment wise of the maintenance side, very similar to what we're proposing. Most of what has been proposed is what they're doing. The toolcats. The only exception to that is the chemical deicers. A lot of communities are using those, which help them with cleaning. But snow removal has been about the same as what we have proposed today.
Andrew, I want to see if there's anything you'd like to add.
I think we should go into this with open eyes and be prepared to adapt to what we find out. That's the nature of it being a pilot project or two. Unlike the communities that I have been in, the iniquity in Flagstaff is we get a lot of snow, but it melts fast. In many of the Colorado communities that I'm familiar with, the snow did not melt fast, and it was a different challenge. But in Flagstaff, we get dumped on, and then we get sunshine, and the sunshine can really melt the snow fast. I think the thing we ultimately will revisit on this might be level of service. And I think the thing we should be prepared for is that, Jeff walked us through how this is a segment in a larger corridor in both pilot projects. So if we have a high level of service, we clear these separated bike lanes out quickly, bicycles will nevertheless be funneling into an area where that's not the case on both ends of each pilot. And I think we should prepare for, comments to that effect of, yeah, the bike lane was great, but beyond that, the conditions deteriorated quickly or something. So it's just something we should be expecting is, in these segments, it might be really good, and beyond the segments, it might be not so good. It's something we should be prepared for.
Okay, thank you for that. A couple more comments and questions. I love to dive into our policy about levels of service when it comes to street plowing operations. I know our community is very adamant and vocal about getting their streets plowed ASAP, but I agree with your comment about the sunshine, and it's a lot different trying to navigate in a vehicle, and I don't know. But yeah, I'd be happy to address that and have this council body see if there's anything that we'd like to do differently moving forward to make this easier for our staff and our operations. I'm not sure if we're planning to have a conversation at some point or not.
No, and I guess if I could just ask a clarifying question. Right now, the priority 1 routes are these mains. Priority 2 is neighborhood service, and it's everything after 4 inches. And it's generally been working okay. And then within the policy, there's just timelines and frames of how long we can get into a neighborhood based on the depth and accumulation. So it's generally been working very well. I would not advocate that we change it, even with the pilot. I think we need to get through this and then look at how we look at it. We've actually made some pretty good strides in more equipment, a couple more people. I mean, we're starting to actually get better in what the existing policy is, and I think that's a good place to be heading towards. So I would not tinker with that at this time, but.
Okay, and then I think I understood that this is going to be part of Parks and Recs efforts. Or is that streets?
So we're still working that out a little bit. Traditionally, Parks has done a great job with sidewalks, foot trails, and the smaller amenities, alleys. What we've kind of gotten into with this is operationally, this is much more of a streets operation. So we're actually leaning more towards a streets service because the equipment and the hauling and the actual coordination might make more sense. But from a staffing perspective, they've been at the table. We're going to continue to work with them. And we know as a bigger Public Works and Parks and Rec team, we've got a big problem to solve. But it's really in the street more than it is, say, a sidewalk or a foot trail.
I agree with that fully. Fully supported being part of streets. That's really important.
Don't let Amy hear that.
You can help out though.
No, they've been great. They've been really good at helping us out.
And just my last comment on this was is that, I think what we've been doing as a cyclist in Flagstaff for over 15 years, what we've been doing till now, like sometimes works, but often doesn't for the cyclist. Although we might try to accommodate the cyclist need. So I've been talking to peers who are cyclists. We are stoked about this. We are all tickled. And basically, knowing that the city for the first time is really prioritizing taking care of us. So thank you. And I'm very excited about this.
Councilmember McCarthy and then Mayor.
Okay, this whole conversation started after we had a very tragic accident at Beaver and Butler. I think we all know that. And incidentally, I am supportive of this trial. We'll see how it goes and then make a decision where we go from there. But I'd like to point out that this project has nothing to do with what caused that tragic accident. It is my theory, and I haven't really thoroughly researched this, but that what happened is the sun was at such an angle that the driver had the sun in his eyes. And this has happened to me. And that's why I know that it can happen. That he was so focused on trying to not have the sun blind him that he didn't even notice there was a stop light there. So my question is, have we done anything to address that issue? And, maybe that would be bigger backboards on the stoplights, or maybe it would be a yellow border around the backboards on the stoplights. So have we done anything to address what caused the accident?
Jeff, do you want to take that one as a traffic engineer?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one. We have done a review of the conditions out at that site at Beaver Street and Butler Avenue. You mentioned a couple of good things. So back plates, which are those borders on the traffic signal, those are already maximum size borders, so we can't go any bigger. We checked head placement, so there's a minimum number of vehicle indications, green, yellow, reds. We have over the minimum. We have them on both the left side and right side for that westbound and multiple overhead. So we've gone beyond minimum requirements there as well. I see Sterling wants to jump in. Cut me off, Sterling, if I talk too much. And the last thing you mentioned was the retroreflective borders, those yellow bands, and those are really for nighttime visibility. Those are not driving into the sunset. So just addressing a couple of things that you have mentioned.
Sterling, do you want to chime in?
Thank you. I appreciate it. And of course, with respect to any specific incidents within the city, there's nothing that's been done simply as a reaction. We need to make sure that we all understand that we're always looking across the board in the city to provide the greatest safety possible, not just because of specific incidents. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, as I alluded to, I've experienced this very problem. It was probably the same week that this happened. I was driving down Route 66 in the area of probably Verde Street, and I was almost blinded by the sun, and I slowed way down, but it was a very dangerous situation. And it sounds like there is no good ideas about how to address that problem.
I'm going to hop in just from a time perspective, because we've only got about 13 minutes left for this segment, that if that's a related issue that may need follow-up conversation, that maybe that's a good route for that.
I think that's a good idea. If that's okay, Councilmember McCarthy, I think we don't want to stifle the discussion, but we probably should get back to the topic at hand.
To Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, it's turned over to you. And Mayor had a question.
Yeah, my one question was if we could go to the slide back.
Sure.
If I know we need to get through the pilot program, see how this goes this winter. I'm super stoked about this. I want to see it through to hopefully the 9 miles. I'm just wondering in terms of this one-time equipment, how much more equipment are we gonna need if this does turn out to work okay and we do look towards expanding or whatnot? What are we looking in terms of more?
So we didn't do a lot of analysis because it depends on where it all goes. If it's somewhat contiguous, which I think it likely will be, odds are we're good for a while. We did not calculate, okay, how many miles can one tool cat cover in a shift? But I would suspect with our two tool cats, we can probably support quite a few miles before we start saying, okay, we need to add more fleet. So I'm comfortable for quite some time with, I think, the 2 tool cats and the blower attachment. The plow truck can come with time, but we don't have any scale. So that's back to my point of why it's expensive. We're only covering the 2 miles going down Butler. If we start to expand the program, these pieces of equipment will just stay on these routes and we'll just grow them until they can no longer service the route in 12 hours. So money well spent, and we're not going to be, we don't need 4 of them because we have 4 more miles, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping you were gonna say, because
Yep.
the whole idea of having a full circle of this.
That's right.
Just made, here's the trucks, this is now going to be the 9-mile route.
They would get a dedicated route of only separated bike lane, and that's a huge win for that route.
No, I think that, anyways, that's what I'm envisioning. I
Yep.
know, I don't wanna put the cart before the horse, but yeah, just trying to think ahead to this next spring's discussion over this.
Councilmember Atten?
Thank you. Yeah, I get this is cart before the horse a little bit. It's also kind of greedy, but I'm thinking in terms of once we have this equipment and it's done its jobs on the roads, there are other places where these tools could be utilized, such as on foots and some other locations. I'm wondering if you guys are building that into the plan as well. You know, it's personnel costs at that point.
No, we certainly will. So we'll utilize them wherever we can utilize them. Yep, they will be used.
So bonus.
Yep, agreed.
My driveway?
Not a chance.
You know, one weird unintended consequence of this that I've already thought of is residents are going to see us moving snow towards the middle of the street on these major arteries and become covetous of that on the smaller neighborhood streets.
And it's pretty unlikely.
Issue, of course, and
But it's pretty unlikely we would do center service and then removal citywide. I mean, that would be astronomical. So you're right.
unintended consequences of
There could be someone that says, why can't you do that at my street?
good deed goes unpunished.
Agreed.
I want to compliment you on the use of the word covetous. That was very good.
Let's do it. I'm gonna go look it up.
I'm gonna just trust.
So I'm gonna turn it back over to Jeff. He's got some quick evaluation pieces, and then I believe Martin will finish this up with the ATMP piece.
Yes, we'll hustle through here as quickly as we can. So yes, Scott's covered that first bullet really well, just in discussion. And then the bottom part is what Martin and I will be working on. Before and after bike counts, we're planning to do that actually next week. We'll be setting up some recording equipment so we can get a feel for how many bikes are using Butler and Beaver Street. And then we'll check them again in the spring when we have these facilities in place, because that's one of the big goals of this program is beyond safety is hopefully we can get more people comfortable out riding on these facilities. Vehicle speeds, we'll be checking those the same fashion. We'll start that next week. Actually may start tomorrow. Survey to bicyclists on their experiences, and this hits on one of the questions earlier about the right turn conflicts that exist today. We can certainly ask that question. We'll be asking other questions as well, but we can use community forum. Martin has a lot of good outreach efforts going on with the ATMP review process. So we can roll some of these things together. They're very related. One thing that we're keeping an eye on is drainage concerns. The stormwater folks have some concern with the parking barriers, holding up the water from getting to the actual curb line and into the inlets. We are purchasing the parking barriers with blockouts in the bottom. Imagine where a forklift would scoop them up, same kind of thing. So water will work its way through. And as we saw, there are breaks in these runs of barriers. We don't think it'll be a concern, but we can adjust by removing a small section or a foot of barrier if we do have some acute drainage issues. And then something we're interested in as well, and Scott mentioned this, just damage to the barriers and delineators are vehicles hitting these because they're poorly, we didn't place them as well as we could, or errant vehicles because everything got narrower, snowplow damage. We're just going to learn a lot going through the winter we'll be a lot smarter by April, May next year on this whole evaluation. So these are the types of things that we're looking forward to learning.
We already had the discussion.
Sorry, our city attorney chimed in again.
Yeah.
Sterling.
Yes.
Stacy said chimed in again. He had a C in there.
I think that's from before.
Oh, sorry.
You're off the hook, Sterling.
No, yeah, sorry, that was from before. Thank you.
And I'm off the hook too then. Good. I'll turn it over to Martin at this point. He's going to run through separated bikeways in general, bikeway master planning.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Martin Ince. I'm the multimodal transportation planner for the city. And our intent with this part of the presentation is to talk about the pilot project and separated bike lanes in general in a larger context of the city's draft bikeways plan. So next slide, please. Bikeways plan is a work in progress. The city's Bicycle Advisory Committee, as well as the Transportation Commission and even the Pedestrian Committee have worked for more than a year on this plan. This slide illustrates some of its kind of defining characteristics. It is designed to be hierarchical. There are 4 levels of bikeways, and that allows us to focus our resources for construction, maintenance, et cetera, on primary and secondary bikeways. It is made up of a variety of facilities. Back in the old days, a bikeway network was made up pretty much of bike lanes and foot trails where they're along streets. Now there are all kinds of new and innovative and advanced facilities to accommodate bicyclists. And the plan incorporates them into its overall master plan. Third point, the network works best when it's a comprehensive system. So we want it to extend to all parts of town and be more or less continuous. So there are few or no gaps in the system. Fourth point is that signage, branding, and wayfinding help pull the whole system together and make it into kind of a cohesive whole, and makes it easier to use and easier to get places on the network. And then finally, the plan is intended to appeal to the interested but concerned segment of the population. I think this is a concept that we have seen before with this group, but it basically holds that about somewhere around 60% of the population would be interested in taking more trips by bicycle, but they are concerned about comfort and safety. And so if we can make facilities that are appealing to them, we can convince more of them to take trips by bicycle and replace vehicle trips. Next slide, please. So this illustrates the overall plan by hierarchy. And if we could just isolate the dark blue and the purple lines, we would see the primary and secondary routes that make up the backbone system for the bikeways network. Whereas the light blue and the orange provide access to local neighborhoods or local destinations, but they are the 3rd and 4th level routes. Next slide. And Jeff talked about and showed you a couple of slides that talk about the continuum of separation for facilities. This is how we intend to include it or address it in the bikeways plan. And it works kind of from the bottom up. So on low speed and low volume streets, bicyclists are comfortable sharing space with vehicles. As we move into kind of more moderate speeds and volumes, bike lanes provide dedicated space on the street for cyclists to operate. And then as you get a little bit higher in speed and volumes, we can add buffers to bike lanes to create 1.5 feet or 2 feet of extra space between where bikes operated and where traffic is. And then finally, as we get into high speed and high volume streets, separation may be the only answer to make people feel comfortable and more safe. Next slide, please. So we can add even more detail as it pertains to the plan. We've divided it into 3 different categories based on level of separation, shared, dedicated, and separated. And you can see within each category, there's a handful of different types of facilities. The plan will define all of those, talk about where suitable circumstances, where they work best, where they ought to be used. And all of these different types of facilities are included in the draft plan. And if you go to the next slide, I think it will show a map that breaks out the network by facility type. And it's not so important to look to see which types of facilities are used where. There's a variety. One of the points is that we do our best to close all the gaps and make the system complete. So there's no point at which a bicyclist feels like they've been abandoned or things have just ended and they're kind of on their own. And then, of course, the other point is that it covers all the neighborhoods in town. And so really there's a way to get from any point in town to any other point by bicycle on part of the network. Next slide, please. Since we can't do all of that at once, it's important to prioritize which parts of the system are most important and will see the most benefit. So we use these 4 factors for prioritization. First off is the hierarchy. So we will prioritize the primary and secondary routes and try to get them finished first. The second is reliance on other projects to complete segments. So I'll give an example of either the Lone Tree Overpass or the Rio to Flag project. We'll complete parts of the system for us, but other segments that are adjacent to those projects may not make sense or may not be even possible for us to complete until those projects are done. So then they tend to get pushed down a little bit in priority. Third is the anticipated function and level of use. So where are the routes that connect important destinations? What are the routes that we think bicyclists will use most heavily? And then finally, the last prioritization factor is the character of the street and the need for bikeway facilities. And this just really references how busy or how fast a street is and how much benefit bicyclists would see from some level of accommodation on those streets. Next slide, please. And so with that prioritization, we have an overall intent within the 5 years to complete as much of the primary and secondary system as possible, even if that involves using interim facilities until something more permanent can be built. We would like to include some high visibility, high impact facility, including separated bike lanes, grade separated crossings that are quite beneficial to cyclists and really add to the system. The third, as I mentioned, we want to introduce other types of advanced facilities. One advantage to this is that these facilities are innovative to us, but they've been used in other places for a number of years. So there is a good deal of experience and knowledge for us to rely on as we implement them locally. Fourth point there is to implement bike lanes, bike routes, and other enhancements on the 3rd and 4th level bikeways to help complete the system and make it more robust. And one of the good things about doing that is the bike lanes and bike routes tend to be less expensive to implement. So we can get a lot of miles of new bikeway and make the system a little bit more expansive for a little bit less money. And then finally, I mentioned, I think this is a really important point, that within the first couple of years, we need to pull the whole thing together with signing, identification, and wayfinding. So people know that the system functions as a system, that they can get to their destinations. And that actually eliminates one of the impediments for a lot of new cyclists, is that they don't know how to use the system. They don't know necessarily if where they want to go is part of the system. And this will help to put them at ease. Next slide, please.
Martin, we have a question from Councilmember Adlin.
Yeah, real quick, Martin, can you just define wayfinding for us?
Oh, sure. Wayfinding is just the process of using the system to get from point A to point B and finding the best way. So for example, like you could do it now through Google Maps or a paper map or through some fashion, but you kind of have to figure that out on your own. And you may not have all the information about routes or streets along the way. And so you may have some questions. The wayfinding thing kind of does it all for you. So I think I've used in the past an example of if you lived in Presidio and wanted to go downtown, and our wayfinding was kind of in place or where we want it to be, that all you need to know is to get on the University Bikeway until you hit the Milton Bikeway and then turn left, and the Milton Bikeway will take you into downtown. Now, each one of those bikeways may have a few twists and turns, but if we have good signing in place, you'll be able to follow those twists and turns, and you won't have to do it on your own. We'll have already accomplished that for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
All right, just looking, going back for a moment to separated bikeways and thinking, and I was a bit maybe ambitious in the use of the term near term, but think of that anywhere over the next 5 or 10 years. But the projects on the left are separated in the right-hand column are separated bikeways that could be part of other roadway and capital projects. So you see 4 roadway projects that are coming up as part of Prop 419, and then 2 capital projects. And in all of those cases, for all those projects, we have been talking about including separated bikeways as part of them. And then the projects that are listed on the left-hand side of the screen are ones that would be funded through 419, and particularly the pedestrian and bicycle component of the 419 sales tax. So we see the 2 pilot projects. We've identified a couple of other potential separated bikeway projects. Those will be realistic and candid, are expensive projects. It is going to be difficult to fit them into the 20-year program for the transportation sales tax. However, I do think they make pretty good grant applications. And over the coming years, I think there may be more opportunities for us for grant-funded projects, particularly when we see how the infrastructure bill at the federal level turns out. We may have more opportunities coming up. Next slide, please. This shows
Martin, I'm just getting this Nicole, the facilitator. Just from a time check perspective, we're a little bit past our allotted time.
Okay.
If you have a kind of an estimated couple minutes left, or
give me 2 minutes.
Granted.
I think we're close. You got an extra minute out of it. Go.
Thank you. This shows a configuration of a horizontally separated bike lanes, and all we've really done is move the bike lanes off the street and put them behind the parkway and adjacent to the sidewalk. And go to the next slide, and you can see real world examples. The image on the left is Cambridge, Massachusetts, and I think the one on the right is Portland, but it might be Vancouver of how they work on the ground. And go to the next slide. I may have mentioned we have kind of at a preliminary level fell upon this as a preferred configuration for new streets or construction. If we're building them as part of a new street or a significant street project, they're relatively easy and inexpensive, not any more expensive, I should say, to build than regular bike lanes. They don't take up any more space. So relatively feasible to accomplish. They are, however, quite expensive if we try to retrofit them on existing streets because it involves a lot of construction. One of the advantages that we've recognized is that snow clearing and sweeping are the same as foot trails, so we can use the same equipment and it's really the same operation. It is more to do, most definitely, as we add them, but at least we know how to do that. And then we talked about some of the other things, including the left turns I think you saw slides on. So if you go to the next slide, that shows a map of where separated facilities may exist. The purple are the facilities that were listed on the slide from a few slides back. The orange ones are foot trails that are really function kind of as part of our commuter bikeway system. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge and appreciate and enhance the existing foots and the planned foots that we have coming up as part of that system, because they are certainly used that for bicycle commuting. We could do a little bit more to make them more functional, but I think that they provide us with a really good place to start on filling out the system. So I believe that's the last of my slides. And I think I was just within 2 minutes. I don't know if there's any questions or time for questions. I'm happy to answer them.
Council, any questions? I've
got one last closing question comment on this theme before we take a break. So, Councilmember McCarthy, just let you know, a lot of these topics have been being discussed for years before the accident. But the accident might have propelled some of the momentum politically, right, to get some of these things done. But at a recent conversation that we had with members of leadership was the idea of the TIA and the street designs and our policy value set behind what drives those efforts. And I was asked to bring it up here and see if there was support from council to have a future discussion about a policy discussion regarding our prioritization of ped and bike experiences relative to vehicle prioritization. And so I guess that's a question for council. There's a lot of agencies that basically have prioritized pedestrian, cyclists, multimodal, like buses and taxis, then lastly, vehicles. And so that's kind of the conversation I'd like to have with this council at some point. I was hoping we'd have it today, but we're not going to. So the question is, I guess, the quick survey, thumbs up, thumbs down, if people are interested in having that policy discussion about our value set regarding who are we building for. I see a few thumbs up.
I don't understand the question, but I'm always willing to talk about how we prioritize roads and how we live about them.
And we'll dive into it deeper, but hopefully that's clear to staff.
But you're not asking what our position is. You're asking, would we like to have a discussion on it?
Right.
Because it comes up to that.
Leadership was saying that we didn't have time today, but that if there was interest from council, we can set that up in the future. And so I was just bringing it up. Rick, am I missing anything, do you think? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing nothing further, we are a little bit off schedule, but I want to give you a full 10-minute break. So let's come back at 3:04. So hard start at 3:04. All right. So we are into our opening of our last presentation for the day. We're slated to go until 4 o'clock. But if we need to be a little flexible with time, we have some flex in that. More important to get the conversation that we need to have. Then we'll do public comment, wrap up, and get you moving on to your next day. Take it away, or Greg, do you want to contextualize?
If we can, we'll let Chief Musselman will kind of kick off and I'll introduce our speaker, or are you doing it?
Just quiet it.
Kids.
So that we can pick it up correctly on the speakers for the live stream.
Yeah, thank you. Deputy Chief, kick it off, please.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I will be just giving you a short presentation to all of the members of the council on some capital items that we wanted to put in front of you that are currently unfunded. I have Fire Chief Mark Gaylord and Chief Dan Musselman here as our technical expert to add if you have further questions. But with that, we'll kick this off, and we wanted to just make everybody aware of some realities associated with both public safety entities specific to radio equipment and replacement. So currently, as you all know, that we went into a contract and we established a centralized radio software system and overall backbone to support public safety within the community. We have a lot of repeater towers that are up on Elvin and different locations to assist us in both 800 and VHF process for our ability to dispatch through our 911 dispatch emergency system. These are getting older. We have had a lot of discussion of what the software needs are, talked with a lot of vendors, and as a result of that, we have needs in 3 different areas. We have needs on the actual repeater towers themselves. We have needs to replace the handheld radios and the mobile radios. So we entered into an agreement with Motorola years ago, and it was for software updates. They're updating the software, but unfortunately our hardware is not keeping up with those updates that are available. So our radios currently that we have in our units across, and this is across not only the fire department and the police department, but also different divisions within the city, public works, streets, city hall, facility fleet. These units are 10 years old and the recommended lifespan is 7 for them. So I do want to pause real quick and just say that while our radios are 10 years old, they're still operational. The problem is that if we have any issues with them, they become damaged, we're unable to replace them because they are no longer serviceable. And so as a result, we have some built up demand that continues to create issues. The other secondary thing is, since they're 10 years old, we have a lot of equipment. We just were recently the recipients of about a $600,000 grant for SCBA equipment. That grant capacity has Bluetooth. These radios do not talk Bluetooth. So not only are they functional, but they're antiquated and we can't replace them. So the cost for replacement that we have identified is $2.75 million. and that is unfunded capital right now. And we're not looking for necessarily everything to be replaced at once. It's important to understand that. We do think that there's value in replacing, especially the handheld mobile radios and the handhelds and the mobiles over time, so that we don't get into this same predicament in 7 to 10 years down the road. So as a whole, I just want to make everybody aware of the total costs, but our real big specifics are the repeaters and to start the process to replace this equipment specifically in the fire department on the handheld side to be able to talk Bluetooth with our upgraded equipment. The next slide we're going to talk about is fire department specific. This is for all risk operations. We've had a lot of discussions over the years regarding the new type of infrastructure that's coming into the community. So when we look at it as a fire service provider, there's a lot of challenges that come along with it. And one of those are the type of equipment that we need to be able to successfully manage incidents within this new type of building configuration. We currently have 2 quints, and we want to make it really clear that for our needs within the community, 1 quint that we have exceeds the NFPA recommendation and is at the max of the city's recommendation for its replacement time, which is 20 to 25 years. That quint is a 1997 currently. And so on our quints alone, we've identified through some other opportunities, 1 quint we could replace with possibly, I'll let Mr. Tatter talk actual dollars and cents and color of money, with fundings from our different available accounts outside of the general fund, specifically impact fees. But we need to replace 1 more. So we have 1 additional quint that has to be replaced. The other quint, the 3rd one, would be in a reserve status. Right now, it's important to just recognize we're the only quint service ladder service, and that's what that means is how many pieces of equipment are associated with that unit. That ladder is the only ladder in all of northern Arizona. So our next ladder partners would come out of the valley. So this is a need here that we have locally. The other thing I want to identify about these quints is we've extended them out. We do not run those as frontline units. They're a backup unit that we run if we need it for a specific type of call. We do not run them frontline to EMS calls. If you see it running to EMS calls, it's for 1 or 2 reasons. Something else is broken, we have to put it in service, or we occasionally do quint training because it's such a specific technical piece of apparatus that we put it in every so often as a frontline. One quick thing on quints. In the last 3 years, this is a true and factual number, 55% of the year, 1 of these quints is either at an open ticket for repair or completely out of service. So this is a need. The next one is our all-risk pumper. We work really diligently with the fleet. And about 6 years ago, we developed a replacement schedule to allow us to help balance out the fleet money that's available through the entire city. That's worked really good. We knew 8 years ago, though, that there was going to be a point where we had replacement needs that would exceed the funding available. We're there. We have a need for an all-risk pumper outside of what is already being replaced and funded. That's going to be to the tune of $850,000. That's a 21-year-old unit. In our current configuration with the city, the recommendation is 20 to 25. The national standard is 15 years. Engines that run to our level, the number of calls we run, 10. So we've extended it beyond, and we're getting the maximum, but we're beginning to see some significant breakdown. All right. The next one is wildfire. Wildfire apparatus. Along with all of those, we have about 12 pieces of apparatus. We have some of them scheduled for replacement. Unfortunately, 2 of the wildfire engines are not in that replacement schedule. So as a result, we're short $1.8 million. 2 Type 3 engines. The last 3 years, and specifically the last year, both of these Type 3 engines that we use for wildfire call out were out service or had an open ticket 25 to 27% of the year.
Those look vintage.
Thank you. They tried. They work very well, but those are our frontline units. So those are what we run. So we also have identified $1.8 million for wildland needs, 2 of the Type 3s and 2 of the water tillers. The water fences are also 22 years old. So 1.8 for the wildfire, 2.3 for the all-risk units, the Quint and the engine, and 2.75 for the radio equipment. Before I turn it over to the color of money and Mr. Tatter, are there any specific questions I can answer at this time?
Chief, do we have salvage value? I would imagine we do on these vehicles if they do get expired and moved out of the fleet, or do we keep them for other purposes?
So typically we sell them. If we keep anything, it's because it's within the range, like this one, the third print, we would put it in reserve status.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the equipment and the methodology of the build, the schematics and all the safety equipment that go with it are so antiquated that you're better off selling it the minute that you try to replace it than to hang on to it.
I see. And so selling it, then we can recoup some of the money. What, any rough idea percentage wise, what we would bring back in by selling these to somebody?
NFPA, after you get over 15 years, which is that national standard, you're looking at probably a 20 maximum of a 20 to 25% of its original value maximum.
Thank you.
Nick?
Yeah, is there opportunities, has the technology advanced enough to get electric Quints or all risk pumpers with, or, I mean, I assume we're still running the diesel at the moment, is the first.
We are, great question. There is and I say one manufacturer that has developed an electric engine. There's some questions that they haven't even been able to answer to us at our elevation, our conditions, our snow, and our cold. Those are huge questions. It's also a prototype it's actually in Los Angeles, the first one. We've looked at it, we've gone through it, but there's too many questions to answer at this point in time, and the cost of them are double, about 1.75 for the engine cost right here. For an electric one, you're spending about 1.4, 1.5 million. Okay. So yes, they're coming, but they're not here and available to the point of our demand of what we need for replacement. But we're looking into every single piece. Quint, there's no options.
Okay. Thank you.
Given the depreciation of the vehicles, does it make any sense to try to find some of these replacements used, like a lightly used condition?
So thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. What I can tell you is 5 years ago, we did our first refurbished purchase. We purchased a used engine from Clark County, Las Vegas, and we put it in service. We had it completely gutted, and we spent about 60% of the cost of a new engine. With the expectation that we would get 10 years out of it, what we have found is that 6 years time into this, since we purchased this, we've spent as much money into that as we would have if we would have purchased new. So the short answer is the value is not there. For the amount of calls that we run and the work that we put on these units, it's not worth it. That's the unfortunate part. Now the water hitters, a possibility. But again, when you start going beyond the recommendation of that 20 to 25 years, you have to be very careful because the technology and everything else is so antiquated that it becomes challenging to be able to safely use it for all of our needs for the next 10 to 15 years.
And I'm just really quick, I'm not saying I should get saying that's 20 years old, or
Absolutely.
5 years old. Obviously, I imagine those who buy those vehicles maybe don't want to sell them right away.
You're right.
And so it might be hard to find.
You're right.
But if it was possible, I might save us a significant amount of money.
The market you will find those units that are available out there to purchase is what he was alluding to. What's ours going to bring in? It's departments like us that run them and they can't use them after 15 years. That's what's available out there in those short durations. Otherwise, something's gone extremely wrong for a fire department to have a 15-year or younger engine for sale.
Thank you.
You bet.
Hey, Ray. Boy, getting to go just before lunch and just before wrap up. You put the exciting person with the right spot. I don't know. Come on, let's fill us back up. Yeah, yeah, so financial considerations when we're looking at items like this, these are primarily general fund type resources that we need to bring to the table. And, just one of those things just to keep in mind, just to break the ice. The guy, Monopoly Man. I'm sorry. So.
Anyone get a picture of that?
I posted it.
Okay. So, the toolbox may look a little different, but there's many tools that are similar to what we saw to the enterprise fund solution. So, just a summary, you just heard this, so I don't really need to walk through this very much. There's about a $6.9 million need from our public safety areas that are looking to be addressed in some manner. Let's go to toolbox. So the toolbox, this is one where you can see things shifted. Again, I'm trying to start from the more likely resources down to these are probably not things we're going to look at and go for. So, top of the list is general fund allocations. Pay as you go, get things replaced out of our annual appropriations. As we know, that's what we call the budget process. And that has a lot of tug and towing about resources that we have to commit into our operations and capital and so forth. So that's usually the first spot that we would look for these types of investments, infrastructure investments. But prioritizing it is where it comes. Unfortunately, these have not met the prioritizing of many other needs, and they will definitely be brought back probably in the next budget process and going forward. We have allocated annual fleet allocations for some of these replacements, but we didn't get it all done. And that's why we're having this conversation today. The next item is reprioritization. Reprioritization, we don't have a lot in our general fund to move around as far as ongoing needs, but sometimes we have a lot of one-time funding at the end of the year. We may have additional revenues to allocate and so forth, and that's usually part of our budget process. But when you look at reprioritizing, there's a couple areas that we do have annual commitments in funding. We have about $185,000 in Parks and Rec capital needs that we have budgeted annually. Our facilities only has about $260,000 on an annual basis to maintain all the general fund buildings that we have in our community. And our fleet committee is the largest number with $757 million. But there's a lot of fleet in the general fund. We got police, fire, parks, a lot of people competing for those dollars. We've done a great job, Mark, working with the fleet committee to try and balance where we can get those replacements for fire equipment. But these are a little bit more than what we're able to get out of those allocations. So it's difficult to take from those pots, but it's worth the conversation. The next item is general obligation bonds. As you see, this is kind of going to the yellow area. We know we've got competition, or not competition, but other valuable needs in our community that have already brought forth and have a conversation with council, but definitely something that's available for both of these types of projects. It may be more important to do the infrastructure, the apparatuses and the replacement, the big tickets versus radios. Radios, maybe it's a cycle we've got to get funding for versus replace them all at one time. Because I think that's kind of what we're coming up against. We did a big improvement to our radio system, and now they're all coming to the end of life. So that one may be more of a pay over time. And again, competing needs. Debt finance, we talked about debt quite a bit this morning. And, this is always a great idea for larger equipment, larger purchases. And so this is one where it also provides a lower impact. It spreads that impact over years for our general fund. So this is one that may be a valuable tool for us to look at a lease purchase or those types of investments to where we've only got this allocation this year, next year, and so forth, and we can commit it over time. And this is probably one of those tools that us and the budget team need to consider when we're looking at our annual allocations of funds. And it allows us to address those and get those in place sooner than waiting for the cash and the funding to be available in our general fund. You know, these repayment schedules, these lease payments would be more in the 3 to 10 year range versus what we've done for bonds. We're not looking to extend these too far. You want to stay within the life of the equipment that you're putting in place. You don't want to extend your debt too far with equipment. The next item, federal and state funding. Sure, we'll look for any kind of federal or state funding we can get. Our hands are out there, and we look for this kind of funding all the time. The problem is replacement of equipment is currently is not one of those priorities that granting agencies want to provide. They look more at, okay, how are you going to enhance service? How are you going to improve service? It's more operational. And it's amazing news and great news. You'll be approving a grant next week. We got new firefighters coming from a grant that we received very recently. Those are the kind of things that the federal government wants to fund. Equipment, replacement, not so much, but we'll keep looking for sure. Sales tax, here's where I start going red with some recommendations. Sales tax, I wouldn't do a sales tax for this minimal, but if you want to build it with some other projects, some other sales tax means, sure, it could fit in there, but not for this level of a need. User fees, they're not allowed. We can't charge a user fee for public safety to come to your house and respond to a fire. That's just not allowed by our law in the state of Arizona. And I don't even know how we measure a user fee when you'll get there. And development fees is the last one. Different than capacity fees that we talked about with water services. Development fees, you adopt development fees in our community. Recently, we've done an increase to these fundings. And this is one that is available, but it's only available for expansion, increasing your fleet, increasing your facilities. So for the needs that we have here, the 6.9 is more about replacement. So those are not on the board for replacement. But I want to go back to the comment about the Quint, and there is an opportunity to add and increase our inventory with a new Quint. Instead of just replacing and removing, the idea of increasing our fleet by one and replacing the other with some type of revenue, then we've got two much better pieces of equipment, and we've got a reserve. We're throwing another one in reserve for our community is probably a great idea. Relying on just the two and relying that they're both up and running, we've seen that was a struggle sometimes. So we're at that point with the growth and the increase in our community of high structures and so forth, that a third one makes sense. So we're going to look and develop how we can use our development fees that we approved to add one more plant to our inventory. So that kind of went around Mark's comment earlier, but I just wanted to, for this discussion, the 6.9 million, and I apologize, I've got the title numbers wrong, but in total 6.9 million, capacity fees are not available. So those are the items in our toolbox, and just open it up for discussion. Things that are off the board or keep moving forward.
And that on, if I may, for the benefit of the newly elected council members, I guess we cannot use that term anymore. It's been almost a year. But this has been a recurring topic. The council from previous term will remember this topic. We brought it up at retreats typically. Specific to the Quint, now we're hearing about some other needs. The radio needs have been in front of us as well. And now there's some additional equipment needs. And I think the takeaway is we're not exactly gaining ground on this issue. The topic of the two Quints, is not, they're both 2 years older now than the last time we had this discussion, I think. And as we get into that expiration date, whether it's 20 years or 25 years with emergency equipment, we don't have the luxury of just deferring the replacement of this. We do so at considerable risk. We have a number of 5-story buildings in our community now, more so than before, more so than the last time we had this discussion. And that is the need. The other thing I will note is at the budget team, all of these things come to us on, as a early stage in the budget. We're looking at these new requests, these one-time requests, these new items. During the recession, we of course had to say no to the new Quint. It never even came to the council for consideration, but it was in front of the budget team, and we asked if we could buy a little more time, knowing the risks, because we simply did not have the money, and we were in a recession. So we were cutting back. We weren't adding new expenditures per se. It's a bit of a better climate now, and I think it's a bit of an easier discussion, but unfortunately the needs have also increased. So that's the landscape we're in. I think the good thing is, less sticker shock here than what we had this morning, as we're talking about wastewater treatment and so forth, stormwater. This is a little bit more manageable, and it's so critically important. The flip side is, it's generally general fund expenditures, unless we can get creative on some of these other things. And as I mentioned this morning, we don't have a large capital expense sliver in our general fund. It's pretty narrow. So if we're going to fund these out of the general fund, something else is going to be put aside. No easy solutions here. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion. We would have figured it out by now, but these are all complicated. This one's just as complicated. The only thing added to this is we're talking about emergency services, and not something we can really defer. Really, none of the things we've talked about today have that option to them, but this one even more so. Thanks for letting me comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Mr. Clifton, could you, I may already know the answer to this, but to refresh my memory and for the listening public and everyone here, could you please explain why development fees is not recommended to fund this equipment?
Development fees are based on people coming in and building, paying for growth. The existing fleet and replacement is not a development fee eligible expense. It's our responsibility to maintain, not future development, to pay for our annual replacement of equipment. So it's only when you're increasing your fleet, your buildings, that development fees can be used, not for operational expenses. It can't go toward funding officers or anything like that.
So with respect to public safety infrastructure, where can development fees be extracted?
So, and Mark, I don't know if you want to jump in on this one, but you've adopted a development fee plan. I don't remember the date, but in there was funding for apparatus, facility growth.
Communications equipment.
Okay, facilities equipment were the primary things that were in that development fee. You're welcome.
Yeah, so the development fees, the thing that comes to mind if we're looking for a big chunk of change for Quint is the hospital that's going to be built. When are we going to be able to receive any development fees if that is approved by us? Because it seems like that might be a very, very large chunk of change, and if it happens sometime here soon, maybe we could utilize that from the hospital being built to,
we could utilize it for expansion equipment, but nothing here.
I thought you had mentioned that this Quint specifically we could use because it would be an additional to the.
We're looking at an expansion of fleet, separate from this conversation.
Okay.
Sorry. I accidentally laughed in the way. We're looking at a third Quint, which is expansion coming from existing development fees.
Okay.
Which the hospital will pay into that and be part of the pot. So that's for that third one. But these two, they're old. they're open, they cannot come from stabilization.
Okay.
Sorry,
No worries.
I melded the two.
Well, I'll touch base on the financing aspect of this. I mean, the Quint is essential. I mean, we can't go much longer. If we had, it would be catastrophic if we had a fire in a 5-story building and we couldn't get to them because it wasn't operational. Especially
for Quint to drive up from Phoenix.
Yeah. I mean, think about if it happened at the Standard or something like that. So, I mean, we need to prioritize this with the general fund moving forward. I certainly feel like. When we're talking about general obligations bond, though, I've been in our discussions with the alternate response model, not very much inclined to put it on the ballot for a general obligations bond. But if that is going to be coming up as a part of the conversation, turning into a general public safety bond may allow us the flexibility to get the equipment in line with some of the other projects that seem to be in line with that. So just throwing that out there is a possibility. But I definitely want to see that on our general fund budget retreats.
Yeah, I think we should. We'll expect to have that discussion this year. As I mentioned, it was not an option last year during the recession. We were going the other direction, but now I think it'll be back in front of them.
I don't have much to add. I'll just say that I see the value in this and us moving forward with exploring solutions as the mayor talked to and other options that are on the list here. I don't have any real ideas or insights to share at the moment, but I appreciate the presentation and the efforts. And I agree, we need to take action. It's just, I guess, a matter of figuring out how to do so.
Yeah, I'm gravitating toward the top greens. General fund support and reprioritizing capital equipment project. Plus, I would volunteer for a car wash. using the same water. The triple five.
The biggest bake sale.
Maybe a big sale.
Yeah, I think it is.
Did anyone get a picture of that one?
Yeah.
You are on camera.
Yeah. Sing and dance.
All right. Any other comments or Rick, anything else?
I'll just add that I mean, green means go, yellow means cautiously go, and red means stop.
Yeah.
20% of the time.
I see a lot of wisdom in the way these things are ranked here, and my logic follows from the same. So.
Just one more thing to add. Public safety refinancing, very successful. And, that may be an opportunity also as we go through the budget process. We're reserving that capacity, like we talked about earlier, for the 5-year period. As we go through a year, we may not need that funding, and it becomes available for these types of discussions and looks at the whole general fund in our needs. So there's a little bit of hope or so forth that adds to the pot of funding for the next cycle. But again, it's always a competition when we get to that point. But I just want to share that is in our toolbox.
For the public, I see some overlap with this and water services and our infrastructure needs there. I kind of look at this as kitchen table economics. This is the inevitable but annoying roof replacement that you've already kicked down the road in a couple of years. It's got to happen. And we can't keep waiting, and we have been waiting. So, coupling those two things together specifically might make a lot of sense in the public's mind. Just thinking out loud here, but so in terms of general obligation bond,
on to the next one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nicole, we do not have any public comments for this or the last item that we discussed. I think this is the last topic on our agenda.
Are we concluding?
I think we're at that point, yeah.
How would you like to wrap up? Would you like to start the wrap up?
Yeah, I said, let's go ahead and start.
I'm sure they're all yours.
Okay. Do you want to
Yeah.
kind of a concluding and?
So we've had 4 topics today. Thank you for your indulgence and great questions, great conversation. We started out with wastewater, segued into stormwater, shifted gears and talked about bicycle infrastructure, ended the discussion with safety. There was no intentional prioritization of that. Sequencing is just how it laid out on the agenda. I think suffice it to say, all of these things are important. They come with various costs and urgencies, but they're all important, which is why we put it before you today. I want to thank you for a very engaged and well-informed discussion. I really want to thank all the staff who have their hands into this, and there are many. As I mentioned at the very outset, preparations for these retreats start months in advance. We do that because we want these discussions to be meaningful. We are asking an entire day of your time, in addition to your weekly meetings. We know that's a big ask. As the year moves on, when we get into the winter retreats and eventually the spring retreat next April, there may be more time asks of you. The April retreat is typically a 2-day retreat, for example. With that in mind, what you can expect from staff is very good information to help inform the discussion and good preparation. We saw that today, and I know a lot of people have been working really, really hard on this. I want to thank them all. There's been dry run after dry run, and so you get to see the fruits of that hard labor. Nicole, I want to thank you for your excellent facilitation and your wonderful little exercises. Kept us engaged, and you kept us on time. So thanks for that. With that, we are now ahead of schedule. Yay. We have an opportunity to wrap up anything you want to talk about. You know, this has been recorded and live streamed, so we will have good notes from this, and we will use those notes to prepare for the next discussions. But this is an opportunity to look back upon the entire day and offer any sort of thoughts, perspectives that you'd like to share, or follow-up questions. Anything is fair game at this point. Nicole, is there anything you would like to add to what I just said?
Just to note the collaboration between staff and council and the mutual respect that was really displayed throughout the day, because these were not, like we said, there's not much cheap stuff when it comes to these conversations, and they are really complicated, and you know, everything you do is obviously very public. So I think just keeping that at the center of how you work as a team moving forward, and hopefully some of those little exercises we did kind of help keep some of that in mind as you move forward. But yeah, it's always, this is the most prepared staff group I ever facilitate with. And I've told Greg that, and I've told staff that, but for council as well, I know you're very proud of your staff, that it shows, but rightly so. So thanks for having me as part of it.
When you say most, do you mean like 60% most?
I think I heard her say always.
They're always the most, 100.
Which is only 90%.
Not 80.
I don't have anything to add. I just want to say thank you to staff and leadership and to my colleagues on council. You all did a great job. This has definitely been a tough year, and I just think that this is a great retreat, and we covered a lot of ground, and we might not have found all the solutions, but we're working towards them. And I just appreciate the can-do attitude that staff has about all the different obstacles and challenges and changes that we're confronting. So thank you all, and thank you, council, and thank you.
Any other comments? Before we adjourn, a couple more props, if I may. The city clerk and her team have worked hard to orchestrate this along with many other people, but always behind the scenes is the city clerk and her team. Thank you, Stacy, and please pass our thanks up to your team. And including the nourishment, so thanks for that. Also, right along with that is the IT team, who they're not in the room, but they're across the hall. Watching and listening, making sure everything is coming across loud and clear on the computer. So we appreciate that. I don't know if council remembers the last time we were in this room pre-COVID.
We were in here.
It was kind of at COVID, right? This was the first in-person meeting, just with staff, and then,
yeah,
or with council and staff was attending remotely. Okay,
yeah.
That was a year ago. And the improvements are already better than they were then, and they're going to continue to get better. I was having a conversation with Paul Santana. You know, the IT is going to help us with the microphones and the speakers, but we're getting there. And these conference rooms now, council chambers is up to date with the technology. The conference room at council chambers, same comment. The conference room, staff conference room upstairs, same comment. These satellite conference rooms are likewise going to be updated with technology. So it's a journey, and they're well underway. We want to thank IT for all their hard work. Thank you all, and it's 3:45. So enjoy the rest of your afternoons and your evenings.
Thank you all.